Chapter 11:17. Female literature. The strength of the Void Worm Queen was extremely powerful. Even at this stage, when Su Yan's 3 swords of law pierced into its body, its huge body still supported it, allowing it to resist with all its might. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan directly summoned the Devil Shadow. The power of Su Yan's Devil Shadow was extremely powerful. When he was fighting against the 9-headed demon snake previously, he had already displayed an extremely terrifying majesty. That was the first time the Devil Shadow appeared, and it had already displayed an extremely violent power. At this time, Su Yan used it again. Unlike the previous time, the Devil Shadow appeared when Su Yan was completely unprepared. At that time, Su Yan kept increasing his strength, and finally summoned this terrifying shadow directly. However, it was different now. After experiencing it once, Su Yan had a better understanding of the control of his own strength. Therefore, the moment his strength erupted, a powerful and blazing light directly rushed out. That power directly exploded in the air. At this time, the power of the Devil Shadow had already reached the purest level. His power directly erupted, and the Void Worm Queen was immediately dragged up. It should be known that not only was the Void Worm Queen's strength extremely terrifying and tyrannical, but at this time, its body was already connected with the half-void space, like the roots of a big tree, directly piercing into the space. Such a terrifying power was almost unimaginable. However, Su Yan's Devil Shadow was actually able to drag the Void Worm Queen in such a state. What kind of terrifying power was this? Su Yan's physical strength was already terrifying, and the Devil Shadow could directly expand his unparalleled strength. After Su Yan's terrifying strength was expanded, how terrifying would the power that erupted be? It could be understood just by imagining it. At this time, the body of the Void Worm Queen was being pulled over bit by bit. This was an extremely difficult battle. The strength of the Void Worm Queen was truly terrifying. Its spatial energy was extremely terrifying. The invisible spatial foot had already taken root in the ground. Even so, Su Yan was still able to suppress him. Humph, Void Queen, you still want to struggle at this point? That's impossible. You're destined to never escape from my grasp. Come here. Su Yan's strength increased once again. The appearance of the Void Worm Queen was definitely a godsend for Su Yan. One of the most special reasons why Dao Masters were so powerful was that they could travel through space at will. This was his mastery of the law of space. This was completely different from ordinary venerables who could temporarily break through space. A Tao Master was so terrifying that he could build a space door. As long as he was strong enough, he would be able to build a huge spatial door and travel through an infinite distance in an instant. It was extremely difficult to truly grasp the power of space. Even with Su Yan's current strength, it was not easy for him to do so. It was also because of this that he was inexplicably overjoyed at this time. The comprehension of the law of space was definitely not a simple matter. If he followed the prescribed order, he did not know how long it would take. However, there was always a glimmer of hope in everything between heaven and earth. For example, the Void Worm Queen was Su Yan's opportunity at this moment. Su Yan wanted to capture the Void Worm Queen directly and then suppress it with his enormous strength. Then, he would obtain the Void Crystal from its body. The Void Crystal was not something that the tiny Void Worm could compare to. Who knew how powerful the power within it was? If Su Yan could completely absorb the Void Crystal, his strength would definitely soar to a whole new level. At this moment, he had already exerted all his strength. The aura that erupted after the Devil Shadow unfolded was simply terrifying. That berserk energy contained a terrifying might that could destroy everything. The Void Worm Queen's struggle became even more intense because it already knew that its life was in danger at this time. The Void Worm Queen treasured its life the most. At this time, it naturally erupted with all its strength to break free from Su Yan's imprisonment. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give it a plan at all. Su Yan wanted to obtain its Void Crystal, which was the key to his cultivation. This was also a heaven-sent opportunity. If he did not take it, he would really be letting himself down. His aura was constantly revolving, and the terrifying power had already reached an extreme point at this time. The powerful aura rose at this time as if it was the boundless majesty of a god. In fact, the stalemate at this time was extremely advantageous to Su Yan. This was not only a contest of strength, but also the most important thing, which was Su Yan's 3 swords of law. After the 3 swords of law erupted at this time, the terrifying destructive power was almost unimaginable. Therefore, the power was concentrated in one point at this time. The brilliance between heaven and earth was constantly attacking at this time. The nomological laws were the embodiment of the power of heaven and earth. The domineering power of the Shura flame was displayed incisively and vividly at this time. The terrifying flame caused a ton of destructive power at this time. The unimaginable power was constantly attacking at this time, almost annihilating everything. Su Yan's power was constantly increasing at this time, and the light in his eyes began to change at this time. It was an unimaginable and terrifying light, and it was also a strong will that he was determined to obtain. As time passed, the power of his nomological swords became greater and greater. The terrifying power had almost reached an extreme point at this time, and the body of the void worm had begun to be divided bit by bit. Hiss! 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 The void worm was constantly making strange hissing sounds at this time, as if it was in extreme pain. However, there was also a strange rhythm in it. Under such power, Su Yan's whole body seemed to be going into a deep sleep. It's actually a mental attack. I really didn't expect that apart from the control of space, you actually have such a terrifying technique. At this time, Su Yan was also shocked. He already knew that the ability of the void worm was extremely strange. Most of the void creatures were like this. However, today, he finally witnessed the horror of the void worm. This mental power directly penetrated his sea of consciousness and attacked Su Yan's mind. It was an extremely terrifying hypnotic technique. Even someone as powerful as Su Yan felt drowsy at this time. More importantly, Su Yan did not have much resistance to all of this at this time. Usually, when those powerful mental attacks entered his sea of consciousness, the green lotus and bright moon anomalies in Su Yan's sea of consciousness would erupt with extremely dazzling light. Then, it would directly destroy the mental power. However, this time, Su Yan's 2 anomalies did not have any reaction to Ive's mental attack, as if they did not feel any changes at all. How could Su Yan not be shocked by such a change? Grand Soul Suppressor. At this moment, Su Yan immediately roared angrily and activated the Grand Sword Soul. The Grand Sword Soul and his sea of consciousness immediately erupted with awe-inspiring majesty. The Taishang Sword Soul was like a great monarch. The moment his power was activated and burst out, that terrifying aura directly turned into an endless abyss. The Void Worm Mother's consciousness was directly devoured just like that. At this moment, Su Yan wiped his sweat. The power of that consciousness was really terrifying. If he hadn't suddenly burst out with such a mysterious power, he might have really been hit by it at this time. At this moment, since the power that invaded his sea of consciousness had been dealt with, Su Yan did not have any worries at this time. He snorted coldly. Damn worm, you're really quite capable. Nomological sword, annihilation. He roared angrily. At this moment, the power immediately turned into endless ripples. The ripples were like water ripples that immediately spread to the surroundings. Su Yan's aura rose again. At this time, his power had turned into the most mysterious chain. The chain entangled with the void worm's spatial feet and then pulled out the power bit by bit. In order to capture this void worm, the most important thing was to directly cut off the connection between it and the void. If this could not be done, it would be extremely dangerous and terrifying. This powerful void worm might directly erupt with the most terrifying power in an instant and then launch a fatal attack. After all, its ability to devour the power of space was really unfathomable. Even Su Yan might not necessarily be able to predict when it would unleash such an attack. At this moment, Su Yan's power rose again. He now had a huge advantage, but this was still not enough for Su Yan. This was far from what he needed. What he needed was a situation that could determine the outcome of the battle. At this time, his power directly suppressed the void worm, and the terrifying aura rose again. Feeling Su Yan's determination, the power of the demonic shadow also erupted at this time. At this moment, a violent force was about to burst out. His aura had reached the peak at this time. That kind of power was simply earth-shattering. All the power in front of it was so fragile. The spatial feet were finally cut off bit by bit, and the extremely powerful aura reached the peak at this time. Su Yan's body suddenly swayed and directly went toward the Void Worm Queen. "Your time is up. Die." The demonic shadow was still suppressing the Void Worm Queen, but Su Yan's real body directly entered the Void Worm Queen's body at this time. Chapter 11:18. Female Literature. Previously, Su Yan had gradually determined the core of the Void Worm Queen after exchanging blows with it. He knew where the weakness of the Void Worm Queen was. No matter how powerful he was, it was extremely difficult for him to kill the Void Worm Queen in a short period of time. Su Yan did not dare to continue fighting with it because Su Yan had already felt the repulsive force of the space. The Void Worm Queen was constantly absorbing the power of the space. At this point, it had even caused the space to become unbalanced. If this continued, the power of the space would not be able to support it. In other words, the surrounding power would directly collapse. How terrifying would that be? The power of the entire space would directly collapse, and everything would be turned into fine powder. Su Yan could certainly escape, but the terrible consequences of the space shattering would be enough to kill everyone around. This was only one of the consequences. The more serious one was that the void hole would definitely continue to expand. When that time came, everything would be completely destroyed. The 5 prefectures would also be affected. All in all, it was an extremely terrifying consequence. Su Yan did not want such a thing to happen, so he wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. The reason why the void beasts were called the enemies of the world was because of this. After they descended to a world, they always wanted to turn that world into a void and make it their hometown. Su Yan was extremely fast. In an instant, he directly rushed into the Void Worm Queen's body. Entering the Void Worm Queen's body was like entering a brand new space. The power of this place was extremely terrifying. The rays of light were constantly flowing, and the powerful and terrifying power had reached the most terrifying point. Is this the Void Worm Queen's body? Sure enough, it has the miraculous ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. At this time, Su Yan could not help but sigh. This was really an incredible place. It was clearly inside the body, but it was as if he had arrived at another space. The spatial queen worm didn't have any internal organs because to it, the spatial crystal was the foundation of its existence. Therefore, in this world, there were some creatures that humans could not even understand. For example, this void worm did not need meridians to transmit power to each other. The structure of his body was also completely different. Such a change was something Su Yan had never seen before. Su Yan carefully moved forward in his body. In such a place, it was actually very easy to get lost. If one couldn't grasp the rhythm, then they would completely fall into a loss and be unable to find themselves. This was where the Void Queen's strength lay. However, if Su Yan did not have absolute confidence, how would he dare to enter this place? At this time, Su Yan's power was directly displayed at this time. An extremely terrifying light suddenly burst out, and the intense light directly spread out. Law Power, Spatial Ice Seal. Su Yan's Law of Ice was suddenly activated, and the terrifying power of the ice seal spread out. When the power of the Law of Ice was strong to the extreme, it began to be able to seal space. The dense layers of space around Su Yan were directly frozen bit by bit. The ice spread directly, and the powerful force had reached an unimaginable level at this time. At this time, the Void Queen Worm immediately began to roar in pain. He felt that his body was being torn apart bit by bit. Even for someone as strong as him, this kind of pain was unimaginable. This kind of terrible pain had reached the point where he could not bear it. At this time, Su Yan took a step further and continuously activated his power. He had made up his mind to capture the Void Worm in one fell swoop. At this time, his power was constantly operating, and the violent aura had already filled the entire space. In fact, this space was inside the Void Queen Worm's body. In other words, the Void Queen Worm's body was already filled with extremely dangerous energy at this time. The law of ice filled his body and then sealed it in ice. No matter how inconceivable his body was, he could no longer struggle after being trapped by such power. No matter how exquisite his space force was, it was of no use. At this time, Su Yan's cleverness was demonstrated. He directly disintegrated the powerful power of the Void Queen Worm from the inside. Otherwise, if he directly chose to suppress the Void Queen Worm from the outside, even if Su Yan's power increased a little, it would still be difficult to capture and kill the Void Queen Worm. This was because when that time came, the Void Queen Worm's spatial power would be stacked and interlocked. If Su Yan was not paying attention, he might even be lost directly. This was not a joke. The Void Queen Worm did have such an ability. However, it was different now. Su Yan's move took the firewood from under the cauldron and directly froze the Void Queen Worm from the inside. How could the Void Queen Worm withstand such a violent power that directly exploded in its body? Under the impact of Su Yan's power, the Void Queen Worm's life aura finally began to weaken gradually. The Void Queen Worm was originally an extremely powerful void beast. Void beasts had been roaming in the void since ancient times and then devouring life. The Void Queen Worm came to the boundless world during the most turbulent era of the boundless world. During that era, the connection between the boundless world and the void was directly opened. Therefore, the demon race, the fire demon race, and many other strange races appeared. The arrival of void beasts was naturally extremely normal. Unfortunately, although the boundless world during that era was the most turbulent, it was also the time when there were the most powerhouses. As soon as the void beasts arrived, they were immediately killed by many powerhouses. The powerful void beasts became the prey of those powerhouses. There were even some powerhouses who directly set up traps and made the void beasts fall into the trap. This was actually how the Void Queen Worm fell into this world. Of course, its luck was not bad. Although it was tricked into this place, its powerful spatial ability allowed it to survive in the end. However, although it survived, it was also severely injured. In addition, at that time, the changes in the boundless world finally began. In particular, the 5 counties continent, which was known as the boundless battlefield, was cursed. Those powerful power nomological laws were directly sealed, and the spirit chi declined. The Void Queen Worm immediately entered a state similar to hibernation. For endless years, it had always been in a long and endless sleep. It was only in these years that the space began to change. The changes that had just begun were not enough for it to completely recover. Therefore, it gave birth to a descendant, which was the Void Worm that Su Yan had previously killed to collect energy for it. However, it was really unlucky. After it woke up, it originally thought that it could hunt to its heart's content, but it encountered Su Yan. Compared to the terrifying existence that had seriously injured it and almost killed it back then, Su Yan's strength was actually not worth mentioning. However, for the current it, Su Yan had the ability to kill it. In particular, Su Yan directly rushed into its body, which made it even more painful. At this point, it already felt that its life was finally beginning to come to an end. At this point, Su Yan had completely suppressed this guy. However, at this time, Su Yan did not dare to let down his guard. He knew in his heart how powerful this guy was. If he let down his guard at this time, even the slightest mistake could be directly turned around by this guy. At this moment, Su Yan spread out his divine thought completely. His purpose was very simple, which was to completely seal the space. For the Void Queen Worm, the power of space was its source of life. As long as it could come into contact with the power of space, it had a chance of not dying. However, now that Su Yan had directly sealed this power, it could no longer escape. Inside its body, it had been completely frozen by the law of ice. At this point, Su Yan once again displayed law of decay, withering. At this time, the power of the law of decay was able to erode its life bit by bit. Time went by little, and in the end, the Void Queen Worm's vital signs finally disappeared completely. If the Void Queen Worm was in its heyday, even an Emperor Master might not be its opponent. After all, the power of space had always been one of the most powerful laws of power. However, now, Su Yan had gained a great advantage. After the Void Worm Queen's death, he immediately sent his divine thought into the Void Crystal. This huge Void Crystal, compared to the previous one, had a much stronger power of space. If it had not been frozen by Su Yan's law of ice at this time, the Void Crystal might have disappeared immediately. The power of space was infinitely mysterious. Although the Void Queen Worm was extremely powerful, it was impossible for it to completely operate at will. Therefore, of course, Su Yan could not immediately turn himself into a Tao Master. But at least, after obtaining this power, Su Yan's control of space would improve again. His strength had improved a lot compared to before. If he could devour this Void Crystal, then not to mention his realm, just his combat strength alone would certainly improve. At that time, how terrifying would his strength be? To Su Yan, a Tao Master was probably no longer a threat. Even if it was a super expert like Shuexingchuan, Su Yan would not have any fear. Because at this moment, Su Yan already had enough strength. Chapter 11-19. Female Literature. In fact, Su Yan had always been like this. He had an extremely deep sense of crisis, and he deeply understood that if one did not consider the future, one would have immediate worries. If he only looked at what was in front of him and did not improve his cultivation, he would be the unlucky one. He would not let go of any opportunity to improve himself. At this moment, such a rare opportunity was presented. Since that was the case, he naturally could not miss it. At this moment, he was constantly urging his power to directly absorb the space crystal. He could not be careless when dealing with the space crystal. After all, if he was not careful, the space crystal would directly disappear into space and dissipate. These two powers were constantly changing at this moment, and their auras were constantly spreading. It was the space crystal's aura, which was constantly overlapping with Su Yan's aura. If he wanted to absorb the space crystal, he had to let the space crystal adapt to his aura, and he could not let it resist him at all. Otherwise, the space crystal might reject Su Yan. Even if Su Yan painstakingly absorbed it, it was impossible for him to completely merge his power with his own. If that happened, his efforts would have been in vain. At this moment, when the Feng family's elders saw Su Yan's current appearance, they immediately understood that Su Yan had finally won. This was truly an exceptionally thrilling battle, and of course, it was also an exciting battle. As Su Yan had already isolated the force field, he could not feel the terrifying aura. However, even if he only watched the scene just now, he knew that it was definitely not a domain that a venerable one like him could touch. At this moment, he already had a mentality similar to worship Su Yan. He did not understand what Su Yan was doing at this moment, but he knew that this was definitely an extremely important process. However, right at that moment, another aura suddenly appeared in the sky. After that aura appeared, it directly broke through the spatial barrier set up by Su Yan and directly charged toward where Su Yan was. Su Yan immediately sensed the change in this place. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes bursting with unimaginable anger. Scram! Clearly, this guy who suddenly appeared wanted to pluck Su Yan's fruit. How could Su Yan tolerate this? He had painstakingly defeated the Void Worm Queen and started to absorb the Void Crystal. But now, this guy appeared without saying a word and directly came to take the fruit. Wasn't this a little too arrogant? How could Su Yan watch the fruits of his labor be snatched away by someone else? In an instant, his power blasted out. He had used all of his strength in this attack, not holding back at all. The powerful power of laws directly turned into a sword of laws and blasted out again. Previously, the sword of laws had directly nailed the powerful and terrifying Void Worm Queen into the void. From this, it could be seen how powerful he was. The mysterious existence did not expect Su Yan's reaction to be so fast. His speed was already extremely terrifying. More importantly, his movements were completely silent. It was as if he was invisible. It was impossible for ordinary people to even discover him, let alone stop him. However, at this moment, Su Yan discovered him immediately. In the face of this power, he could not retreat at all, because once he did, he would be giving Su Yan time. He was a sneak attacker, and for such a person, his last chance would always be when he just attacked. If he did not seize this opportunity, it would only be more difficult for him the next time. This person was also an expert who was extremely good at space. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to approach Su Yan so silently. Su Yan did not know the origin of this person, but the means that the other party displayed made Su Yan very apprehensive. His sword of laws finally clashed with the other party's sword. In an instant, the ripples in space flickered again, and the endless ripples began to spread bit by bit, causing the space that had just stabilized to become unstable again. After this attack, Su Yan did not attack again. Instead, he directly shouted, "Who are you?" In fact, there was no point in doing so because the other party would not care at all. Su Yan only wanted to buy a little bit of time for himself. However, to his surprise, this guy opened his mouth. His pronunciation was very strange, as if he could not speak his words clearly at all. To be more precise, this person's language was not the language of this era at all. Su Yan immediately determined that this person was also a person who had awakened from ancient times. Of course, this was not the main point. When this person attacked, it was as if he did not exist in this world. This kind of power was extremely exquisite. If Su Yan's supreme power had not happened to discover this person, Su Yan would have suffered a great loss this time. After this attack, the mysterious person's expression changed. Su Yan's strength surprised him. Just as Su Yan had guessed, he was indeed a person from ancient times who had just awakened. However, after awakening, he had experienced some things and understood that the strength of the modern people on the continent of the 5 counties had not increased after the continent was unsealed. Now, there was a gap in time. At this time, he should be extremely powerful. However, today, he had met his match. Forbidden Space Annihilation. He had directly launched a sneak attack, but Su Yan had reacted hastily. Under this attack, he was still at a disadvantage. Therefore, at this time, he did not hesitate and attacked again. With this strike, the space around him began to crumble. Even Su Yan's eyes were filled with apprehension after seeing such power. He prepared to gather the power of the Taiji sword. After all, his own power needed to suppress the space crystal and merge with his body and absorb it. However, at this time, the mysterious person suddenly disappeared. He had completely disappeared, as if he had never appeared in the first place. This made Su Yan not know whether to laugh or cry. He now understood that the Forbidden Space Annihilation was extremely powerful, but in fact, it was just a facade. The so-called Forbidden Space Annihilation only looked and felt that way. It was a technique to use space. Even Su Yan had been deceived at the beginning. The mysterious person had seized the opportunity when he was about to be cautious and disappeared. However, since the mysterious person had retreated, Su Yan did not waste any more time. He increased his power and began to devour the space crystal. This incident made him even more aware of one thing, which was that this world was definitely not peaceful. You never knew when someone would suddenly appear and cause trouble for you. Only by becoming stronger could you ensure that nothing would go wrong. Otherwise, Su Yan's space crystal might have sunk into oblivion due to the previous attack. A powerful force burst out, and the violent and terrifying power began to devour the space crystal. As the power devoured the space crystal, waves of space power folded, and this place seemed to have formed a space power valley. Su Yan and the space crystal were the core of this valley. The power of the two was constantly shaking, and their auras were constantly increasing. Gradually, the unstable space finally calmed down. Su Yan's powerful strength finally began to gain the absolute upper hand. Although this power was terrifying, it finally began to be straightened out under the suppression of Su Yan's power. Su Yan knew that the most dangerous moment had passed. Now that he had subdued this spatial energy, the next step was to assimilate and fuse with it. However, at this time, the aura on the other side of the space crystal appeared again. It was that guy again. Ha ha ha, I'll kindly accept this space crystal. As soon as he appeared, he had already displayed incredible power. At this time, his purpose was very simple, and that was to steal the power of the space crystal. He couldn't beat Su Yan, so he naturally couldn't snatch it. Since that was the case, he would steal it. At this moment, Su Yan was also taken aback. He did not notice when this guy had arrived at this place. This was the first time that his spiritual sense didn't have any warning in advance. Emptiness hand. The man stretched out his palm, and an extremely strange power spread out at this time. This power directly passed through the space that Su Yan had just straightened out, and wanted to snatch the power of the space crystal in an instant. Get lost. Su Yan once again shouted these two words. A powerful force suppressed down again, wanting to kill this person directly. However, at this time, he laughed arrogantly. How can I, the son of Kong Kong, return empty-handed? If I do, won't the reputation of my Kong Kong sect be ruined? So what if you're strong? You still have to drink the water that I wash my feet with. At this time, his hand had already touched the space crystal. In his opinion, he was already the final victor. He admitted that Su Yan's strength was indeed extremely terrifying, but so what? In front of him, he was still defeated. However, at this time, his mood was indeed very good. That was a space crystal, and it was such a huge and pure space crystal. In fact, he had been wandering around this place for a long time because he found traces of the Void Worm Queen. However, he knew that he was no match for the Void Worm Queen, so he didn't make a move. Later on, when he saw that the Void Worm Queen was getting stronger and stronger, he already had the thought of leaving, but he didn't expect to encounter such a good thing today. Chapter 11:20. Female literature. The energy of this space crystal was too powerful. Even in his most prosperous era, he had never seen such a thing. He never thought that he would see it at this time. That great change in the world back then was simply too terrifying. The Kong Kong sect that he belonged to did not survive in the end. Those sects with a strong foundation, like the Buddhist sect, had the ability to open up their own small worlds and isolate that place from the 5 counties. That was why they were not affected by the disaster. But their Kong Kong sect did not. In fact, the most important thing for a sect to be able to open up a small world was the space crystal. Those sects had powerful space energy, so powerful that it could form a small world. Unfortunately, when their Kong Kong sect was still in existence, they tried their best to obtain such a treasure. But they did not succeed. In the end, the sect was annihilated. But, this was a miraculous fate. He never thought that after countless years, he would be able to see such a space crystal after he revived. The so-called Kong Kong sect was actually the penniless thief sect. It was a sect that developed the art of stealing to the extreme. The people of this sect came and went without a trace, and they had extremely powerful space talents. In that era, the existence of the penniless thief sect was also very famous. But that was a bad reputation. This group of people had madness in their bones. For example, the goal of others was to continuously become stronger, and then to reach a higher realm, so that they could achieve immortality. But they were different. Their goal was very simple, and that was to satisfy their cravings. How could they satisfy their cravings? It was very simple, and that was to steal. As long as they could steal what they wanted, it would be satisfying. Later on, their goal was difficult to achieve, and they would be more passionate about it. Back then, whether it was the righteous path or the demonic path, they did not like this sect. There was even a demon supremacy who personally wanted to destroy this sect. But unfortunately, the people of this sect were too cunning. In the end, that powerful demon supremacy did not even find the penniless thief sect's nest. It had to be said that this was the strength of their sect. If it were the other sovereigns, they would have been wiped out by the demon sovereign. However, it was a pity that such an interesting sect could not escape the punishment of the heavens and earth in the end. This also proved that no matter what, only one's own strength was the most reliable. If his strength was not enough, then when the great calamity arrived, he would eventually turn into ashes. Back then, he, the son of emptiness, should have died as well. It was his senior brothers who placed all their hopes on him. Then, they joined forces to use the success of time, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. That was the reason why he was able to live until today. Of course, it also had to be said that those senior brothers had entrusted him, the son of emptiness. Back then, Emptiness' ancestor had fallen in love with a woman from a powerful sect. However, that woman was simply too domineering. Even with Emptiness' ancestor's astonishing talent, he was no match for this woman. Back then, when he confessed to that woman, there was no need to say what happened to him. Other than being rejected, there was no other outcome. It really wasn't a big deal. Being rejected after confessing was a very normal thing in this world. However, it was definitely abnormal for something like this to happen to a super Chinibu like Emptiness' ancestor. This guy actually thought of a new goal, which was to steal. Of course, he was a thief and not a rapist, so naturally, he would not think of stealing this woman's heart. All he wanted was to steal this extremely powerful woman's underwear. It had to be said that in this world, the only person who could have such a suicidal thought was Ancestor Emptiness. Back then, his senior brothers and master had given Emptiness' ancestor a goal before they died, which was to fulfill his senior brother's wish. Back then, Emptiness' ancestor felt that his motivation to live was really shameful. If it weren't for the fact that his senior brothers were already dead, he would really want to flip the table. Of course, he was extremely satisfied to be able to obtain such a spatial crystal at this time. Just as he was about to take the space crystal away and use it as a resource for his cultivation, he suddenly realized something. He didn't know if the person who made his senior brother so angry was still alive, but no matter what, his strength was the most important. If he wasn't strong enough, then he wouldn't be able to steal what he wanted. Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to see the other party. Ha ha ha, silly boy, remember my name. I'm Emptiness' ancestor. Thank you for your hospitality today. He was extremely pleased with himself. After all, his power had already enveloped the space crystal. Perhaps in the next moment, he would be able to achieve his goal. But in the next moment, his expression froze. This was because he realized that he couldn't move at all. It was not known what method Su Yan had used, but he had actually managed to seal this power. His expression instantly became very ugly. Damn it. What kind of trick did you use? His timing was almost perfect. He clearly had this power in his hands, but he hadn't expected such an unforeseen event to occur at this time. At this time, Su Yan directly sneered, "If I really let you come and go as you please, then what face do I have left?" His power burst out at this time, and that powerful light began to directly shroud the area. Seal of the Four Directions, suppress. Su Yan's power burst out directly. Then, a world descended directly at this moment. Seal of the Four Directions. The treasure of the Stupa sect, the Seal of the Four Directions. The Seal of the Four Directions had been suppressed by Su Yan all this time, because he already knew that the Stupa sect definitely didn't have good intentions towards him. However, his strength had increased greatly recently, and even the power of the Stupa heart had started to fuse with his body. In this way, he was bold because of his skills. At this time, he started to blood bond with the Seal of the Four Directions again. The Seal of the Four Directions was indeed a treasure of the Stupa sect, but this didn't mean that Su Yan couldn't erase the Stupa sect's imprint directly and then infuse his consciousness into it. If he was just an ordinary person, he naturally wouldn't be able to do this. However, one shouldn't forget that his power was the power of the supremacy. The power of the supremacy was best at infiltrating and analyzing. That was the true power that defied the heavens. It was also because of this that Su Yan dared to blood bond with the Seal of the Four Directions. Of course, he didn't spend all his effort on it. Instead, he separated a small part of his consciousness and slowly infiltrated it. In this way, over time, the Seal of the Four Directions would be completely infiltrated by him. Of course, the Seal of the Four Directions was far from reaching this stage, but this didn't matter. This was because Su Yan's understanding of the power of space had increased again. He was already confident that he could control a part of the power of the Seal of the Four Directions. The Seal of the Four Directions was actually a prototype of a space world, and it was also a collection of spaces. However, the potential of this space was too small, and it couldn't develop into something like the stupa's secret territory. This was why the powerhouses of the stupa sect had sacrificed it and turned it into a seal. They could use it to suppress many tyrannical existences in this world. At this time, Su Yan had his own plans. The seal of the four directions was such a powerful treasure. It would be too much of a pity if he really did not use it. Since that was the case, he would make this power his own. Therefore, after he devoured and absorbed the power of space, he wanted to directly implant the remains of the space crystal. The value of this space crystal wasn't because of its power of space, but because of the space crystal itself. This space core was actually the core of the Void Worm Queen, and it was equivalent to a human's heart. If Su Yan could successfully implant this thing into the seal of the four directions, it would be equivalent to finding a heart for the seal of the four directions. At this point, the heart of the space crystal was actually Aya. Back then, Su Yan's consciousness had entered the seal of the four directions. He had a good relationship with the weapon spirit Aya and Gang. However, the current Su Yan would no longer be constrained by these things. After all, a weapon spirit was only a weapon spirit. His consciousness was not his own consciousness. Instead, it was just a strand of his master's will that was forcefully implanted into his body. Such an existence was actually a tragedy. Therefore, Su Yan wouldn't give up on his plan just because of some feelings in the past. At this time, Son of Kongkong's sudden counterattack was indeed beyond his expectations. He didn't expect this guy to be so brave. At the most critical moment, he directly made a counterattack. This guy was indeed difficult to deal with. He had concealed his aura to an extreme extent. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yan's powerful divine sense had discovered him right before he made his move, it was likely that he would have succeeded. However, it was a pity that before he could react, Su Yan had already made his move. Su Yan's power radiated out and activated the seal of the four directions. The seal of the four directions immediately formed a brand new space and imprisoned this power. In this way, that guy finally had no way to retreat. Son of Kongkong? Interesting. Since you dared to attack me, you should be prepared. The power of the seal of the four directions rolled and directly sucked him in. Chapter 1121. Female literature. Su Yan naturally wouldn't let this guy who was courting death go. In fact, after experiencing this battle, Su Yan had already seen that this guy's combat strength was actually not that strong. However, his control of his own aura and the power of space was terrifyingly strong. After all, up until now, there were not many people who could avoid his divine will so easily. Even a Tao master could not do it. When he fought with Fu Qing in the secret realm of the Pagoda sect, he was able to lock on to him in a very short time. Su Yan's divine thoughts were extremely strong, but he could not find him this time. This could only mean that this son of Kongkong's control of his own aura had completely surpassed the level of a Tao master. Although this sounded unbelievable, he was an anomaly himself, and his strength was extremely strong and terrifying. Therefore, it was not strange to meet another anomaly at this time. Son of Kongkong exclaimed, "No, let me go, and we can still be friends. Otherwise, I will steal all your belongings. I'm warning you, I'm serious." Even at this time, he was still threatening Su Yan. This made Su Yan's eyebrows twitch. This guy was really a role model in courting death. However, this was no longer important. The power of the square seal swept over, and he was finally completely suppressed. And this was only the beginning. Su Yan displayed his power again. This time, his powerful aura completely swallowed the space crystal. Of course, he did not refine and absorb it directly. Son of Kongkong's behavior just now was a direct slap to his face. He was indeed too arrogant before. These few times, he had not lost every time he attacked. It seemed that this had already made his heart a little different and changed. Continuous victories would undoubtedly make one more undefeatable, but it would also easily make one arrogant and conceited. Su Yan had always been very strict with himself. He clearly knew what kind of person he wanted to be and how he wanted people to control him. After he collected the space crystal, Su Yan directly landed below. Su Yan, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would already be dead. The elder thanked Su Yan. This was the second time that Su Yan had saved his life. Su Yan smiled and said, Elder Feng, you don't have to be so polite. I, Su Yan, am also a member of the Taihang sword faction. This is what I should do. However, Elder Feng, I'm sure you already know that the 5 counties are very different from before. The spiritual qi here has awakened, and the danger level has greatly increased. The elder wryly smiled and said, yes, I already knew about this, so the moment I found out, I wrote a letter and used a secret method to pass this information to the sect. Perhaps it won't be long before the sect can respond. Su Yan nodded. The 5 counties and the continent of the 9 provinces had always been connected. However, because the 5 counties were sealed, the true experts wouldn't enter this continent. Therefore, this connection didn't seem to be very important. Even so, the various sects still made many arrangements in this place. For example, the Taihang sword faction had already occupied a mine on this continent. The other 10 sects were more or less the same. Now, the 5 counties were recovering. More importantly, it was impossible for the natives of the 5 counties to increase their strength in such a short period of time. Therefore, this was an excellent opportunity. It should be known that the 10 sects had already formed a relatively stable situation in the continent of the 9 provinces. They had already divided up all the territories. Of course, after the huge change in the boundless demon sect, the continent of the 9 provinces was once again in turmoil. They started to fight for territory. However, compared to the revival of the 5 counties, this was not worth mentioning. The revival of the 5 counties was very meaningful to them. If they could gain the upper hand here, it would be a huge boost to the strength of the sections. Since the Taihang sword faction could receive the news, the other sects would definitely be able to as well. At this time, a new round of fighting was about to begin. Su Yan naturally understood all of this in his heart. He also knew that he was unable to stop such a thing. Of course, he had never thought of stopping it. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the fundamental law of the world. For the 5 counties, the arrival of the people of the 9 provinces would be a heavier burden. However, there was no other way. After all, the strength of the people of the 9 provinces wasn't enough. If the strength of the people of the 9 provinces had reached a certain level, there would be no need to worry about this. However, this time, the people of the 9 provinces should be mentally prepared. After all, the natives of the 5 counties couldn't become strong in a short time. However, those who had awakened from the ancient times weren't easy to deal with. When that time came, there would be another round of fighting. However, fighting had always been the law of the world. If one day, the fighting stopped, that would be really abnormal. Even when Su Yan was on Earth, which was known as the most civilized era, the fighting never stopped. Let alone in a world like this. Don't worry, I know. I've already told the sect master about the situation here. Therefore, the one who will come to the 5 counties this time is probably Xue Xingchuan. At this time, Xue Xingchuan was already the most powerful person in the Taihang sword faction, second only to the sect master. His strength was so strong that he could drown out all other voices. Moreover, he had shown extremely terrifying results in several battles. Moreover, during the fights in the 9 provinces, he had repeatedly taken action. Needless to say, the Wind sect, the Scorching Flames sect and the Taihang sword faction had a good relationship with each other. Even the Royal sect, which was far away on the other side of the continent, had heard of his name. In fact, Su Yan had already guessed that he would come because he was the only Dao sovereign in the Taihang sword faction who could move around freely. Sect Master Zhang Zai's strength was also extremely terrifying, even more powerful than Xue Xingchuan. However, he was still the sect master and needed to stay in the sect. It was impossible for him to come to the 5 counties. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Since it was that person who came, Su Yan naturally had nothing to worry about. Although Su Yan's strength had greatly increased and he was confident that he could fight with Xue Xingchuan. However, he didn't have enough confidence to defeat Xue Xingchuan. After all, he hadn't seen Xue Xingchuan fight for a long time. He was indeed growing rapidly. However, Xue Xingchuan definitely wouldn't stay in the same place. Xue Xingchuan was a truly powerful person who could be called a shocking talent. There was no need to doubt his terrifying strength. In fact, when they met last time, Su Yan already felt that Xue Xingchuan's strength had increased again. It was just that they hadn't fought yet. Okay, when Xue Xingchuan comes, let me know. I'll give you my communication mark again. Remember, don't be careless in the future. If there's a problem, contact me immediately. Su Yan solemnly warned. This time, he was really lucky. If Su Yan did not have a sudden impulse to come here to take a look, then they would definitely be dead today. However, this actually had a lot to do with himself. This elder of the Feng family was overconfident in his strength at the beginning. He also wanted to save his face, so he didn't immediately send the message to Su Yan. Later, when he really wanted to send the message, it was already too late. At this point, it was already too late. The void worm was extremely sensitive to danger. The moment Luo Yunyang took out the talisman, the void worm had already sensed it. Therefore, it immediately used a secret spatial technique to destroy the talisman. The Feng family elder was ashamed. This time, it was really a mistake on his part. It was also because of this mistake that so many people had lost their lives. Although he was already a high and mighty venerable, he wasn't like the demonic path, who treated human lives like grass. In fact, he didn't choose to leave alone at the beginning. Instead, he stayed behind to protect the absentee workers. It could be seen that he wasn't a person without emotions. It was also because of this that Su Yan was willing to help him. After Su Yan dealt with these matters, he didn't talk to him anymore. He entered the mining area again and scanned it with his powerful divine sense. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities in this place, he finally left. Now, he wanted to return to the Heaven and Earth organization to completely absorb the power of this interspatial crystal. The Heaven and Earth organization had an aureole. Even today, when the world was changing, it definitely wouldn't be easy to defeat the aureole. With the aureole's protection, Su Yan could truly cultivate in peace. Not long after Su Yan left, an inconspicuous absentee worker suddenly made a strange sound. Woo, it's dead, it's dead. This sound was like the chirping of an insect, but it was definitely not a sound that a human should have. It was also at this moment that a cold hiss was heard. The sound didn't come from his mouth, but from his abdomen. If Su Yan was in front of him, he would be able to see that there was a young insect in this human's abdomen. That insect was the size of a mantis, but it had an extremely terrifying aura. More importantly, it was clearly in this person's abdomen at this time, but it seemed to have drifted away from the space he was in. That was spatial power. Chapter 1122. Female literature. Su Yan didn't know about this because he had already left at this time. Su Yan's divine telekinesis was indeed powerful. He carefully checked all the places and all the spatial fluctuations, and found a few strange places. Those were the eggs left behind by the void worm queen. Such a void monster treasured its life very much. Therefore, no matter what, he would always leave some eggs behind in case of emergency. Although the eggs would consume its life force, it was not a huge amount. Generally speaking, other than the eggs that it needed to use as labor, the rest would not be hatched. In the end, it would eat them to replenish its energy. However, once it was in danger, it could transfer its life essence to its offspring through a unique method. Even if its original body was dead, it was still alive. The void creature was indeed cunning. From the very beginning, he had guessed that Su Yan would not let him go. After all, he had already seen Su Yan's means. Therefore, it made a drastic decision and hid one of its eggs in a human's body. As for the other eggs, they were all discovered by Su Yan and were taken away by Su Yan. This was because even if it was just an egg, it still contained extremely powerful energy. If it could be swallowed by the larva, its growth speed would increase a lot. However, there was nothing it could do. After all, if it could not survive, everything would be in vain. However, it was fortunate that it survived in the end. As long as it was still alive, everything would be fine. Su Yan, Su Yan. At this time, it had firmly remembered Su Yan's name in its heart. However, he soon let out a smug laugh. Although each of the void beasts was powerful, almost all of them acted according to their instincts. Very few void beasts could be born with superior intelligence, just like the Void Worm Queen. The Void Worm Queen was the same. Its life-saving means were only its instincts, but it did not know how to think. Therefore, it was used by Su Yan to lure it out. In fact, it was also a coincidence that he managed to escape into this human's body. At that time, it felt that it had nowhere else to go, so it went straight to the human that attracted it the most. Although it was just a larva, it still had the powerful law of the all-night space, and it was also split from the mother insect. How could an ordinary worker defend against it? However, when he entered the human's body, he immediately underwent a new change. His insect body directly implanted into the human body, and then began to closely integrate with the human body. To him, this human was naturally extremely weak. But it didn't matter, because at this time, he was still a child. As long as the human body was properly trained, it could also become extremely powerful. Su Yan had already proven this point. Moreover, back then, he had also been hurt by the words of a human. Towards humans, he was already extremely fearful to the point of no return. Furthermore, to his pleasant surprise, he discovered that he seemed to have evolved after combining with a human. In the past, he would not feel happy at all. Only the satisfaction of finding prey was a kind of instinct. But now, he understood the true meaning of joy. At the same time, he also understood other emotions, such as anger and hatred. Gradually, he began to accept his new identity. He was no longer a void beast, nor was he a human. He was a completely new individual and life form. Su Yan. His words were somewhat stuttering and dry, but this did not stop him from expressing his anger. At this time, he had already made up his mind to become even stronger. He had this opportunity. Although the void crystal was taken away by Su Yan, his essence still existed. He was a powerful void beast. Although he had now combined with a human, he could still feel the power of the void. At the same time, he began to possess human wisdom. Time. As long as he was given time, he could directly improve himself to an absolutely powerful level in a short time. Su Yan, and that damned human who lured him here a long time ago and almost killed him, they all had to die. At this time, Su Yan had already returned to the Heaven and Earth Organization. At this time, the Heaven and Earth Organization was naturally safe and sound under the protection of the Oriole. Moreover, the Heaven and Earth Organization had already opened up to the surroundings, allowing people from the nearby sects to enter the range of the Heaven and Earth Organization's Great Formation. This was to better improve the strength of the human race. They knew very well that only by improving their overall strength would they have more confidence in doing certain things, such as becoming the masters of the 5 counties again. The heavenly Tao was actually fair. Although their current realm was not high, these people had all improved their cultivation in that difficult illusion. When there was enough spirit chi, most people's cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast. Their cultivation speed was simply inconceivable in the past. But in fact, this was also inevitable. This was the so-called lifting heavy things as if they were light. They had adapted to cultivating in a difficult environment. In an environment where spirit chi was thin, their cultivation could also reach this level, which made their foundation stronger. At this time, their era had arrived. The spirit chi was rich, so the speed at which they devoured spirit chi was naturally extremely fast. As a result, their realm was also extremely fast like a rocket. If this continued, it would not take long for their overall strength to increase by a level. Those guys who had just awakened from the ancient times had actually seen this point. Therefore, at the very beginning, they directly took action, wanting to directly harvest the top sects of the 5 counties. This way, the biggest threat to them would be eliminated. Unfortunately, people were always inferior to the heavens. These few days were the will of the heavens, so it was something that could not be stopped. When they were carrying out their plan, Su Yan directly appeared. In addition to Su Yan, many powerhouses appeared in other places to protect the human race at this time. They had become the guardians of the human race. The appearance of these powerhouses immediately ruined the ancient sect's plan. Time flew, and in a flash, 3 months had passed. These 3 months could be considered as the darkest 3 months in the 5 prefectures. No one knew how many people had died in these 3 months. However, there were also many people who had undergone nirvana in these 3 months. Their strength had increased by a large realm. Originally, there were not many people in this continent who could reach the dragon realm. But now, experts in the dragon realm were appearing one after another. Among them, there were many powerful geniuses who had even reached the late stage of the dragon realm. If this was in the past, this would definitely be an unbelievable process. But at this time, these powerhouses appeared one after another. At this time, experts from the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Leitang sect also appeared. Among them, the most outstanding was a disciple of the Leitang sect. His name was Zhang Daqian. Before this, his cultivation had always been average, and could only be considered to be in the middle. But one day, his strength suddenly increased, and the speed of his cultivation was simply shocking. At this time, his realm had even surpassed Lei Wanjun of the Leitang sect. One had to know that Lei Wanjun was already at the peak of the square sphere realm. After the spirit energy tide, his strength directly increased rapidly. However, Zhang Daqian's speed of improvement had indeed surpassed his. Of course, Lei Wanjun was not surprised by all this. Instead, he was extremely surprised. He deeply understood that it was a good thing for the rising stars to continue to appear. If the rising stars could not stand out and had to rely on an old man like him, that would be a tragedy. Of course, in addition to Zhang Daqian, the Leitang sect also had a large number of powerful juniors who had improved. The Heaven and Earth Organization was also not bad. There were already 12 people who had reached the dragon realm. Although there were top experts like the Leitang sect, the number of people in the dragon realm exceeded them. The Heaven and Earth Organization's sect leader, Yun Wanqing, had also reached the peak of the dragon realm. If one could break through the peak of the dragon realm, they would be honorable. Such a cultivation speed was simply astonishing. Of course, the spirit energy had started to erupt all of a sudden. Yes, it was because the people here had accumulated a lot of energy. But in reality, it was also because of fate. The recovery of the continent of the 5 counties was destined to be plagued with disasters. There was even the danger of being directly destroyed. Therefore, the continent naturally wanted to save itself. The way the continent saved itself was actually very simple. That was to increase the number of talents here and produce more geniuses and experts. Of course, this was a matter of fate. Only the real super experts could know about this. This was already a matter that involved the origin. Even the level of Tao Master was too shallow for such a thing. They were not qualified to know about it. At this time, Su Yan was refining the void crystal with all his strength. The void crystal was no small matter. When Su Yan imprisoned it previously, he had already spent a lot of energy. When his aura was fully released, it was simply unimaginably powerful. Even if there was a large formation to suppress it, if it was not handled well, the power would spread directly, and then it would cause extremely terrible consequences. The Heaven and Earth Organization would probably be the first victim. Such a violent power would directly devour these spaces. The changes in space were simply endless. Once the void gate was opened, the spatial gate would be directly swallowed up. That was an extremely terrifying thing. The entire Heaven and Earth Organization would be directly banished into the void. Chapter 1123. Girls' literature. However, Su Yan would never let such a thing happen. At this time, he had made extremely comprehensive preparations. The violent aura was completely set up at this moment, forming a fault in the surrounding area. The existence of this fault was to isolate Su Yan. If such a situation really happened, it would only banish him. Of course, this was only an absolute defense. Unless the opponent was a sovereign with absolutely terrifying power, it would be difficult to break this aura. At this time, Su Yan's aura was growing stronger and stronger. His demonic shadow appeared again at this time. Of course, this demonic shadow was not as huge as before. It now had a feeling of returning to its original state. This demonic shadow was inextricably linked to Su Yan. Although it could not be said that this demonic shadow was Su Yan's incarnation, in fact, it was almost the same. It could even be said that this was another version of himself. Of course, that was a completely different version of himself from Su Yan. However, this was an extremely complicated relationship. Even Su Yan himself might not be able to explain it clearly. Moreover, the most important thing for him at this time was to improve his strength to the extreme. He hoped that he could become a Dao master in the shortest time possible. A real Dao master. Su Yan now had the strength to defeat a Dao master. If he could become a real Dao master, his strength would become even more terrifying. However, this was destined to be an extremely long process. After all, Su Yan was only a 3-origin venerable at this time. Now, he had reached an extremely abnormal level. He could only increase his strength by 1 origin by condensing a Dao law. This made his cultivation even more difficult. At this time, Su Yan began to condense his consciousness and strength. As all his strength was condensed, Su Yan's aura had reached an unimaginable level. Then, the terrifying will gathered directly at the center. When all the power was condensed to a point, the demonic shadow suddenly opened up and was about to swallow the entire void crystal. His actions were simply insane. At this time, the space changed rapidly. Spatial ripples had even appeared around Su Yan. However, Su Yan didn't care at all because he had already expected such a thing to happen from the very beginning. This was inevitable. After all, it was a void crystal. At this moment, Su Yan took out the square seal again. The square seal was a small spatial prototype. Now, Su Yan wanted to embed the void crystal within it and use this process to devour the powerful energy. This was his plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, as soon as the square seal appeared, the son of emptiness began to roar, "Let me out! Hey, I won't steal from your family anymore. Let me out!" His words were still so clumsy, but this guy was also a calm person. His life and death were already uncertain, but at this time, he still wasn't so calm and didn't look anxious at all. Su Yan didn't care at all. At this moment, an extremely heavy aura suddenly appeared in the space, but it turned out that a huge black tortoise had appeared in the square seal. The black tortoise moved step by step, looking incomparably slow. However, it only moved 3 steps and was already in front of the son of emptiness. Then, its huge body began to suppress him. The son of emptiness was shocked. He clearly knew that if he was suppressed by such a power, it would be a huge injury. Even if he didn't die, he would end up with a broken bone. Therefore, he immediately activated his escape technique, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. It had to be said that his strength was indeed not bad. In just a short while, he had already moved himself to another place. However, before he had time to be proud, a huge figure had already suppressed him. That was the black tortoise. This damn old tortoise, how could he be in front of me? At this moment, he was truly bewildered. He knew very well that the space here was not restricted. In the previous moment, he had indeed moved his body horizontally. However, at that moment, the black tortoise still appeared above his head. It felt as if the black tortoise already knew that he would appear here from the beginning and was 1 step ahead of him to suppress him. How could he be willing to give up? He once again used his powerful escape technique. However, the outcome was the same this time. He used it 9 times in a row. In such a short period of time, he was able to tear the space 9 times, which was very powerful. Perhaps even Su Yan would find it difficult to do so. This showed that this person's spatial power was really terrifying. Su Yan suppressed him here but didn't kill him directly. In fact, he had the intention of learning from him. Although this guy had launched a sneak attack at the beginning to steal Su Yan's fruit, he didn't have the intention to kill Su Yan directly. It seemed that he had some kindness in his heart and didn't want to really kill someone. It was also because of this that Su Yan still spared his life at this moment. If he had already intended to kill Su Yan when he attacked, then Su Yan naturally wouldn't have let him go. At this time, the black tortoise had already arrived above his head. Son of Kong Kong cried out in grief. He knew that he couldn't avoid it no matter what. However, since he couldn't avoid it, he couldn't be bothered to. He just had to face this attack head-on. At this moment, his power surged out and a ray of light shrouded his body directly. At this moment, his power was so terrifying that everything started to spread. However, even in the end, he didn't feel any pain. Just as he was feeling bewildered, he suddenly realized that the huge tortoise had changed. At this time, the huge black tortoise had turned into a giggling tortoise. At this moment, the tortoise was actually lying on his head and spreading its limbs as if it was about to fall asleep. "Hey, you old tortoise, what are you doing? If you want to sleep, go somewhere else. Don't lie on my head. Don't." At this moment, he began to shout at the top of his lungs. "Do you know that this is really ugly?" At this moment, he seemed to have suffered the cruelest thing in the world. Hey, let's talk nicely. I'll agree to whatever you want me to do. Don't let this tortoise lie on my head. It's really ugly." At this moment, he was no longer able to use his power. The tortoise didn't just climb on his head to bask in the sun. There was also an extremely powerful and terrifying power that directly suppressed him. However, at this time, Su Yan was helpless. At the beginning, he was still thinking about how to make this person speak and tell him the information he wanted to know. However, it seemed that this kind of thing wasn't that difficult. This guy was too spineless. How could he be dealt with so easily? Of course, the most important thing at this time was the void crystal. Su Yan didn't have the time to deal with this Chinibu. The appearance of the square seal directly froze the surrounding void. Only then did Su Yan feel at ease and began to devour the power. When he began to link his power with the four-way seal, it was both a form of tempering for himself and the four-way seal. This was killing two birds with one stone, a two-pronged approach. However, it was actually extremely difficult to achieve this. Without great strength, it was simply impossible to achieve this. After all, rashly touching it without strength was like stepping into a minefield. It was an act of courting death. Since Su Yan dared to do this, it meant that he had enough confidence. At this moment, the terrifying shadow was constantly swaying at this moment, and all the power began to be devoured and refined. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was also constantly increasing at this moment. At this moment, Son of Kong Kong looked at Su Yan at this moment and was simply stunned. This guy, he's only a 3 essences supremacy. Son of Kong Kong was originally not a Dao master. However, because of his special control of space and the uniqueness of his sex cultivation technique, he was not afraid even when facing a Dao master. After all, the goal of his ancestral master was to steal the underwear of an extremely terrifying existence. As his disciple, if he couldn't escape in front of a Dao master, it was really inexcusable. However, he never thought that Su Yan was not a Dao master. Instead, Su Yan was a 3 essences Dao master. In terms of realm, he was much lower than a 3 essences Dao master. This could be said to be an extremely terrifying thing. Such a person was already a heaven's pride. Even in their original era, there were not many people who could reach this level. However, Su Yan did it. Son of Kong Kong was really unlucky. He had just come back to life and encountered such a terrifying existence. With such terrifying power, if he grew up in the future, it would be terrible. At that time, there were also such terrifying freaks. Although Son of Kong Kong was also given such a title, he never thought so. This was because he actually had a clear understanding of himself. He was actually not weak in strength, but he was not good at fighting. Therefore, he never thought of himself as a freak. Of course, he also knew that such a freak was actually more terrifying than a normal Dao master. When such a freak became a true Dao master, his strength would be even more terrifying and Unparalleled. Chapter 1124. Female literature, really why do I have to meet such a freak? Looks like there's no hope for revenge. After all, not everyone is as thick-skinned as my ancestral master. He sighed helplessly. He didn't know why, but he suddenly remembered the terrible dark history of his ancestor back in the day. Legend had it that after his ancestral master had made a grand wish, he had taken action several times. Unfortunately, each of his actions had ended in failure. Furthermore, he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood each time. Although he had never met his ancestral master, he knew that he must have been miserable. Just thinking about it makes my liver ache. It's so tiring. Why are the ancestral teachings of our sect so funny? I definitely won't court death like the ancestral master. As for this pervert, he won't really kill me, right? Or does he have some kind of special bad fetish? So the question is, if he really does have one, how should I choose between my life and my moral integrity? My liver hurts so much. If Su Yan knew what this guy was thinking at this moment, he would probably explode. How could there be such an amusing person in this world? No, that was no longer something that could be described with the word amusing. That was someone who had no moral integrity at all. Su Yan's aura was rising bit by bit. He was already preparing to break through to the four-origin realm. He would never forget that in this world, having great strength was the most important thing. If he didn't have great strength, then everything would be in vain. His aura was sometimes as vigorous as fire, as if it was going to melt the space around him. Other times, it was as cold as ice, as if it could seal everything in ice. As his power fluctuated, his aura became purer. And the power of space also directly integrated into his body during this change. At the moment, Su Yan's accumulation was too strong. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to increase his cultivation base at every level. As he continued to devour the power of space and the space core started to fuse with the square seal, a huge amount of energy condensed in his body once again. If all this energy was converted, who knew how terrifyingly powerful it would be? If it was an ordinary venerable, it would have been enough to push their cultivation base to another level. However, all this didn't seem to change Su Yan at all. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. The terrifying power had already formed an extremely violent majesty. If it wasn't for the fact that he had sealed this space, his powerful might would have been released. It was likely that everyone in the Heavenly Clouds sect would have been suppressed by this frightening power. At this moment, Yun Wanqing, Lei Wanjun, and a group of Dragon Realm powerhouses gathered in the Heaven and Earth organization. Today was an extremely important day, because the people from the Buddhist sect were coming. Wanqing, the people from the Buddhist sect are coming. Do we need to make any preparations? Lei Wanjun asked. Lei Wanjun's cultivation base had broken through again, increasing his lifespan by a lot. He looked even younger now. Before Yun Wanqing could speak, Zhang Daqian spoke first. Master, you're too nervous. Isn't it just the Buddhist sect? Right now, we have the protection of the formation and the sacred beasts. Even if the Buddhist sect comes, what can they do? This is no longer their era. Those who have already decayed are vainly trying to return at this time. This is already a joke. Moreover, they are the ones who need our help now. Therefore, there is no need to make any more preparations. Zhang Daqian was a tall young man with the warmth of the sun. Right now, among the disciples of the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heaven and Earth organization, he was fully deserving of the title of number 1. He was at Dragon Realm level 8 and was about to reach Dragon Realm level 9. This cultivation base was enough to make him proud. Originally, he didn't brag because his cultivation base back then wasn't that outstanding. However, after entering, his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had also cultivated the Sex Thunder technique to a new height. Even Lei Wanjun himself might not be a match for him at this point. His words were filled with extreme confidence, as if there was no one in the world who was more powerful than him. Lei Wanjun frowned when he heard his words and said, Daqian, don't talk nonsense. Lei Wanjun naturally doted on such a disciple. However, at this time, Yun Wanqing was in charge. Zhang Daqian's words were like a declaration of war. Zhang Deqian seemed to realize that he had spoken too quickly, so he apologized to Yun Wanqing. Sect Master Yun, I was a little agitated. I'm sorry. When he spoke to Yun Wanqing, he tried to make his voice low and gentle. Yun Wanqing was a beautiful woman. In everyone's heart, there was only one word that could match her: perfection. For such a beautiful woman, who wouldn't want to hold her in their arms and love her dearly? At the very least, Zhang Deqian had such a fantasy in his heart. However, he clearly knew that Yun Wanqing was Su Yan's woman. In the entire Heaven and Earth organization and Leitang sect, everyone knew who Su Yan was. In everyone's heart, Su Yan was a god. The powerful spirit-gathering formation of the Heaven and Earth organization was created by Su Yan. The terrifying guardian saint beast of the Heaven and Earth organization was Su Yan's monster beast. In the past, it was also Su Yan who saved the Leitang sect from the crisis of destruction. He was like a god, simply omnipotent. Even if Zhang Deqian's strength improved rapidly, he wasn't so stupid to compete with a godlike existence for a woman. Therefore, he could only suppress this admiration in his heart. Of course, in the two sects, there were many disciples who had the same thoughts as him. After all, a perfect woman would always move a man's heart. Yun Wanqing didn't seem to notice the admiration in Zhang Deqian's eyes. She just said calmly, "Old Lei, Zhang Deqian is right. We don't have to be on guard. We just need to perform the most basic etiquette. The place for the stupa sect to stay has already been vacated. However, remember to restrain the disciples. Although our disciples' strength has improved by leaps and bounds, we are still no match for the disciples of ancient sects like the stupa sect. There are many things we need their help with." Yun Wanqing had already displayed the boldness that a sect master should have. She was truly unfazed by favor and humiliation. She didn't panic at all. No one could say anything bad about her arrangements and handling of the situation. While everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly rang out. "MOE of the Stupa sect has arrived with the disciples of the Stupa sect. We hope that the sect master will not hesitate to meet us." This shout had already displayed MOE's powerful strength. MOE was currently at the Venerable Realm. His aura was so deep that Lei Wanjuan's expression changed when he heard it. His strength had improved, but compared to a Venerable Realm expert, he was still a far cry. "Pass down the order. Tell him to wait outside the array formation. We will be there soon," Yun Wanqing ordered immediately. Outside the stupa sect's array formation, Yi Xingxing's expression was a little ugly. The last time he had been here, he had been extremely arrogant. His strength had been enough to crush everything here. Even the great protective mountain array had seemed inadequate in front of him. He had been so awe-inspiring back then. However, it was also in this place that he had suffered the greatest humiliation in his life. That man had left an incomparably deep impression on him. This memory was something he would never forget for the rest of his life unless he could kill Su Yan. However, could he really do that? That was a powerhouse that even great elder Fu Qing couldn't deal with. Yi Xingxing's strength wasn't weak, but compared to Su Yan, he was still a far cry. Su Yan was like an undefeatable monster that would always exist in his heart. MOE's message had been delivered, but the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth organization did not come out personally. He only sent someone to ask them to wait for a while. This made MOE's expression turn ugly. Although he had spent a long time in the secret realm, the stupa sect had once been so glorious. Not to mention a venerable realm existence like him, even a mere disciple of the square circle state would be treated as a distinguished guest in other sections. But now? A small Heaven and Earth organization was asking him to wait outside the array formation. MOE's temper was actually very bad. Fu Qing knew this very well. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that many of the other elders of the stupa sect were fighting in the outer realm and had not all returned, Fu Qing would not have asked MOE to come. However, MOE was the last choice. After all, his cultivation was there for all to see. Yi Xingxing said, "Elder, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization seem a little too rude, don't they?" Yi Xingxing was also a proud and arrogant person. He was really unhappy to be treated so coldly. However, at this time, the elder smiled coldly and said, "Shut up." Moe didn't like Yi Xingxing at this time. Although he was impulsive, he wasn't stupid. After all, this guy was the one who angered Su Yan and showed off his power in the Stupa sect. This person really didn't know the severity of the situation. Great Elder Fu had told him to treat Yi Xingxing with respect, but he actually did such a thing when he saw the sect leader's beauty. If it weren't for this special period, Yi Xingxing would have been sent to the outer realm to hunt void creatures. In fact, strictly speaking, he was also implicated by this idiot. If it weren't for this guy, he wouldn't be in this situation. How could the Heaven and Earth organization be nice to him when he went overboard last time? After all, the Heaven and Earth organization was not a pushover now. At this time, the Great Array was slowly activated. After the Great Array was activated, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization finally appeared in front of them. Chapter 1125. Female Literature. The first person that caught Mo Yi's attention was none other than Yun Wanqing. She was simply too outstanding. The moment she appeared, the entire world seemed to have lost its color. A cool breeze blew past and her hair swayed gently, making her look like a fairy in the wind. No wonder little Yi was so moved. At this moment, he finally understood why Yi Xingkong had been so impulsive. In fact, if he had been in Yi Xingkong's shoes, he might have done the same at little Ye's age. She was a beautiful woman. She had a kind of spirituality that women who had been hiding in sect's secret realms lacked. It was a kind of indescribable beauty that was destined to be extremely attractive. Yun Wanqing of the Heaven and Earth Organization welcomes Elder Mo to our Heaven and Earth Organization. Her red lips parted slightly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. She didn't show the slightest bit of respect even though the other party was a supremacy. At this moment, Moe didn't dare to be careless. In fact, although he was angry, he knew very well that many times, the status of a conversation between two people didn't depend on one's strength, but on one's background. This woman was an extremely outstanding woman. Being able to reach the pinnacle of the dragon realm at her age was already very impressive. Even in the pagoda sect, there were only a dozen or so outstanding geniuses who were stronger than her. Furthermore, he knew very well that the two of them had different starting points. As time passed, this woman would most likely surpass him. This was because there was an extremely powerful man behind her, and that was Su Yan. Back then, he had seen the entire exchange between Su Yan and Great Elder Fu Qing. Great Elder Fu Qing held Su Yan in high esteem and had even said that Su Yan wasn't inferior to the number one genius of the pagoda sect, Yi Kongxing. Yi Kongxing was Yi Xingxing's elder brother. This was also the reason why Yi Xingxing remained unscathed despite committing such a grave mistake. The sect didn't even punish him at all. Yi Kongxing was the pride of the entire Futu sect. He was even hailed as a newcomer who could be compared with the two top existences, Jiao Shao and Futu sect. Unfortunately, when Su Yan arrived, he was in the midst of hunting down a powerful void beast in the hollow to prepare for his breakthrough to the Dao Master realm. Otherwise, he would have been able to watch a good show. However, since it was Fu Qing's evaluation, it naturally wouldn't be wrong. Therefore, Moe was naturally polite to Yun Wanqing. He first exchanged some pleasantries, then said, "Sect Master Yun, my sect's Yi Xingxian has offended you in the past few days. It is truly my sect's fault for not disciplining him well. This is a small token of appreciation from my sect to Sect Master. I hope Sect Master will not take it to heart." Yun Wanqing took the thing in her hand. It was a few pieces of extremely beautiful feathers. Each piece of feather shone with incomparably soft brilliance, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Of course, if it was only beautiful, the Futu sect would not be able to show it off. When Yun Wanqing touched it, she actually felt a cool breeze brushing her fingers. This is... Yun Wanqing did not recognize this item, but she could feel its preciousness. This is the feather of the phoenix. The phoenix is one of the most powerful demonic beasts in the world. Legend has it that a great saint of the demon clan cultivated from the phoenix. A senior of my sect obtained the feather of the phoenix by chance. This feather is not only beautiful and noble, but it also has an extremely powerful force sealed in it. It can withstand a blow from an ordinary Tao master. Moreover, if you carry it with you, you will have the opportunity to comprehend the law of wind. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was moved. Ignoring everything else, just the origin of the feather was already extremely shocking. It was actually the legendary phoenix. Just as he said, the phoenix was the noblest demonic beast. Even the oriole could not compare to the phoenix in terms of the strength of its bloodline. The phoenix was the real emperor among the demonic beasts. The power sealed in this feather was even more terrifying. It could withstand a blow from a Tao master. What a terrifying defense. Of course, the last and most important point was to comprehend the law of wind. The origin of the law was the cornerstone of a venerable's cultivation. To a large extent, the ability to obtain a powerful origin of the law determined the strength of a venerable. After all, there was no one in the world who was as abnormal as Su Yan. If Yun Wanqing could step into the venerable realm, this feather would bring her great benefits. Such a gift was not small. Yun Wanqing slowly accepted it, neither servile nor overbearing. In that case, Wanqing will accept it. Thank you for your generous gift, Futu. Her actions were all so natural. This treasure was naturally precious, but it didn't cause her to lose her composure at all. The more she behaved like this, the more Moe did not dare to underestimate this woman. Please come in. The cooperation between your sect and my sect depends on you, Elder Mo, she said politely. However, Moe actually had some reservations about entering the Heaven and Earth organization. Of course, this was not for any other reason. It was purely a psychological crisis. This was because the Heaven and Earth organization made him feel threatened. If it was in the past, a dignified venerable would certainly not feel this way. At that time, in his opinion, where could he not go in a place like the 5 counties? However, at this time, he no longer dared to have such thoughts. This was because the strength displayed by Su Yan was too terrifying. As for the Heavenly Cloud sect, it was the headquarters that he had created. Its strength was similarly extremely great. Not to mention the terrifying existence of the oriole, just this formation alone was enough to bury him. There was an ancient saying that a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. A cultivator like him was even more afraid of dangerous places. This had almost become an instinct. Therefore, subconsciously, he did not want to enter this place. However, now that he had to negotiate with the Heaven and Earth organization, he could not enter this place. Therefore, he braced himself and went in. At this time, the scene inside the Heaven and Earth organization was directly displayed in front of them. This time, they were only here for a preliminary discussion. Naturally, they would not allow the other disciples of the Stupa sect to come. However, there were still a few outstanding people who came. Originally, their cultivation levels were all in the dragon realm. They were powerful enough to do whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, the dark times of the 5 counties had already passed. The Heavenly Clouds sect had the existence of such a great formation and already had a dragon realm expert. When they entered the Heaven and Earth organization, they secretly sized up the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization and the Sound of Thunder sect. At the same time, the disciples of the 2 sects were also sizing them up. If it was in the past, these disciples would naturally be incomparably respectful of the terrifying existence of the dragon realm. They would even be submissive, as if they were looking at gods. However, this was not the case now. In these few months, what had changed was not only their cultivation levels, but also their perception. At this time, there were already dragon realm experts around them. Because of this, their hearts were naturally firm. If they could not see hope, then their hearts would naturally feel despair. Those high and mighty existences only made them feel that they were so weak. Perhaps, even if they worked hard for a lifetime, they would not be able to reach that level. However, it was different now. Now, the people around them had reached that level. These were the people they interacted with day and night. Now, their strength was rapidly increasing. Their cultivation levels were also constantly increasing. Although their strength was still not enough, their own strength was increasing. The people around them had also reached this level. Then, why couldn't they reach that level? It was also because of this that when facing Dragon Realm fighters, they were naturally neither servile nor overbearing. Some of the more bad-tempered ones even showed an extremely strong side at this time and took the initiative to provoke them. There was a disciple behind Moe. He was also a Dragon Realm fighter. His strength was only slightly weaker than Yishinkong's. At this time, he happened to see the provocative gaze of a Leitang sect disciple. The Leitang sect did not have a good impression of the Pagoda sect. After all, Yishinkong had directly injured Lei Wanjun. Although many of the disciples' cultivation levels had increased at this time, some were like Zhang Daqian who had caught up later. However, the Leitang sect had always been their sect master and had always protected them. Naturally, they were also extremely respectful towards Lei Wanjun. How could they be friendly to someone who had injured Lei Wanjun? While Moe and Yun Wanqing were exchanging greetings, the Leitang sect disciple directly provoked them by giving them the middle finger. How could the proud and arrogant Moe tolerate such provocation? What do you mean by this? The disciple was called Jing Xingming. He directly looked at the provocative Leitang sect disciple and questioned him sternly. What do I mean? It means the middle finger. In the face of Jing Xingming's harsh questioning, he only smiled coldly. This was their home ground. Why should he be afraid? At this time, Jing Xingming directly shouted, Leitang sect disciple? Such a weak guy dares to provoke me. At this moment, he directly attacked. Then, a sword aura directly appeared at this time. The thick sword aura turned into a long dragon and directly rushed towards the Leitang sect disciple. Xingming, stop. Li Peng, be careful. The people on both sides cried out in alarm. At this time, Li Peng did not expect Jing Xingming to attack so directly. At this time, the powerful force directly rushed towards him. Such a force was simply terrifying. Since he dared to stand out and provoke Jing Xingming, he naturally had a cultivation level. However, at this time, he had just entered the Dragon Realm and was not Jing Xingming's opponent. It was at this moment that Zhang Daqian suddenly appeared and said, How dare you attack me here? He directly blasted out a punch. In an instant, lightning flashed and an extremely powerful and terrifying light directly rushed towards the opponent. Chapter 1126. Female literature. The power of this punch was extremely powerful. When this punch was blasted out, the terrifying lightning radiance spread directly. The powerful force was like a long dragon, directly suppressing it and colliding directly with Jing Xingming's sword qi. Jing Xingming's cultivation was not weak, and his sword qi had reached a higher level. Such a sword showed an extremely powerful domineering aura at this time. At this time, the lightning radiance was directly swept away and completely dissipated. However, his sword qi had already disappeared without a trace at this time. In this confrontation, the two of them were neck and neck. At this time, the two people's eyes met directly. In an instant, angry sparks spread directly at this time. Mo Yi's face immediately turned cold. What he was most afraid of was that there would be turmoil in this place. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be directly suppressed. However, those little brats obviously did not have any sense of crisis and actually fought with others. However, he soon calmed himself down and did not speak. Instead, he looked at Yun Wanqing. He wanted to know what Yun Wanqing's attitude was at this time. After all, the two sects were going to cooperate in the future. If the other party's attitude was not friendly, then there was no need for cooperation. Yun Wanqing smiled at this time, and then said, They are all young people, so it's inevitable that they will be angry. It's actually not good to suppress this anger at this time. I think let them fight, so that they can understand each other better. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Maybe they can become good friends in the future. After Yun Wanqing finished speaking, the large formation began to change. A small formation fell directly and then isolated the two people. Mo Ying's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, this formation is so amazing. It moves according to one's will. It's simply terrifying. Every formation had its own flaws, the most important of which was that the formation was fixed. Such a formation was easy to find loopholes and crack. This was also the so-called life and death gate of the array formation. However, the formation in front of him could move as he wished. It seemed that there was no such hidden danger at all. As long as the master of the formation thought of it, a small formation would immediately appear. That was amazing. This showed that the master of the formation had a very profound understanding of this. He knew that this formation was Su Yan's arm, so he was even more in awe of Su Yan. Sect Master Yun is right. They are all youngsters. It would be beneficial for them to get to know each other better. By the way, I wonder where Venerable Su Yan is now. This time, our sect has also brought him a gift. He asked with a smile. Su Yan is currently in seclusion. He wants to break through to the next realm. If there's anything, I can pass it on his behalf. Your sect's sword techniques are truly powerful. My husband, Su Yan, came from the burial sword tomb. He seems to have some relationship with your sect. Otherwise, my husband wouldn't have come here directly. Mo Yi's heart skipped a beat. Before this, he actually didn't know. The closure of the stupa sect was too sudden. The changes in the world came too quickly. If it weren't for the Venerable of the Ninth Firmament, they would have been completely obliterated. At that time, it was not surprising that the experts of the stupa sect left their inheritance outside. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan had such a relationship with them. But soon, he focused on the battle at this time. The moment the formation appeared, the two of them were shocked. At this time, Zhang Daqian said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. This is just a small formation, similar to a temporary arena. After all, we are in the sect. If we fight, it will easily destroy the environment. That's why this temporary arena was built for us to fight." Zhang Daqian was already familiar with this situation, so he didn't panic. Jing Xingming, on the other hand, did panic at the beginning. After all, such an unforeseen event happened at this time. If the Heaven and Earth organization really wanted to teach him a lesson, he couldn't do anything. He had heard that the Heaven and Earth organization was different from others. The moment the formation appeared, he found that even with his strength in the dragon realm, he couldn't control his body. However, after hearing the other party's explanation, his heart calmed down. Then, he glanced at Moe and understood the elder's meaning. Moe wanted him to fight with all his strength and not lose face for the stupa sect. In the beginning, he was most afraid that the elder wouldn't allow this to happen. In fact, he was very clear that the reason they came here this time was to ask for help, not for other reasons. Although cooperation would greatly benefit Qian Yunxian, it would be more beneficial to the stupa sect. Therefore, if there was a conflict in this regard, generally speaking, they would make concessions. However, since the elder allowed this to happen, it was easy to talk about. His strength burst out at this time, and his aura climbed to the peak at this time. Is that so? That's good. It will save some people the trouble of getting involved. His tone was very serious. Obviously, it was obvious who he was talking about. Zhang Daqian smiled coldly and said, "I think so too." At this time, he was also very excited. Putting aside the problem of his junior brother, he had long wanted to fight with these people. These people had a strong inheritance and were blessed by the heavens. They grew up in the mystic realm and cultivated. It could be said that compared to people like him, these people were the lucky ones. After all, the environment in the 5 counties was really bad. In the past, he didn't think so. However, after cultivating to this point and knowing the true cultivation speed, he couldn't help but have such thoughts. The last time Yi Xingxing had appeared here, he had seen everything. But at that time, Yi Xingxing had been too strong. The power he had displayed had almost made him despair. Dragon Realm. This was a powerful realm that he had never heard of before. How could he withstand such a person standing in front of him? However, it was different now. He had also reached this realm, and his cultivation speed was even faster than he had imagined. At this time, there was a strong desire in his heart, and that was to fight with someone of such a high level. However, in the sect, he couldn't find a good opponent. Fight with Su Yan? That was too ridiculous. Although he didn't know what level Su Yan had reached at this time, he had seen how Yi Xingxing was like a child in front of Su Yan. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. What about Yun Wanqing? He didn't dare to. As for Lei Wanjun, he could only spar with him. It was the same with his other senior and junior brothers because he couldn't go all out. But now, he didn't expect that a guy would come knocking on his door. This was great. At this time, he could attack without any scruples. It was just a punch, but he had already displayed all his strength. Sure enough, one couldn't immerse oneself in cultivation. If one blindly did so, then no matter how powerful one's strength was, it would be useless. This was the first time he attacked with all his strength. When he attacked, he couldn't control his own strength. However, it was just a little bit. Jing Xingming was also an extremely powerful expert. He had already seen Zhang Daqian's shortcomings in an instant, so he immediately let out a long roar. It turns out that you are a guy who has never fought at all. How pitiful. At this time, his strength blasted out again. A sword light condensed again, and a terrifying power slashed directly at Zhang Daqian at this moment. This was the pagoda sword. The so-called pagoda represented immeasurable life and death. When this sword fell, the sword chi flew out. The powerful force had been displayed to the extreme at this time. The magnificence of this sword was simply unimaginable. At this moment, that terrifying power had already reached an inexhaustible level. One had to admit that this person's comprehension of the sword was really extraordinary. In the face of such a sword, Zhang Daqian's face was also extremely dignified. Although he didn't take the other party seriously on the surface, in fact, he knew that this was an extremely powerful opponent. He was even the most terrifying enemy he had ever encountered. At this time, his strength was constantly being stimulated. Lightning Fist. The name of this move was extremely simple. There were only 2 words, and this punch itself was the same. It was a simple punch, and then directly blasted out all his strength. The moment this punch was blasted out, everywhere was filled with lightning, and the terrifying power directly erupted. The other party's sword move was really exquisite, so he clearly knew that if he fought with the other party with this move, he would be courting death. Therefore, at this moment, he directly used his most powerful move to counter the attack, which was his lightning power. The overbearing lightning power directly condensed into a ray of light, and then rushed towards the sword light. At this moment, the confrontation between the 2 people had completely begun. 2 violent forces directly erupted, and a huge cyclone directly impacted the surroundings at this time. If it weren't for the formation defense here, they would have been greatly impacted at this time. Even those with a slightly weaker cultivation would have been in danger. However, at this time, the formation was activated, so there was no need to worry about it. At this time, the 2 people directly fought to their heart's content. This battle had greatly improved Zhang Daqian's strength. At this time, his strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. He had been cultivating in seclusion before, so his strength had increased rapidly. However, in the end, he still fell into a bottleneck and could no longer improve. Chapter 1127. Girls' literature, however, at this time, he already knew the reason. His Thunder secret art was originally focused on ferocity and power. Before that, no one in the Sound of Thunder's sect was able to cultivate their own strength to such a state and level. In fact, there was a gap in the past 1,000 years. He wanted to continue cultivating, but in fact, he would encounter many problems. In the beginning, he could solve these problems through his own hard work and discussions with Lei Wanjun and other disciples. However, when his strength had reached a certain level and completely surpassed Lei Wanjun's, even Lei Wanjun was no longer able to provide him with any help. This was the meaning of the so-called, "it's lonely at the top." At this time, the arrival of a battle made him understand a lot. For example, under what circumstances would he be able to circulate his power faster and more smoothly? How would he be able to display it to make his strength even more terrifying? At this time, Zhang Daqian had completely immersed himself in the battle. Now, he was no longer fighting, but enjoying it. It could even be said that he was cultivating. In the end of the battle between Jing Xingming and Zhang Daqian, the roles of the two had been reversed. In the beginning, Jing Xingming was able to suppress Zhang Daqian with his extremely varied moves, but later, Zhang Daqian's strength became more and more terrifying. Even a simple punch often had a terrifying aura that seemed to be the essence of Tao. With such a burst of power, Jing Xingming gradually fell into a disadvantage. Elder, Jing Xingming can't hold on for much longer. That brat named Zhang Daqian is not as simple as he seems. He seems to have an unimaginable intuition that allows him to find the most critical points. Every time he makes a move, he can hit a vital point. He's really amazing. At this time, even he had to admire Zhang Daqian. In fact, his strength was above Jing Xingming. If he were to attack at this time, then Zhang Daqian would have already lost. But even so, he had to admit that Zhang Daqian was indeed an extremely terrifying person. At the very least, his talent was extremely powerful. If he was given time to grow, then his strength would definitely become more terrifying. Perhaps it was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. In the beginning, he had thought highly of himself and felt that he was superior. In his eyes, all the people in the 5 counties were inferior and could not be compared to him. But only now did he realize how childish his thoughts and ideas were. Even without Su Yan, it was impossible for him to continue to be so proud of himself. As time passed, he naturally came to know more about the situation. The people of this world had begun to awaken. There would only be more and more experts. If he was still the same as before and felt that he was the strongest existence in the world, then it was only a matter of time before he was surpassed. There might even be a day when he would be killed by those enemies that kept appearing. Humph, that's for sure. Do you really think that only people from the pagoda sect are the true geniuses in this world? Moe said coldly. Yi Xingkong's brother, Yi Kongxing, was a true genius. He was someone who could fight with Su Yan directly. Yi Xingxing was not as strong as his brother, but he was also very strong. At least among the younger generation, he could be considered as outstanding. Yi Xingxing was not as strong as his brother, but he was also very strong. After all, there were not many abnormally strong geniuses. However, he was too arrogant. He always felt that apart from his elder brother, there were no other experts in this world. Therefore, his actions were always so erratic. For example, this trip to the Heavenly Clouds sect was also the same. Sometimes, he did not even take Moe, an elder, seriously. However, after this lesson, he might be able to understand that there would always be someone better than him in this world. At the very least, with his current strength, he was still unable to look down on everyone. However, this time, Su Yan seemed to have dealt a big blow to him. At least in these 2 days, Moe could feel his obvious improvement. Sure enough, a person's growth could not be separated from bumps and bruises. If his path was always smooth sailing, it would be impossible for him to grow. Elder, I know that I was too ignorant in the past. Don't worry, I will work hard to cultivate. I will definitely become a true expert. He made up his mind. At this time, Moe said, well, it's good to have such a heart. You have to remember. The people who are able to escape now are all very talented. Moreover, they seem to have a feeling of destiny, so if possible, try to build a good relationship with them. At this time, they once again focused on the battle. Outside of Jing Xingming's body, 10 powerful iron swords had already appeared. Each iron sword seemed to be ordinary and had nothing special about it. However, those who knew Jing Xingming knew that this was his trump card. Each iron sword had been sacrificed by him countless times. There was an extremely terrifying power in each iron sword. When this power continued to condense, it would erupt with an unimaginably sharp aura. The terror of each aura was unparalleled. Half of the time, Jing Xingming only used 7 swords at most. But at this time, he took out all 10 swords. It was obvious that he was really angry at this time. He decided to decide the winner with this blow. The guy opposite him was simply a monster. At the beginning, he still had an overall advantage, but now, his disadvantage was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, he could no longer hold on. The transformation that his opponent had undergone in this battle with him was simply astonishing. He had already become a whetstone. If this continued, he was afraid that he would definitely be defeated here. Therefore, he decided to end this battle with this strike. 10 swords came out together. For a time, his aura had risen to the peak. That terrifying power had reached an invulnerable level at this time. 10 swords in one, Buddha's boundless. This move was finally displayed. At this time, Zhang Daqian also shouted coldly, "Come on, rumbling thunder." At this time, he directly displayed rumbling thunder. This move was Su Yan's most proficient move, thunder tactics. It was extremely simple, but it was incomparably fierce. He simply displayed this move to the extreme. In fact, his attack vaguely had Su Yan's style. This person could be said to have been injured at the right time. At this time, his strength had improved too quickly. That terrifying strength had reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. His power and everything about him had become an unimaginable existence at this time. In between this blow, he almost had a sense of transcendence. To put it bluntly, he was a person favored by fate. He was the son of destiny. At this time, an extremely powerful will suddenly appeared in the formation. The moment the will appeared, the battle between the two of them was forcibly stopped. More importantly, not to mention the two people who were fighting at this time, even Moe, after feeling this will, had a sense of despair in his heart that he could not fight against it. So powerful, how terrifying is this? Could it be that Su Yan is here? Well, today's battle will end here. The two of them are tied. If they continue to fight, then both of them will only suffer. This will was plain and indifferent. That's not Su Yan. Moe immediately discovered that this was definitely not Su Yan's voice. Seemingly seeing his shock, Yun Wanxing said at this time, "This is Lord Oriole, a good friend of my husband, Su Yan." Oriole was Su Yan's monster beast, but now Oriole had become a holy beast. At first, Su Yan thought that he was going to die, but in fact, he had already broken the contract between them. However, Oriole still recognized himself as Su Yan's monster beast and became Su Yan's helper. For such a powerful holy beast, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization were naturally very respectful, treating him as a great elder. Oriole. When Moe heard these two words, he was also shocked. Even in ancient times, Orioles were famous existences. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Although in terms of bloodline, they were indeed not comparable to top existences like the Phoenix, they were still at the peak of perfection. He never thought that he would actually meet this legendary existence here today. The yellow sparrow didn't completely reveal his aura, but just this short thought was enough to declare his strength. He did not know if Oriole could fight against Great Elder Fu Qing, but he was sure that with such a powerful holy beast and Su Yan, the Heaven and Earth organization would definitely be the most powerful sect on this continent before the return of those sovereigns. Stop fighting. Lord Oriole has already said so. Both of you, stand down. After this battle, both sides had a certain understanding of each other's strength. Most importantly, it was very true that no discord led to concord. Before the fight, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization were not convinced by the high and mighty attitude of the people of the Stupa sect, while the people of the Stupa sect looked down on the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization. However, after this fight, everyone had already understood that the gap between the two sides was not that big. At least, when the super powerhouses of the Stupa sect were not here, the Stupa sect would not be able to show their overwhelming advantage. Since this was the case, the relationship between the two sides became much more pleasant. Although Zhang Daqian and Jing Xingming still did not like each other, it would not be like before. Chapter 1128. Girls' Literature. Another month passed. During this time, the cooperation between the Stupa sect, the Heaven and Earth organization, and the Sound of Thunder sect had fully begun. During this period of time, the Heaven and Earth organization had prioritized protection. After all, the demonic beasts at this time were still extremely powerful and frightening. The disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization could only protect the nearby cities and prevent the demonic beasts from entering. However, this was far from enough. Powerful demonic beasts would still attack. Of course, those powerful demonic beasts would not attack the powerful places of the Heaven and Earth organization. However, they would definitely affect the nearby cities. At this time, the arrival of the Stupa sect had greatly increased the strength of the Heaven and Earth organization. At this time, the three sects had formed an alliance and launched an attack. Those demonic beasts must not be allowed to continue wreaking havoc. This time, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization had finally made their move. Of course, as stated in the agreement, the Stupa sect was the vanguard this time. The disciples of the Stupa sect were generally much stronger than the disciples of the other two sections. Apart from the top disciples like Zhang Daqian, the other disciples were still inferior to them. They had already started preparing for this operation a month ago, so after this period of running in, their cooperation with each other was already considered to be in order. The results of the first battle were not bad. The disciples had almost no casualties, but they had killed a large number of demonic beasts. With a portion of the demonic beasts killed, the pressure on the surrounding citizens was greatly reduced. This was only the beginning. Their killing of the demonic beasts would continue to spread to the surrounding areas. After another half a month, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization had opened up a safe zone. There were almost no demonic beasts left in this zone. Just as the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were working hard to kill the demonic beasts, a person appeared in a dark world. He was far away, looking straight at the Heaven and Earth organization. This person seemed to be born to blend in with the darkness. Su Yan. It's been a long time. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but there was no friendliness in that smile. At this time, Su Yan was at the end of his seclusion. This time, he had failed to break through to the four-origin realm. Just as he had imagined before, the source of his Tao was the law. If he had not obtained law, it would not have been so easy for him to break through to the four-origin realm. However, how difficult was it to obtain law? Wanting to condense each law was extremely difficult. Otherwise, why would law be the symbol of a Tao sovereign? And Su Yan, he had achieved what only Tao sovereigns could do. At this time, all the energy was absorbed by him. The space energy, the vast space had begun to dissipate. These powers were gradually being absorbed and devoured by Su Yan. At that moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly rising. Although he had yet to condense nomological laws and become a four essences supremacy, his aura was still rising. However, his strength had once again increased compared to before. The current Su Yan had already become a complete anomaly. His cultivation had already broken many of the unchanging truths of ancient times. This time, he had gained something from his cultivation. He breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, he had expected that he would not be able to break through to the four-origin realm. However, he had wanted to see how far he was from the four-origin realm. And now, he could see how far he was from the four-origin realm. After completely devouring the void crystal, it was as if he had directly devoured a void beast. How powerful was a void beast? How terrifying was its energy? Su Yan had personally experienced it. Even if this void behemoth was only an incomplete existence and had consumed a lot of its power, it would still be able to do so. But after all, his essence still existed. After Su Yan finished devouring, he did not immediately break out of seclusion. Instead, he went to the square seal. The square seal could no longer be called that because Su Yan had begun to refine it. At this time, marks that belonged to Su Yan appeared in the seal. While he was cultivating, Su Yan suddenly realized that his path of cultivation was probably related to the space formed by the square seal. In other words, this was the key to his Tao. When he became a Tao master, the square seal would completely become his small space world. He had not entered the small space world of the square seal for a long time. When he stepped in, the son of emptiness with the big turtle on his head immediately became alert. He instinctively hugged his chest and said, what do you want to do to me? I'll tell you, no matter what, I won't agree to it. Su Yan. What exactly was going on in this guy's head? This was what Su Yan wanted to know. Now, Su Yan really wanted to slap this guy to death. However, Su Yan suppressed this impulse in his heart and said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just have some things to talk to you about." After hearing Su Yan's promise, the son of emptiness was finally relieved. He said, okay, ask. Don't worry, I know. I'll tell you. I'll be very cooperative. Su Yan was still a little speechless. This guy was a top master, but he did not have the integrity of a master. He was really a coward. However, this was also good. Su Yan could save a lot of effort. Thus, Su Yan asked directly, "Let me ask you, what is your name? What sect are you from? Why did you attack back then?" Su Yan looked straight at the son of emptiness. If he was hiding something, he would be able to tell in an instant. The son of emptiness said, "You really have a lot of questions." Su Yan was speechless. Couldn't this guy have some awareness of being a prisoner? At this time, he still had so much nonsense to say. At this time, the son of emptiness said, "My name is Kong Wuhan. Listen carefully. I am the son of destiny of the greatest sect in this world, the Emptiness Tao sect. When I was born, there was a multicolored light following me, and there was the sound of heavenly music." Su Yan said. "Stop, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing you. What kind of nerves does this guy have? It's really scary. Doesn't he know that I'm already his prisoner?" Su Yan's strength had already been suppressed by the black tortoise seal. If Su Yan wanted to kill him, it would be almost effortless. However, under such circumstances, Su Yan still had so much nonsense to say. Su Yan really had to hand it to him. Kong Wuhan helplessly rolled his eyes and said, "The patience of young people nowadays is really terrible. Don't you even have the slightest bit of respect for the old and love for the young?" Su Yan was speechless. What happened to not talking nonsense? Besides, what did poor patience have to do with respect for the old and love for the young? Su Yan found that he could no longer follow Kong Wuhan's logic. Kong Wuhan saw that Su Yan's face was getting darker and darker. He finally stopped talking nonsense and continued, "The reason why I attacked was because of the space crystal. Our Kong Dao sect's most powerful skill is the space travel technique. If you can cultivate to my level, you will find that your strength is simply terrifying. Of course, our Kong Dao sect's cultivation technique is also extremely difficult to cultivate. After all, there are not many people who can reach my level." Unknowingly, Kong Wuhan started talking nonsense again. The core of his words was actually very simple. That was, "Do you know how powerful I am?" This was a central point that he would never forget no matter what. At this time, Su Yan patted his head. He was really dispirited to meet such a fool. Su Yan interrupted him again and said, "Teach me your cultivation technique and I will let you go. How about it?" To be honest, Su Yan really coveted Kong Wuhan's cultivation technique. When the cultivation technique was used, it could make his aura completely disappear. Even with his powerful divine sense, he didn't notice anything before. He didn't know much about the so-called Kong Dao sect, but a senior who could create such a powerful cultivation technique must be an extremely powerful expert. Moreover, he had already discovered last time that this guy's heart was still quite kind, so Su Yan didn't have any intention of taking his life. Of course, if Su Yan knew that the reason why the Kong Dao sect's ancestors spent so much effort to create the Kong Dao divine sense was to fulfill his lifelong wish of stealing the underwear of the powerful woman he admired, Su Yan's admiration for him would be very awkward at this time. Of course, he also knew that it was actually very difficult to take someone else's cultivation technique. After all, such a precious cultivation technique was passed down by the sect, so the other party would cherish it very much. Therefore, he was also thinking about whether he should pay a price to get the other party's cultivation technique. Just when Su Yan was thinking about whether he should exchange something with the other party, Kong Wuhan suddenly said, "Deal." These two words were very simple and decisive. He almost didn't think about it and immediately agreed. Su Yan, huh? What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Su Yan was shocked again at this time. He felt that his ears were damaged. How could the other party agree so easily? Kong Wuhan looked at Su Yan and said, "You really want to do something to me? I have already agreed to give you the cultivation technique, but you still don't want to let me go. Although I'm handsome, I'll never succumb to anyone." Chapter 1129. Female Literature, Su Yan. Suddenly, Su Yan really wanted to strangle this guy to death so that he would never be able to open his mouth again. Shut up. I've already said that I will let you go. If you continue to spout nonsense, I will definitely make you regret it. Seeing Su Yan's face darken, Kong Wuhan finally shut up obediently. Su Yan sighed. He was really helpless against this kind of guy. Negotiating with this kind of guy was even more painful. At this moment, his aura began to rise slowly. Then, under his will, the tortoise suddenly moved. Then, its 4 claws moved gently and its entire body immediately floated up. The moment the tortoise left Kong Wuhan's head, he immediately felt that his body was really light. It was as if he had completely come back to life in an instant. This feeling was really wonderful. His aura was constantly fluctuating, and he felt that the world had become lighter and more joyful. At this moment, he actually somersaulted a few times. Then, he suddenly asked Su Yan, "By the way, big brother, what did you just ask me for?" Su Yan, was this guy talking to him just now? His anger was really rising. However, at this moment, Kong Wuhan immediately laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, don't be angry, don't be angry. I was just teasing you. I will remember what you just said. Don't worry, isn't it just our cultivation technique? No problem." At this moment, he suddenly started rummaging through his spatial equipment. After a while, he took out a cultivation technique called the Prairie Fire Sutra. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. This cultivation technique exuded an extremely heavy and blazing aura. At a glance, he could tell that this was an extraordinary cultivation technique. Could it be that this was just a disguise? Traceless Kong. Such a powerful cultivation technique was indeed different from the rest. Just as Su Yan was lamenting in his heart, Kong Wuhan suddenly threw the cultivation technique aside and said, "Oh, I took the wrong one. Forget it, I'll give it to you." Then, he began to search again. Su Yan. Did I lose my mind just now? How could I have such thoughts? I must be crazy. After a while, he took out another cultivation technique, Wind Scar the World. No, he threw it away. Indestructible Vajra Divine Art, no, throw it away. Boundless Ocean Divine Art, isn't it? Keep throwing it. After the son of Kong Wuhan threw away more than a dozen cultivation methods, the real traceless emptiness finally appeared in his hands. Huh, I've finally found it. Hey, what's your name? Didn't you want it? Come, don't be so polite. I'll give this to you. He happily handed over the secret cultivation method of his sect. At this time, Su Yan's mind was still a little confused. Why was this guy so happy? He was forced to hand over the cultivation technique. Shouldn't he be incomparably indignant at this time? But what was he so happy about at this moment? This was truly unfathomable. Are you sure you're giving it to me just like that? That's your sect's cultivation method. Are you sure you want it? Kong Wuhan directly said, "I'm sure, I'm extremely sure." I say, why do you have so much nonsense? I've already said that I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you as well. He said straightforwardly. This was very awkward. Su Yan suddenly felt that he had gone too far. After all, Kong Wuhan's cooperation was far beyond his expectations. So, Su Yan said, "What do you want? Tell me. Don't worry, as long as I can do it, I'll do my best to help you." Su Yan's words were extremely sincere. At this time, Kong Wuhan looked at Su Yan strangely again. Su Yan immediately patted his head. "Forget it. Communicating with this kind of strange person is really unimaginably difficult. Alright, I'll let you go, but you'll have to wait for a while. As for your cultivation methods, I won't take them for free. After Su Yan finished speaking, his body disappeared from the spot. He didn't leave the small world of the square seal. Instead, he went to the temple in the square seal. This temple was the core of the square seal. It was where the seal spirits, Aya and De Gang, resided. At this time, the temple was somewhat dilapidated. Since this was the core of the square seal, after the seal was restored, this place should have returned to its original state. In fact, this was indeed the case for a period of time. However, later on, this place gradually declined. This was because Su Yan had sealed this place and even started to refine it. Big brother Su Yan, you haven't been here for a long time. Just as Su Yan was hesitating, a voice suddenly sounded. Then, Aya, dressed in white, appeared. When Su Yan first entered this small world, Aya was just a skinny little girl. She was an artifact spirit, but he didn't know it. Several demonic beasts in the square seal started to wreak havoc and wanted to devour him. It was De Gang who protected her. However, it was different now. Her divinity had awakened. At this time, she was no longer a little girl who didn't know anything. Instead, she had become a high and mighty artifact spirit. To everything in this space, she was a god. To Su Yan, she had become his enemy. This was an ironic thing. They were supposed to be the best of friends, but at this time, they had become two opposing sides. Su Yan knew that he couldn't blame Aya. After all, Aya was born for the square seal. The Buddha saint's purpose in refining the square seal was also for the Buddha sect and himself. Yes, I haven't been here for a long time. Su Yan looked at the little girl in front of him and suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Although he knew that she was just an artifact spirit, humans were sentient animals after all. Big brother Su Yan, actually, you don't have to feel any psychological burden. I'm a creature that doesn't exist in the first place. It doesn't matter if I disappear again. It's all the same to me. She said softly. At this time, what else could Su Yan say? He could only slowly nod his head and choose to remain silent. But I'm sorry, big brother Su Yan. My destiny is that I can't help you. Instead, I have to go against big brother Su Yan. I don't like this, but I can't decide my own fate. I've made things difficult for big brother Su Yan. She spoke so softly that it was simply unbearable. Su Yan said, I'm the one who's sorry. However, many things were like this. She was destined to not be treated gently by him. It's okay. Both parties remained silent. Big brother Su Yan. What? Aya looked at him for a while, but in the end, she shook her head and said, Big brother Su Yan, you have to be careful. As for what he had to be careful of, she didn't say it out loud. Su Yan saw that the girl wanted to say something, but he really didn't know what he should say. He left Xinyao, and then spread his divine sense into the world again. When Su Yan truly became the master of this world, perhaps everything would be different. His strength was increasing bit by bit at this time, and as his strength increased, the process of conflict was inevitable. Of course, Su Yan also knew that in this world, nothing could really be done as one wished. Everything followed one's heart, and everything followed the law. That was all he could do. The alliance's progress was still very smooth. On this day, their target was the 5-Dragon Mountain area. This time, Zhang Daqian, Jing Xingming, and Yi Xingxing personally participated in the battle. This was because there were extremely powerful demonic beasts in the 5-Dragon Mountain. There was even a demonic beast that seemed to have the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. In this world, anything that could be related to the Dragon Clan was extremely powerful. No one could deny that the Dragon Clan was one of the most powerful creatures in this world. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and within their powerful strength, there was a terrifying majesty that made people suffocate. Such strength was enough to make almost everyone feel despair. Even if one only possessed their bloodline, it would still be a terrifying thing. This demonic beast's realm was probably equivalent to a powerhouse at the peak of the dragon realm. For such a demonic beast, the so-called dragon transformation was directly releasing its dragon clan bloodline. This was definitely an extremely terrifying thing. Therefore, it wasn't exaggerated at all that the three experts of the alliance had come. Let's push forward and get rid of the small fries in the periphery first. The small fries in the periphery weren't very powerful. If the three of them wanted to get rid of them, they could do it very quickly. However, many things were destined not to be so easy. If they wasted too much of their strength on these small fries, their own strength would definitely be affected. If they only had to face ordinary opponents, it wouldn't be a big deal. But today, they were about to face a powerful demonic beast with the dragon clan bloodline. At a time like this, even a little bit of strength would be a good thing. Therefore, they didn't dare to retreat in the slightest. The disciples of the three major sects had already launched their attack. The disciples of the Stupa sect were still at the forefront. They were the sharp knives in the charge, while the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were at the back. This was because the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were generally better at support. After using the cloud mist technique, they were very effective at healing and recovery. The Heaven and Earth organization had played a big role in the recent battles that had gone so smoothly. At this point, the disciples of the three major sects had formed an excellent cooperation. The disciples of the Sound of Thunder sect had strong physiques and were equivalent to meat shields. The disciples of the Stupa sect were the sharp knives and blades. The Heaven and Earth organization were healing and support. Chapter 1130. Female literature. This time, the cooperation between the three parties became closer. The demonic beasts in Five Dragon Mountain were actually much more powerful than those in other places, but for the disciples of the three major sects, their strength had improved a lot. Their advance was already extremely fast. The demonic beasts that had just awakened on the periphery were directly wiped out. Damn it, this Five Dragon Mountain is much higher than I thought. At this time, a disciple began to sigh. Indeed, this Five Dragon Mountain was a bit steep. Even as cultivators, they felt tired facing such a towering mountain. This was not surprising. After all, they didn't just come to this mountain for sightseeing. They still had to face the extremely powerful and terrifying demonic beasts here. Even if they were powerful, it was extremely difficult for them to advance at this time. It was at this moment that the sky suddenly darkened, and then a thin fog began to appear. What's going on? Today's weather shouldn't be like this. At this time, Zhang Daqian suddenly frowned. The changes in the weather have always been unfathomable. You and I are not venerables yet, so it's naturally difficult for us to know. This doesn't seem to be wrong. Jing Xingming said coldly. Although the relationship between him and Zhang Daqian was not the same as when they first met, and their relationship was not bad, the two of them often argued with each other. Zhang Daqian said, in other places, the weather changes are actually nothing, but don't forget that this is Five Dragon Mountain. There is a powerful demonic beast with the dragon bloodline here. You have to understand that this kind of demonic beast is often accompanied by terrifying innate abilities, so we must be careful. At this time, Jing Xingming still wanted to say something, but at this time, Yi Xingxing had already spoken. Brother Daqian is right. At this time, we still have to be careful. The current Yi Xingxing's mentality had undergone a huge change. In the past, he was arrogant and radical, thinking that there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. Therefore, he didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now, he understood his shortcomings. There was a saying that went, know your shortcomings and change them. Being able to recognize this point would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. Since Yi Xingxing had already spoken, Jing Xingming naturally wouldn't say anything else. After all, Yi Xingxing was still the leader of the Stupa sect. Jing Xingming's strength was not on par with Yi Xingxing's, and neither was his background. The three of them discussed for a while and finally decided that they would personally take the lead for this part of the journey. Compared to conserving energy, protecting his fellow apprentices was the most important thing. While they were moving forward, in the depths of the Five Dragon Mountain, a powerful lizard-like demon beast was looking down coldly. He was the powerful demon beast with the dragon bloodline, the giant dragon lizard. This kind of creature had an extremely powerful physical body. At this time, he had awakened his innate talent, causing his strength to become even more powerful. He looked at those fellows who were heading towards his mountain. He revealed an extremely human-like eerie smile. These damned humans had some guts. They actually dared to barge into his territory. Things were different now. Back then, demon beasts and humans had not truly begun to strengthen. Although demon beasts had an advantage individually, their overall strength was much weaker than humans. Furthermore, humans had all sorts of weapons, so demon beasts were the weaker party. But things were completely different now. This was their era. Those humans who still thought that they were the main characters of this continent were gravely mistaken. He would let these fellows know how stupid they were. The sudden appearance of the fog was naturally not a change in the sky, but his innate talent. Dragons could breathe out fog. Although he couldn't do it like a real dragon, he could still summon a small amount of fog. What are you going to do next? Among these people, there are peak dragon realm existences. You should know that I won't help you. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared. The voice came from the depths of the darkness. When it appeared, it was already standing beside the giant dragon lizard. The giant dragon lizard's huge eyes rolled, revealing an extremely disdainful expression. It directly said, "Hee hee, there's no need for you to do anything. 3 peak dragon realm existences? Ho ho, these humans actually dare to use the words dragon transformation. What a joke. Their appearance will only make me eat my fill." The giant dragon lizard seemed to have gotten used to this fellow's sudden appearance. However, deep in its heart, it was extremely disgusted by this fellow's sudden appearance. It even had a strong killing intent towards this fellow in its heart. It wanted to directly kill this fellow. Unfortunately, this fellow's origin was too mysterious. It was simply not a match for this fellow. Of course, he had to admit that the reason why his strength could increase so quickly was largely due to this mysterious guy. If it wasn't for this mysterious guy giving him something, his strength wouldn't have increased so quickly, and his intelligence wouldn't have been so high. But so what? It would definitely not have any feelings of gratitude. This was because it knew that this fellow was not helping it out of good intentions. He was just using it to achieve his own goals. The figure in the darkness said, all right. Giant dragon lizard, your temper is getting worse and worse. I really hope that you won't be killed by those fellows. Otherwise, all my time will have been wasted." The person yawned and then walked into the darkness, as if he was going to disappear into the darkness again. At this time, the giant dragon lizard spoke again, "Hey, I say, if a fellow like you wants to kill them, it should be very easy. Why? Why don't you do it yourself?" The giant dragon lizard directly raised its question. The giant dragon lizard was getting stronger by the day. However, it was very clear that it was not a match for this fellow in front of it. If this fellow wanted to kill it, it would have no chance at all. If this was the case, if this fellow really wanted to kill those humans on the mountain, it would not take much effort at all. However, he did not do so. Instead, he let the giant dragon lizard do it. However, at this time, that fellow had already disappeared into the darkness again. It was as if he did not hear what the giant dragon lizard said. "Humans, humph. You damned humans. Sooner or later, you will all become food again." In the end, he still managed to focus his attention. In just a short while, many more demonic beasts had died. Of course, it did not care. There were no feelings between monsters. Since they died, they deserved to die. Monsters could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. If they were strong enough, they wouldn't have been killed like this. Therefore, it would not have any contact with those who were already dead. It's time to move my muscles. Roar, let the earth shake. At this time, black ripples were suddenly released from its body. The ripples spread out and then slowly seeped into the ground. At this time, it suddenly jumped up and then stomped heavily. At this time, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly became active. At this time, a terrifying and violent power immediately spread out. In an instant, the extremely tall five-dragon mountain began to tremble slightly. When the trembling first appeared, it was still very weak, but later, it was already out of control. Is it an earthquake? At this time, all the disciples of the Three Sects Alliance changed their expressions. If they encountered an earthquake at this time, it would be an extremely huge test for them. At this time, Zhang Daqian's expression suddenly changed, and then he said, "Senior brother Yi, let all the brothers leave this mountain immediately." Jing Xingming looked directly at him, but this time he did not refute. Yi Xingxing said, "Junior brother Zhang, did you feel something?" During their time together, Zhang Daqian repeatedly showed his extraordinary side, so at this time, he would not disobey Zhang Daqian's words. "I think this landslide is also caused by that evil beast. If we don't let the disciples retreat, I'm afraid it will be troublesome." "Okay, Xingming, let all the disciples retreat immediately." "Junior brother Zhang, can you feel the location of that evil beast?" Yi Xingxing said. Zhang Daqian nodded. "I didn't know before, but now he has begun to stir up trouble, so he has exposed his location to me. He is in that direction." At this time, Zhang Daqian directly pointed his finger at the place where the giant dragon lizard was. He could know the location of the giant dragon lizard not by relying on his divine sense, but purely by feeling. This was why he was so terrifying. Feeling was the most illusory thing. Many people believed in their own feelings, but this was all based on nothing. Many people would even die under their own feelings, but Zhang Daqian was different. His feelings were extremely sharp. In these few actions, he had already proved himself very well. Is that so? That's good. Xingming, you take everyone away and come back to help us later. Junior brother Zhang and I will go and stabilize that guy first. If this earthquake is really caused by him, it will only get stronger and stronger. Yi Xingxing said immediately. Chapter 1131. Female literature. He didn't know how powerful this guy's earthquake could be, but he didn't dare to take any risks. With their strength, they naturally weren't afraid of the earthquake, but the other disciples couldn't. Once the earthquake was fully displayed, the entire five-dragon mountain would collapse, and countless people would die. Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing went directly into the depths of the five-dragon mountain. At this time, the giant lizard's eyes were so cold, and his gaze fell directly on the two people. You can actually find my existence, how amazing. He has hidden himself in the mountainside, extremely secretive. His power fluctuation will never spread out, that is to say, he can hide in the dark at will, and then use his power to launch a sneak attack. But he didn't expect that Zhang Daqian could directly determine his position without relying on his power. It was like a person who was lost and didn't know where to go, so he directly picked up a branch, then threw it casually, and moved forward in the direction where the branch fell to the ground. And the most terrifying thing was that no matter what, he could find the right direction every time, which was the most terrifying thing. And Zhang Daqian was like this. Now that you have realized the crisis, you want to escape. I have to say, although humans are annoying, they are indeed extraordinary. He sighed in his heart, but he was not ready to give up so easily. His power was still spreading at this time, and the intensity of the earthquake became even more terrifying at this time. The violent power continued to rush out at this time, and the terrifying aura has reached the extreme. The earthquake is getting stronger. At this time, the two people's expressions changed directly. Hurry up. Fortunately, they had made a decision before, otherwise, it would really be too late to regret it. Their speed was extremely fast, and they directly turned into phantoms. At this time, Jing Xingming's face also became extremely dignified. It was not easy for Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing to kill the powerful monster with the dragon bloodline, and it was also not easy for him to escort these disciples back to the mountain. Because at this time, many demonic beasts suddenly appeared behind them. During the earthquake, these demonic beasts should have been running for their lives. After all, demonic beasts were far more sensitive to danger than humans. However, at this moment, those demonic beasts didn't have any thoughts of running away. They even charged forward with all their might. This was an extremely frightening thing. If it was any other time, he would just kill them all again. However, at this time, there was a fatal threat of an earthquake. If the earthquake completely broke out, who knew how many disciples would die here? Motherf asterisk Ker, even demonic beasts know how to use strategies. This was clearly a plan to lure the enemy in. First, they would lure them into the depths, and then directly surround them. In the past, they had always clashed head-on with the demonic beasts. But at this time, the demonic beasts actually knew how to use strategy. This was not a good thing. At this moment, Jing Xingming directly summoned his 10 swords. Follow me. At this time, he could no longer hide anything, because even the slightest bit of concealment could lead to a huge change. At this time, a powerful force was constantly erupting, and the violent and terrifying aura had reached its peak. The 10 swords danced, and countless demonic beasts were killed in an instant. However, these damned demonic beasts, even at this time, did not show any fear. Instead, they fought to be the first to arrive. Junior brother Jing Xingming's situation is not good, we have to hurry. The two of them were extremely close to the giant lizard dragon's cave. However, at this time, a shadow suddenly appeared. Damn it! What suddenly appeared in front of them were 4 demonic beasts. These 4 demonic beasts were all at the peak of the dragon realm. One of them was a giant mantis. Its sickle-like claws displayed an extremely terrifying sharpness. On the other hand, there was a 3-headed strange bird. Below them, there was a huge rhinoceros and a ferocious tiger. When these 4-legged demonic beasts appeared, the two of them's expressions changed again. Ambush. At this time, they already knew the severity of the situation. This was because the information they had received was wrong. At this time, their information indicated that there was only one peak of the dragon realm demonic beast here. However, at this time, there were already 5 peak dragon realm demonic beasts. No, that was not all. This was because at this time, in front of Jing Xingming, who was rushing down the cliff with all his might, a powerful demonic beast had appeared. Damn it, what do we do now? The two of them felt their hearts skip a beat. These demonic beasts had organized an ambush. This was definitely not a good thing. At this time, Zhang Daqian said, Senior brother Yi, although these demonic beasts are also at the peak of the dragon realm, their blood qi is insufficient. They did not cultivate it themselves, so we still have a chance. At this time, Zhang Daqian's powerful senses came into play again. Although these 4 demonic beasts were also at the peak of the dragon realm, he realized that their blood qi was not in the normal range. Why is this? At this time, Yi Xingxing released his senses. Very quickly, he came to the same conclusion. I think that these demonic beasts were forcefully raised by someone using a special method. Senior brother Yi, your battle strength is stronger than mine, so I'll leave the one inside to you. I'll deal with these 4. At this time, Zhang Daqian immediately made a decision. This was not the time to be a hero. During this period of time, his battle strength had increased rapidly, but he knew that he was still no match for Yi Xingxing in front of him. There was only one explanation for the 4 demonic beasts in front of him to appear here. They were the guards of the guy inside, guarding the terrifying guy who was causing the earthquake. The law of demonic beasts was very simple. That was, the strong were respected. Therefore, the guy inside was the most difficult to deal with. At this time, he already had an idea. That was, he wanted to use his own strength to kill that guy directly. However, he also knew that this was far from the time to be a hero. They had to buy time. If they could not stop the earthquake as soon as possible, it would be terrible. In just a short while, the intensity of the earthquake increased by a lot. At the beginning, it was only a slight tremor, but now, cracks had appeared on the ground. Zhang Daqian suddenly jumped up and directly rushed towards the demonic beast in front of him. His target was the flying mantis because he had already felt that it was the biggest threat to him. This guy was too fast. If he forcibly confronted him with the advantage of speed, then he would be very passive and would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he had to kill the guy who was the biggest threat directly. Thunder roar. Rumble. The moment he unleashed this move, a terrifying sound of thunder rang out. The huge explosion was like a bolt from the blue. The powerful force directly exploded at this time, and the violent aura was like a terrible disaster. Since Zhang Daqian wanted to fight against 4 demonic beasts, he had to show absolute suppression from the beginning. If he couldn't do it and let the 4 demonic beasts find their own rhythm, then he would be the unlucky one. When Zhang Daqian launched the attack, Yi Xingxing also released his sword qi. He saw Zhang Daqian's purpose, which was to kill the flying mantis demonic beast. Junior brother Zhang, let me give you a hand, Pagoda's glimpse. The moment the thunder exploded, his sword qi suddenly blasted out, directly cooperating with Zhang Daqian's attack towards the flying mantis demonic beast. Of course, after he slashed out with his sword, he went straight to the cave, leaving the battlefield to Zhang Daqian. And he himself had to face an even more terrifying opponent. With Yi Xingxing's sword, Zhang Daqian's confidence in this attack was even greater. The sword qi was too fast, and the flying mantis demonic beast was already very powerful. The moment the sword qi arrived, it flapped its wings and directly escaped the range of the sword qi. However, the majesty of the thunder had already suppressed it. Under the suppression of the thunder, its body was a little numb, which caused its speed to slow down by half a beat. And in just half a beat, Zhang Daqian had already arrived in front of it. At this time, Zhang Daqian had already shown his absolute strength. The most powerful part of the flying mantis demonic beast was its terrifying sickle-like claws. But at this time, Zhang Daqian did not have the slightest fear. He directly rushed forward and pressed the sharp claws with his hands. Humph! Die for me first. The power of lightning was released first, and it finally arrived at this moment. All these actions were completed in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power directly fell at this time, directly injuring the flying mantis demonic beast. At this time, the flying mantis demon roared in pain, trying to break free. The other 3 demon beasts also reacted at this time. Not only the 3-headed demon beast, the 3-headed demon beast directly released 3 rays of light, wanting to kill Zhang Daqian. But at this time, Zhang Daqian had already expected this. He forcibly turned his body and directly used the flying mantis demonic beast as a shield to block the attack. The flying mantis demonic beast was already trembling after being hit by this terrible attack. Chapter 1132. Female Literature. At this moment, he was once again attacked by his companions, which was already unbearable for him. Such a huge power kept erupting at this time. The terrifying power had reached such a level. His life began to fade away in an instant. Humph, after all, they're just a bunch of beasts. Zhang Daqian sneered. Among the 4 monstrous beasts, the one that posed the greatest threat to him was the mantis demon. After all, if the mantis demon was allowed to unleash its full power, its speed would be too fast, which would put unprecedented pressure on him. It was precisely because of this that he chose the mantis demon as his target the moment he attacked. Moreover, Yi Xingxing also directly attacked and sealed the mantis demon's movements with his sword. In this way, he finally succeeded. At this moment, he demonstrated his strong combat awareness. Under normal circumstances, many people would panic inexplicably when encountering such a situation. They would feel that they had reached a dead end today. However, Zhang Daqian had already formulated a reliable combat plan in an instant and was able to carry it out. The flying mantis demon died just like that. However, he knew that his battle was far from over. The reason why he succeeded this time was because he had the element of surprise. However, there were still 3 more beasts. Although these 3 beasts' strength was forcibly increased, they were still at the peak of the dragon realm. It would not be easy for him to defeat them. It was at this moment that Yi Xingxing rushed into the huge cave mansion. At this moment, the dragon's breath was constantly stepping on the ground. Every time it stepped on the ground, its power would seep into the ground. As soon as Yi Xingxing entered the cave, he immediately felt a huge pressure rushing towards him. It was the dragon's power. As expected of a powerful existence that had awakened the dragon clan's bloodline. This dragon's power was so terrifying that the moment he entered, his hair stood on end. The moment it saw Yi Xingxing, the giant dragon lizard stuck out its tongue slightly and said, "I can't believe I let you break into this place. Those four things are really useless. They're really unreliable." It spoke slowly, but it put even more pressure on Yi Xingxing. This demonic beast actually had such a high level of intelligence. I really didn't expect that a beast would have such high intelligence. I'm really surprised. As he spoke, he had already made his move. A sword light shot out at this moment. The terrifying sword chi was so awe-inspiring at this moment. He wanted to stop the dragon lizard directly. If he allowed it to continue, the disciples would be in great danger. However, although his sword chi was not weak, it did not have any effect. That was because when the sword chi reached the dragon lizard, a pattern actually appeared. It blocked his sword chi. Ha ha ha, sword chi? It's really interesting. It's a pity that such a weak sword chi can't hurt me. You must be very anxious at this time. Unfortunately, you are powerless. I will let you know what despair is. The dragon lizard laughed loudly. At this moment, Yi Xingxing was furious. How could a beast be so proud of itself? This made him furious. Moreover, this beast was threatening his junior brothers at this moment. Buddha immeasurable, sword chi soars to the heavens. You say my sword chi is weak? Then give it a try. For a swordsman, his sword was his life. His sword was insulted by such a beast. Naturally, he was furious. Of course, it was meaningless to be angry with a beast. Of course, it was very easy to prove to him. Kill him. As long as he killed him, everything would be settled. There seemed to be the power of a formation around the giant lizard dragon. How could a beast know how to set up an array? Of course, that was impossible. At least, it was absolutely impossible before reaching the beast saint level. Then there was only one explanation. The array was set up by someone else. Someone had helped him set up an array formation. This was not good news at all. Now, the first thing he had to do was to break the array. Ha ha ha, human, have you seen through it? Yes, this array was set up by your own kind. You should be angry. You are obviously the same kind, but you want to hurt each other. The dragon lizard laughed directly. Yi Xingxing just ignored it. His Buddha sword chi had finally reached the peak at this moment. Delirium, slash. As the sword fell, the sword light turned into a long dragon and went straight ahead. At this moment, the terrifying aura showed an indescribable majesty. Such power was truly incomparably terrifying. The thick aura seemed to be able to completely suppress everything. Yi Xingxing's sword had gathered all of his strength. Instead, the speed of the sword slowed down. At this moment, it was as if everything had become calm. When the sword light approached, the array released a light again. As soon as this ray of light appeared, it was about to shatter the sword. However, this time, it was not as successful as last time. At this time, the light of the array had become extremely slow. It was like a decaying machine that had lost the power to move forward. Yi Xingxing's sword was constantly attacking and exploding. Just as the five-dragon mountain was fighting, a layer of dark clouds suddenly appeared above the heaven and earth organization. The arrival of the dark clouds was so sudden that in an instant, a fierce wind blew directly. Who dares to come to the heaven and earth organization? How dare you? At this time, Lei Wanjun suddenly shouted. The aura of the peak of the dragon realm was fully activated. A bright lightning fist directly bombarded the sky. However, his power dissipated as soon as it reached the sky. Without warning, without a sound, it directly disappeared. At this time, Moe also walked out. He was the person in charge of the Stupa sect. During this time, he had been in the Heaven and Earth organization. When he saw such a terrifying darkness, his face became serious. He went to Lei Wanjuan's side and said, "Brother Lei, quickly retreat. This is not something you and I can deal with." Lei Wanjun was still wondering why his power had suddenly disappeared. At this time, when he heard Mo Yi's words, he was shocked. He heard very clearly that Moe said, "You and I." In other words, even a venerable like him could not intervene. What kind of terrifying existence was the other party? At this time, a huge yellow hole suddenly appeared above the heaven and earth organization. In that hole, a loud and clear cry directly sounded. The Oriole. At this time, the Oriole finally appeared. That power was so strong that it had reached the level of a Tao master. It was a threat to the heaven and earth organization. At this time, the formation could no longer stop that guy. The Oriole naturally sensed this, so at this time, it directly appeared. That extremely strong power appeared in the sky. The Oriole was usually in the 9 heavens above the heaven and earth organization. As an extremely powerful demonic beast of the bird species, its combat strength was extremely terrifying. This was even more so after it became a sacred beast. At this time, it was disdainful to stay in ordinary places. Only in the astral winds of the 9 heavens was its home. When the heaven and earth organization was attacked, it would directly awaken. At this time, its powerful strength would be completely displayed. At this time, a hurricane directly appeared. After becoming a sacred beast, the Oriole had mastered the law of wind. At this time, the power of the law rushed out, extremely powerful. Such a violent power had reached an unimaginable level at this moment. At this time, the endless aura at this time continued to increase, and in the end, it had turned into the most terrifying power. This power directly rushed to the deepest part of the dark clouds. At this moment, Moe and Lei Wanjun truly witnessed the true power of a Tao master. When this attack rushed out, everything in the world seemed to begin to change. Such a terrifying power continued to surge, and in the end, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. Suddenly, a strange face appeared in the dark clouds. The face did not seem to have any shape, but it had an extremely powerful and terrifying majesty. Such a power directly fell from the sky and directly collided with the terrifying hurricane. At this time, the hurricane was directly scattered at this time. Obviously, the Oriole was at a disadvantage in this exchange of blows. Another terrifying bird cry rang out. At this moment, the Oriole was clearly enraged. It didn't expect that it wouldn't be able to defeat its opponent with its attack. "Huh, Su Yan, is this your pet? Interesting, but this is still not enough. Where are you? Come out and meet me." At this time, a voice suddenly came from the dark clouds. The Oriole was even more furious when this voice came out. He was directly ignored. At his level, of course, he could understand the other party's meaning. This guy seemed to be looking for trouble with his master. It was not easy for the Oriole to reach this level, but it was not a match for him. At this time, 10 hurricanes appeared. Each hurricane was extremely terrifying. These hurricanes kept rotating, as if they were going to directly annihilate the whole world. Such a power was extremely terrifying. All the aura between heaven and earth had been directly compressed and condensed to the extreme. At this time, the air had become the Oriole's weapon. An enraged sparrow was terrifyingly powerful. The 10 hurricanes directly went against the sky, and in the end, they turned into a hurricane sword. The hurricane sword was incomparably fast, and directly went toward the terrifying face. Its speed was extremely fast, and it appeared in the sky almost in an instant. Chapter 1133. Female Literature. The power of the sword of hurricane was simply terrifying. Such a terrifying aura directly spread out. Such power directly sank between heaven and earth. Such a power had almost reached an indescribable level. Under the power of the sword of hurricane, the entire space began to tremble. The power of this sword was actually so strong. With the might of a single sword, it directly shook the power of space. This was the terrifying power of laws. How persistent. Such a sword of laws is not bad. However, if such power can defeat me, it would be too ridiculous. At this moment, a huge palm print directly appeared. The veins of the palm were clearly visible. At this moment, a powerful power was directly displayed. At this moment, the terrifying power rose at this moment, like a flame. The gigantic palm came crashing down. Such a terrifying power, the power contained within it, could be said to be capable of annihilating the entire world. This power continued to condense, and in the end, it turned into the most terrifying light. Under the suppression of this huge palm, the sword of hurricane's speed suddenly slowed down. At this time, the aura continued to attack at this time, showing signs of dissipating. At this moment, the Oriole was furious. He really could not imagine that such a powerful attack of his would be directly dispersed by someone. His wings moved again, and his terrifying gaze almost directly dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. It was the Eye of Truth. At this time, the Oriole's Eye of Truth was displayed, and naturally, its power was endless. It was a powerful method that could disperse all falsehoods and directly return to the origin. Under this power, the extremely terrifying face in the sky finally began to disperse. At this time, the power continued to move, and the Oriole finally saw clearly. Above the 9 heavens, there was a thin man. He stood there proudly, his gaze fixed on the ground below. His entire person was like a god, and there was an extremely terrifying power of space around his body. Layers of space folded together, showing his extremely terrifying strength. The Oriole was shocked. He immediately felt that this guy was not here with his real body. Instead, he directly used his power to fold space and then descended. To be able to use such an inconceivable method to bring that power to this place was already extremely terrifying in itself. What made him even more terrified was that the power was still so berserk after it landed. The power that he had unleashed with his own authority had been so easily dispersed. Eyes of Truth. Hee, Su Yan, this pet of yours is not bad. However, isn't it a little too presumptuous? Fine, I'll help you teach it a lesson. It'll also let it understand that no matter what it does, it has to pay the price. The man gently raised his hand, and a huge black light appeared. The black light changed, and at this moment, it directly condensed into a terrifying radiance that could devour everything. The moment the light appeared, Oriole immediately felt an awe-inspiring aura. It was a terrifying power that made it feel like it was about to die. At this moment, his wings flashed with all their might. Void storm, boundless destruction. After feeling the extremely terrifying power, he immediately understood that he had to use his full strength at this time. Only in this way could he increase his strength to the extreme. If he couldn't do that, then he would have to die under that sword. Humph. Ridiculous. The strike released by the Oriole was already extremely terrifying. However, in the eyes of that guy, he only got one word to describe it, and that was laughable. His power was boundless, and at this moment, it kept circling around. Finally, it landed. The void storm was about to take shape, but at that moment, everything was abruptly contained. It was as if there was a sudden break in his life at this moment. At this time, Huang Ke was extremely shocked. He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying person in this world. That casual sword strike of his had made him unable to move at all. The void storm that he had brewed was extremely powerful, and it was his trump card. However, the key now wasn't that his power couldn't block the opponent's sword, but that his power was directly frozen at this time, and he couldn't use it. Oriole felt like he was a marionette. He clearly had the power to fight with the opponent, but at this time, he couldn't even move. What kind of grievance was this? The speed of the dark light's sword was too fast. Almost at the moment when Oriole saw it, the sword had already arrived in front of him. If the sword moved forward slightly, even if Oriole was as strong as he would probably die. However, this terrifying dark light sword finally stopped. He was right in front of Oriole, but he couldn't take another step forward. Of course, it wasn't that the person in the sky suddenly became kind and didn't have the heart to attack, but that this sword was forcibly stopped by a person. The power of space. It was the same power of space. Suddenly, countless densely packed folded spaces appeared in front of Oriole, and the appearance of this power of space immediately imprisoned that terrifying sword light. The person in the sky suddenly revealed a light smile. You can actually reach this level, how amazing. He didn't seem to feel anything about his sword being blocked. At this moment, Oriol was immediately pleasantly surprised. Master. He knew who appeared at this moment. It was his master. When he was in the most danger, his master appeared and blocked this terrifying sword ray. Of course, at this time, he was also amazed by Su Yan's strength. At this time, Su Yan was actually able to reach this level. This was something he couldn't achieve. He was now a holy beast, but he couldn't block this sword, but his master, Su Yan, was able to block this sword. When they first met, Su Yan was actually nothing in front of him. If it wasn't for the Godslayer sword in Su Yan's body, Su Yan would have been eaten by him as food. But at this time, Su Yan's strength was already so terrifying. Although he hadn't reached the Tao Master realm, Oriol could feel Su Yan's terrifying strength, and at this time, Su Yan's attack proved this point. The power of the space was too strong and too exquisite. At this time, Su Yan finally appeared and directly landed on Oriol's head. If it was someone else who dared to offend him like this, Oriol would definitely kill that person. But this person was Su Yan, his master. Su Yan said, "Long time no see, Duan Mulonghu." His eyes fell directly on the figure in the ninth heaven. This person had a strange head of white hair and a thin figure, but in the dancing wind, he was still so proud. This person was none other than Duan Mulonghu. Although his appearance seemed to have changed a little, Su Yan still recognized this guy at a glance. When Su Yan first saw this guy, he realized that this guy would be his lifelong enemy, and now it seemed that this was indeed the case. The method this guy used before was also extremely terrifying. His spatial level had already reached an extremely powerful realm, and the confrontation just now was only a short test. At this time, Duan Mulonghu was also sizing up Su Yan. His smile became more and more brilliant, and then he said, "Yes, long time no see, Su Yan." The last time they met was in the Shadow Kingdom. At that time, Duan Mulonghu wanted to release the shadow creatures, but unfortunately, he was stopped by Su Yan in the end. Of course, he didn't fail. He directly took in Rosen of the Ghost-Killing Hall. After Rosen joined him, he even had the strength to fight against the master of the Ghost-Killing Hall. After his resurrection, he was like a poisonous snake, hiding in the dark, but each of his arrangements was extremely terrifying. Duan Mulonghu was indeed worthy of the name Dragon Fox. He was extremely cunning. Su Yan looked at him, full of vigilance. At this time, between heaven and earth, an extremely blazing power suddenly appeared. The moment that power appeared, everything was directly emptied. The battle between the two had begun. This was not the most direct confrontation of power, but the confrontation of the two's divine sense. They hadn't seen each other for too long, so they didn't know each other's strength very well. The previous short attack could not even be considered a test. Now, the real test had just begun. The violent power was constantly moving at this time, and the terrifying power fell down. The divine sense was like fire, and the world changed. The strength of these two people was on full display at this time. At this time, the Oriole let out a cry. At this time, his power also surged out. Of course, he didn't want to intervene in the battle between the two, because he knew that he was not qualified to do so at this time. What he wanted to do was to use his power to strengthen the large formation of the Heaven and Earth Organization. The large formation of the Heaven and Earth Organization was the Thousand Clouds Universe Great Formation. In the past, the power of this formation was extremely powerful in the 5 continents. However, later on, with the awakening of the spiritual power of the continent, the power of this large formation became insufficient. When Yi Xingxing arrived, he wanted to directly lift this large formation with his own strength. However, later on, Su Yan directly used his powerful and terrifying power to upgrade this large formation. The power of this formation was naturally much stronger. Chapter 1134. Girls' Literature. Even a venerable would not be able to break this formation. Even a Tao master would have to spend a lot of time to break this formation. But now, the two people fighting in the sky were really terrifying. Even if it was just a battle of divine senses, it was already very powerful. Under the confrontation of these two terrifying people, the layers of space were stacked and became incomparably turbulent. It should be noted that this was under the premise that the space of the 5 counties was extremely powerful. If it was any other place, the space would have been directly shattered by such a battle of power. Even if the Thousand Clouds universe formation was upgraded, it would be extremely difficult to defend against such power. It was a huge risk. Therefore, at this time, the Oriole directly used its own power to cooperate with the formation's protection. At this time, Su Yan's body suddenly flashed. The next moment, he appeared in the sky. He stood directly opposite Duan Mulonghu. Right now, the two of them were standing face to face. However, in fact, there were layers of overlapping space between the two of them within a short 100 meters. Perhaps if he stretched out his hand, he would appear in another place, or even another plane. This was the terrifying power of space power. The two people's divine senses continued to fight. The powerful power turned into a storm, and the terrifying aura at this time was constantly changing. At this time, Duan Mulonghu pointed his fingertip again. "You're really amazing. You're not even a Tao master, but you already have such terrifying power. Su Yan, you're really admirable." Duan Mulonghu's eyes were really sharp. In an instant, he had already seen through Su Yan's true realm. Su Yan just sneered and then said, "Same to you." During this confrontation, Su Yan had already discovered that Duan Mulonghu had yet to reach the level of a Tao master. However, his mastery of the power of space had already reached a terrifying level. If Su Yan had not directly killed the void beast and refined its space power, he might not have been a match for this guy at this time. This showed that Duan Mulonghu was a terrifying person. The two of them continued to exchange blows, competing with the power of the laws of space. Finally, when the power of the two people was completely condensed, a terrifying light beam flashed, and the dense power directly blasted out. In an instant, the radiance of the world changed, and the terrifying power became extremely violent. Lei Ming began to appear. Those thunderous roars were the wrath of the heavens. This meant that the confrontation between the two of them had angered the laws of the world. Heavenly lightning fell, incomparably domineering. The so-called heavenly might was fully displayed at this moment. Even though the two of them were domineering and overbearing, they had no choice but to retreat at this moment. Although they were already extremely powerful, they had not reached the point where they could ignore the rules of the world. "Good, you're really amazing. Your spatial energy is actually able to compete with mine. I didn't waste my effort in projecting my energy to fight you." Duan Mulonghu chuckled. Su Yan said, "You should be on the verge of a breakthrough, so you want to find a strong opponent to fight with you to find your own opportunity." At this moment, Su Yan directly broke through this little bit. Duan Mulonghu chuckled and nodded. In fact, this was indeed the case. At this moment, he was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and he indeed needed a strong opponent like Su Yan said. However, just as he was about to find this opponent, he suddenly had a sudden impulse. At the same time, he also heard the news from the 5 counties continent and guessed that Su Yan might be in the Heaven and Earth organization. Therefore, he directly used this method to come here. Therefore, although the fight between the two of them seemed to be right in front of him, in fact, it was already a battle in an extremely deep space. "Ha ha ha, your eyesight is really sharp. Since you already know this, then come, let's have a good fight. I'm really looking forward to it. Being able to fight with an expert like you is the happiest thing in my heart." Duan Mulonghu's body suddenly pressed towards Su Yan. With every step he took, his strength increased by a little. As he moved forward, his aura had reached a terrifying level in an instant. Such a power directly pressed down, as if the entire sea was pressing down at this time. At this time, Su Yan naturally would not show weakness. Since the other party had already made a move, he naturally could not be indifferent. At this time, the power of the Taishang directly condensed. Then, he blasted out a punch. Lightning fist. This was the simplest and most terrifying punch. Zhang Daqian already had his own unique understanding of the thunder tactics, so his lightning fist should not be underestimated. However, If he was here at this time and could see Su Yan's lightning fist, he would discover that the direct difference between the two was huge. This was not only the difference between the strength of the cultivation, but also the comprehension of the laws. Although Su Yan did not comprehend the thunder law, he had already comprehended the power of the three great laws. He could also comprehend the other laws by analogy and understand the essence of them. This lightning fist was the most terrifying power displayed by the will of thunder. At this time, he blasted out a punch. That power could only be described as explosive. At this time, the terrifying power continued to pass through at this time. The endless power was like the most profound god in the world waking up. Thunder tide. The two terrifying auras met directly, and then the most intense confrontation began. At this time, the terrifying auras had reached the extreme when such power collided with each other. At this time, the power continued to erupt at this time, and the violent aura fluctuated. At this moment, the two people were like gods. These two people were clearly not Tao masters, but they were so terrifying. At this moment, the fight between these two people naturally attracted the attention of the old farts who had just woken up in the 5 counties. For example, the dark mountain that Su Yan had once been to. The person from the dark demon sect suddenly projected his will and looked towards the sky. In the pagoda sect, Fu Qing also probed out with her divine thought. There were also some other old farts who focused their attention here. In this short period of time, there were already no less than 10 wills. In other words, there were already 10 Tao masters who were paying attention to this place. At this time, the darkness in Duan Mulonghu's hand became denser, and at the same time, the torrential demonic qi was extremely strong. He suddenly shouted coldly, "Humph, a bunch of old farts, why are you interfering in our fight? Get out of my way." The power of his attack suddenly rushed towards the surroundings. At this time, Su Yan, who was moving at this time, seemed to have the same intention. At this time, his power exploded, and a powerful and terrifying aura immediately went berserk. "Get out of my way." His voice was just as crisp, and he also blasted out with a lightning fist. The wills that had just approached this place were immediately scattered. In fact, when the two of them were fighting like this, it was taboo for others to watch the fight. This was because they were all Tao masters. If they directly interfered when the two of them were fighting, it would cause a huge impact on the two of them. Moreover, even if they did not interfere, they could still spy on a lot of things while they were fighting. Of course, Duan Mulonghu and Su Yan were also extremely domineering at this time. At this moment, Ling not only drove away their wills, but also directly annihilated their wills. How domineering and terrifying was that? Such terrifying wills were rolling at this time, and the terrifying aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. How dare you! They were all terrifying Tao masters, and naturally, they were filled with anger when Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu violently swept away their wills. Unfortunately, none of them dared to make a move at this time. This was because they were afraid. That moment was too short, and in just an instant, their wills had been directly swept away. With such strength, even if they wanted to make a move, they had to think twice and see if they had the ability to do so. "Humph, you're all a bunch of old things. However, Su Yan, your combat strength is indeed terrifying, but this is the end of the test." Duan Mulonghu suddenly smiled, and an extremely bright golden light suddenly shone from his body. Divine light descends, divine body. He was clearly a monstrous demon, but at this time, his body was shining with such a strong divine light. He was reversing his own power, from demon to god. A golden divine body appeared, and at this moment, his aura increased by more than 10 times. At this time, Su Yan raised his eyebrows. He really did not expect Duan Mulonghu to have such a terrifying method. However, he also knew that Duan Mulonghu was right, and at this time, there was no meaning in testing. Since this guy had shown his true strength, Su Yan would not back down. With a thought, a huge shadow appeared behind him. It was the devil shadow. What, the immeasurable devil? At this time, Duan Mulonghu was obviously shocked to the extreme. He never would have thought that Su Yan was actually able to summon such a devil shadow. He was the crown prince of the devil's sect in ancient times, so he knew far more than Su Yan. Therefore, when this devil shadow appeared, he immediately knew the origin of this devil shadow. That was the immeasurable devil. In the long history of the devil sect, only the great devil Heavenly Lord, the great devil sect's ancestor, had condensed this devil shadow. In the past, Duan Mulonghu had also wanted to successfully condense this demonic shadow. However, he had failed in the end. Even after he died and came back to life, he still did not get what he wanted. However, in the process of pursuing this realm, he unexpectedly comprehended the powerful method of transforming from demon to God, and directly condensed the divine body. Chapter 1135. Female literature. There was no doubt that the body of God possessed the most terrifying strength. Now, he had reached a few important stages. The body of God was not complete, and he always felt that something was missing. That was why he was so eager to find an opponent. After receiving the news about Su Yan, he gave up on the opponent he had originally chosen and came here to fight with Su Yan. Before he came, he had already determined that Su Yan was extremely terrifying. However, he did not expect that Su Yan's strength had actually reached such an extent. However, this was also what made him happy. He was very similar to Su Yan in one thing, and that was that he would not be afraid of the enemy's strength. If the enemy was too weak, what was the point of fighting? Therefore, at this time, he directly displayed his body of God. However, he did not expect that after he displayed his body of God, Su Yan would display the infinite true demon. That was the power that he had always dreamed of cultivating, but he did not succeed. However, Su Yan was able to cultivate it. Although the power of the celestial body that he had cultivated was also extremely terrifying, and was not inferior to the infinite true demon body, he still had a grudge in his heart. Therefore, at this time, he was even more determined to defeat Su Yan directly. At this moment, his body flickered and directly appeared in front of Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan was also unprecedentedly dignified. He had already sensed the strong fighting spirit of this guy. The infinite true demon? This is the first time I've heard of it. It seems that I still know too little. However, this guy's divine body seems to be very powerful as well. I'm afraid there's a connection between the two. At this time, Su Yan naturally realized this point. At this time, he and Duan Mulonghu were in a strange confrontation again. Kill. At this time, in the sky, the wind was fierce. All of a sudden, the word kill exploded. Two huge shadows, one golden and one dark, directly collided. At this time, a terrifying power immediately erupted, an aura directly spread out to the surroundings. That terrifying aura had already reached such a terrifying level. At this time, the violent power was constantly changing. At this time, the endless power had already condensed into a terrifying aura. At this moment, it seemed that only these two most terrifying forces were left in the world. In the sky, the intense beam of light had condensed to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yan took a step forward. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a wisp of cloud energy flew into his hand. Then, he swung his power, and the terrifying sword broke apart and fell to the ground. As for that Duan Mulonghu, he had practically used the same method. At this moment, the two of them started the most primitive battle. Every move was so primitive. That violent aura continued to move at this moment. At this time, the people in the Heaven and Earth organization could no longer see the scene in the sky. Only the Oriole saw everything with his eye of truth. At this moment, the Oriole's heart was filled with hot blood. This time, he had truly witnessed the terrifying strength of his master. Right now, Su Yan was like a heavenly god. Back then, he finally chose to truly follow Su Yan. It seemed that he had made the right choice. The blood-winged dragon had chosen to betray him. It was really stupid. Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu continued to fight. At this time, Duan Mulonghu suddenly stopped. At this time, he was already slightly out of breath. Painful, painful. He directly let out a long howl. At this time, his entire aura increased again. He seemed to have found his opportunity. This time, he had come for his celestial god's body. However, before coming here, he did not expect to encounter the infinite true demon body. The strength of the infinite true demon body was beyond his expectations. But for him, it was more interesting. Because of this, he would be able to better improve himself. At this time, his strength was constantly rising, and his violent aura had already reached its peak. Vaguely, he seemed to have come into contact with some crucial points. In his opinion, as long as he could grasp this point, he would definitely be able to break through. Unfortunately, he had no idea what that extremely vague dose system was. Therefore, at this time, he could no longer hide. This was how a battle with a person like Su Yan was. If one did not want to lose, then one would have to reveal all of one's hidden skills bit by bit. Fighting was really addictive. At this time, Su Yan was the same. He did not want to lose to Duan Mulonghu. Therefore, there was only one word, and that was to fight. An extremely strong light appeared in the hands of the infinite true demon body. The light finally condensed into a sword. It was the appearance of the Taiji sword. At this time, a saber appeared in the hands of the god's body. The god wielded a saber, and the demon wielded a sword. This was an extremely strange scene. The situation of the two had completely overturned everything in the past. At this time, the terrifying battle between the two of them began to erupt. The violent aura was so terrifying at this moment. Between heaven and earth, brightness and light changed. The power of yin and yang began to rotate continuously. At this time, the terrifying aura continued to expand. It was as if an extremely terrifying monster was breathing at this time. At this time, the lightning in the sky had become even more powerful. Because at this time, the two powers had destroyed the balance of heaven and earth. Therefore, at this time, the wrath of heaven descended. Those extremely powerful and terrifying existences had reached the level of Emperor Realm or even surpassed it. Why were they still in a deep sleep at this time? This was because they knew that if they were to jump out now, they would immediately be locked onto by the will of the heavens and be directly killed. At this time, heaven's will was still unattainable. It was definitely not something they could offend. At this time, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu had actually touched the edge of heaven's will. The reason why they were still alive at this time was that they had taken advantage of a loophole. That was, their true realm was not that of a Tao master. Everything had cracks, even the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that 4 out of 5 great Taos could be derived from heaven? However, if they continued to fight like this, they would soon touch the forbidden zone. When their power reached a certain level, even if their realm had not reached that level, heavens will be destroyed. The heavenly might would also directly destroy you. That was the incomparably tyrannical heavens. Why would it care if your strength had already reached this limit? That powerful force was so terrifying that all the powers between heaven and earth were constantly changing at this time. It was already an extremely dangerous signal. However, neither Su Yan nor Duan Mulonghu showed any signs of stopping. This was what it meant to fight to the point of madness. At this time, the two of them had gradually entered a frenzied battle. At the very least, heaven's will was not enough to make them fear. At this time, the power in the sky rolled, and the terrifying aura continued to rise. At this time, the two huge shadows collided again. Terrifying power directly filled the air. Boom! At the moment when the terrifying lightning exploded, the power of the two people also directly collided. At this time, the power had become so violent. Su Yan's aura directly suppressed and descended at this time. Between heaven and earth, endless light condensed to the extreme at this time. The power of this heavenly thunder was really strong. Compared to this heavenly thunder, the thunder produced by Su Yan's thunder fist was simply weak. Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu retreated at the same time. At this time, the two of them were finally injured. However, the reason why they were injured was not because of each other, but because of the terrifying lightning. At this time, the true demon and the celestial god's body disappeared at the same time. They knew that the previous attack had crossed the lightning zone and exceeded the scope of the lightning's power. If the two of them did not withdraw their true demon and celestial god's bodies, it would be equivalent to giving the lightning a target. In other words, it was equivalent to putting a lightning rod on their heads. That was an act of seeking death. Although the two of them were in a state of frenzy, it did not mean that they had lost their minds. Su Yan, I was right. You are indeed powerful, and you are qualified to be my friend. Speaking of which, we had a good cooperation last time. So, do you want to continue working together? In fact, the cooperation last time was considered to have ended without a result. However, strictly speaking, both of them could still accept it. However, Su Yan did not believe Duan Mulonghu's words. He said directly, "It's dangerous to ask a tiger for its skin." His words were a direct rejection. Duan Mulonghu was not angry. He only said, Su Yan, what do you mean by asking a tiger for its skin? That was because he was too weak, so he had such concerns. But you're different. You're the same as me. You're a true expert. Our alliance will only bring us greater benefits. He continued, in fact, you already know that a huge change has begun to take place in this world. Those old things that have been eliminated now want to reappear in this world. Those wills just now are just the beginning. The real powerhouses have yet to awaken. Although you and I are not weak, we can't be compared to those old things. So, let's cooperate. Only by cooperating can we become strong enough to deal with those old things. In fact, Duan Mulonghu's words were right. They were still far from being strong enough. If those powerful existences appeared directly, the current Su Yan would not be able to deal with them. Not to mention the others, there was Yang Tai Yi, who had ulterior motives. If he came out of the sealed land, with his strength as a venerable emperor, how could Su Yan resist him? Moreover, Yang Tai Yi was not at his strongest. Thinking about the terrifying existence in the cold land of the extreme north. At that time, if it wasn't for the fact that that terrifying existence was still in a sealed state, he would have already died. That was a terrifying existence that even Yang Tai Yi feared to the extreme. If such a person were to awaken, how terrifying would he be? Therefore, he really did not have much time now. However, if he cooperated with Duan Mulonghu, he would indeed be able to obtain benefits in the shortest time. However, Su Yan still rejected this proposal. It was still the same sentence. Asking a tiger for its skin would only lead to one's own death. Su Yan naturally had great confidence in himself. However, having confidence did not mean that he was blind. Duan Mulonghu's heart was too sinister. Every step he took, he was scheming against others. As the saying goes, there is no way to guard against thieves. Not to mention, Duan Mulonghu was such a powerful thief king. At this time, Su Yan said, Duan Mulonghu, do you still want to fight? If you want to fight, then I will accompany you. If you are here to talk nonsense, then there is no need. My time is precious. When Duan Mulonghu heard Su Yan's words, he shook his head and said, Su Yan, there are many things that cannot be decided by a momentary imagination. You must know that in this world, no matter how strong a person is, there is a limit. You and I are both people of destiny. Only by joining hands can we escape this damned fate and control everything in our own hands. At this time, he revealed a secret, and that was the child of destiny. It turned out that he, Duan Mulonghu, was also the child of destiny. Chapter 1136. Female Literature. To Su Yan, the title, Child of Destiny, was a heavy burden. There were too many things on his shoulders, and the most terrifying thing was that those powerful existences had set him up and left behind chess pieces. Although it seemed like Su Yan had benefited greatly, in fact, it was a greater crisis for Su Yan. If those powerful existences returned one day, they might bring huge trouble to Su Yan. However, Su Yan didn't have any other choice. He could only continue down this path. At this point, he didn't have the qualifications to turn back anymore. This was fate. Even if he was extremely powerful, there were many things that he couldn't refuse in front of fate. It was because of this that Su Yan crazily increased his strength. He knew very well that if he wanted to escape his fate, he could only become stronger. Merely, he did not expect that Duan Mulonghu would actually tell him that he was also a child of destiny. This caused him to be astonished. Why? Are you surprised? But that's the truth. I'm also a child of destiny like you, so I can feel what you feel. And what I've experienced is what you want to know, right? He said in the sky. At this moment, Su Yan was silent and looked straight at Duan Mulonghu. Duan Mulonghu looked at him in the same way. His gaze was so calm. Obviously, he was telling the truth this time. 3,000 years ago, I was also a child of destiny and carried the fate of many people. Therefore, when the battle broke out, I ultimately became a sacrifice, to the point where I couldn't even save my own life. However, back then, I knew that I was the child of destiny, but I wasn't willing to accept such an unfair fate. Therefore, from the very beginning, I wanted to defy the heavens and change my fate. In the end, I was able to revive today, 3,000 years later, and increase my strength. After experiencing what happened back then, I knew that everything in this world is fake. Only one's own strength is the true foundation. If you're not strong enough, then you can only be a chess piece. Duan Mulonghu seemed to have recalled the scene back then, and his eyes were filled with deep hatred. He was really hateful. Back then, he struggled bitterly for his life, but in the end, he still died. This was the unfairness of the damned heavens. That despicable heavens gave all its blessings to others, but he, a child of destiny, had to suffer such a fate. Fortunately, he was resurrected in the end. Back then, he was so miserable and couldn't escape the fate of death. But this time, he definitely wouldn't be like that. I understand now. So you're also a child of destiny, and you were set up by those powerful people. But it's a pity that on the surface, you still died in the end. Su Yan said. Duan Mulonghu said, that's right. That's why I'm angry at those people. Why? Why should they be so high and mighty, and treat me as a chess piece? Back then, I died because of their struggle. Now that I've been resurrected, I'm going to lift the chessboard. Duan Mulonghu's tone was not small. But to be honest, Su Yan understood him very well this time. After all, he was going through the same experience as Duan Mulonghu. Therefore, there were some things that he could empathize with. Su Yan, I know that you're also a person who yearns for freedom. How can you be willing to be restrained by those people who have already been eliminated? So, let's work together. As long as we work together, I guarantee that you'll be able to break free from the shackles of fate and become your own master. This was the call from Duan Mulonghu's heart. And to be honest, this sentence was really quite tempting. But unfortunately, Su Yan shook his head in the end. No need. I don't need it. His words were calm and firm, and there was no hesitation in them. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu's gaze became a little cold. He was the kind of person who made all decisions by himself. In his opinion, no one in this world had the right to reject him, and no one had the right to control him. He wanted to become a high and mighty king. It was already an extremely rare thing for him to be so kind to Su Yan. But now, Su Yan actually rejected him. In his opinion, this was an unforgivable crime. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't care about all of this. He only said flatly, okay, you already know my answer. If you still want to fight, then I'll accompany you. If you don't want to fight, then go back to where you came from. Duan Mulonghu stared at Su Yan and finally said, why? He wanted to know why Su Yan rejected him. Su Yan sighed and said, shouldn't fate be the path one walks? If that's the case, what's the point of saying anything else? It wasn't that Su Yan wasn't worried about his current situation. It wasn't that he didn't feel the danger at this moment. But just like he said, wasn't fate the path one had to walk? If he really chose to work together with Duan Mulonghu, then he would be giving up on himself and linking his fate with Duan Mulonghu's. Once experts like them gave up on themselves, how could they continue to live without their own beliefs? Therefore, at this point, Su Yan no longer wanted to do anything fearless. Putting aside the fact that he was asking a tiger for its skin, his own fate had to be changed by himself. His own path had to be walked by himself. In his opinion, even now, Duan Mulonghu didn't have a fate. Of course, this wasn't the case. Everyone's understanding of fate was different. There was no right or wrong. This was the so-called those with different paths cannot work together. Ahaha. Good, very good. Su Yan, I'm looking forward to our next fight. Duan Mulonghu looked up to the sky and laughed before gradually disappearing. This time, he directly found Su Yan and fought with Su Yan. In this battle, he gained a lot, especially when he saw Su Yan's true demon shadow. This was of great significance to him in perfecting his body of the god. Although Su Yan rejected him in the end, it didn't matter. After all, a person like him was an ambitious and ruthless person. He would never waste his energy on such a matter. He knew very well that if Su Yan directly agreed to his request, it would be unrealistic. Su Yan was indeed Su Yan, the son of fate. His choice was very similar to his own in the past. In his opinion, Su Yan didn't choose to work with him because Su Yan hadn't encountered any real danger yet. In other words, he hadn't encountered any real setbacks. If one day, he encountered a real setback, then he would understand how insignificant his power was in front of the world. At that time, he would come to find him and work with him. Therefore, at this time, he wasn't in a hurry at all. Duan Mulonghu's figure disappeared into the horizon. At this time, Su Yan looked ahead, in the direction of 5 Dragon Mountain. Duan Mulonghu, did you really come here on a whim? How can I completely believe your nonsense? Su Yan's divine thought directly rushed towards 5 Dragon Mountain. At this time, Zhang Daqian was in an extremely difficult situation. Although he had killed the flying mantis monster at the very beginning, the remaining 3 monsters were still very powerful. It was extremely difficult for him to fight against a group of them alone. However, it was extremely difficult, but not impossible. In any case, Zhang Daqian wouldn't give up. Ever since his innate talent had awakened, his will to fight had become stronger and stronger. In such a situation, instead of forcing him to give up, it could stimulate his strength even more. At this time, he had pushed his aura to the extreme. The powerful force erupted directly, and the powerful dragon's power directly bounced back the demon tiger that was about to approach. Damn it, do you really think you can defeat me? Even if I, Zhang Daqian, die, I won't die in the hands of evil creatures like you. At this time, his lightning fist erupted again. On 5 Dragon Mountain, lightning fell one after another, and the terrifying pressure began to expand. He was going to go all out. For him, although this was an extremely difficult battle, it was also very beneficial. This was a real battle of life and death. The more difficult the battle, the more invincible fighting will in his heart could be stimulated. At this time, his aura began to rise suddenly. The dragon's power in his body was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, the slowly moving lightning was constantly twisting and changing, almost turning into the appearance of a lightning dragon. At this time, such strength was simply terrifying. He was condensing the power of the thunder dragon. Originally, he shouldn't have taken this step so early. At the very least, he still needed to wait for a while to stabilize his cultivation before he could proceed to the next step. But now, he had no choice but to release the arrow from the bow. The world was always like this. If everything could develop according to plan, then life would be too perfect. At this time, if Zhang Daqian wanted to live from death and directly break through this situation, then he must welcome the breakthrough and directly condense the Thunder Dragon. Chapter 1137. Female literature, the art of thunder was a very domineering cultivation method. There was no doubt about it. Even now, when Su Yan fought with others, he would use this cultivation method, and one could see the power of this cultivation method. In fact, there was a gap in the inheritance of the Sound of Thunder sect back then. Otherwise, the strength of the Sound of Thunder sect at this time would definitely be unimaginable. Now, it was clear in his heart that if he wanted to break through to a more powerful realm, then he must condense his own Thunder Dragon. Once the Thunder Dragon was successfully condensed, his strength would increase by 100 times. At that time, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Even at this moment, his aura was actually strong enough. When he directly exerted his strength, the embryonic form of the Thunder Dragon had gradually taken shape, and that terrifying power began to distort and circulate little by little. At this moment, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, the three great monster beasts couldn't get close to his body. Stop him. Although these three great monster beasts had their realms forcibly increased, they were extremely powerful monster beasts after all. They had a deep foundation. At this time, their power erupted, which was unimaginable. At the same time, their wisdom was also very high. Although they didn't know what Zhang Daqian was doing at this time, they knew. If Zhang Daqian completed it, it would definitely not be a good thing for them. Since this was the case, they had to do their best to stop Zhang Daqian. At this moment, their power was completely reversed, and that power even forcibly reversed the terrifying aura. They were unleashing their demonic chi with all their might. Since they already knew how powerful and terrifying this power was, how could they allow it to continue being unleashed? Therefore, at this time, their aura erupted with full strength, wanting to directly suppress all of this. But at this time, Zhang Daqian wanted to raise his aura to the peak. Therefore, this time, the battle began again. The confrontation of the terrifying power was directly launched, and the violent aura was even more unimaginable. A strong power erupted directly. At this time, the violent power had reached its peak. Humph, do you think you can suppress my power with just a few beasts like you? What a fool's dream. I will let you know that your strength is nothing in front of me. Being suppressed by the three demonic beasts, not only was he not angry, but he also pushed his strength to the peak. The berserk aura continued to erupt at this moment, and the terrifying radiance continued to strike down. At this time, he had to constantly force himself in the midst of adversity so that his strength could reach a breakthrough. In the face of challenges, he did not shrink back. Instead, he continued to erupt with his own strength, allowing himself to reach the pinnacle. Such cultivation was true cultivation. From a certain perspective, he was somewhat similar to Su Yan. Perhaps this was the attitude that a true powerhouse should have. In the face of challenges, he never backed down. Instead, he pushed himself forward and raised his strength to the peak. This was the attitude of a true expert. Of course, there were two sides to every coin. If he could succeed, it would naturally be amazing. He would be able to continuously break through and become a super powerful existence. However, if he couldn't succeed, then he could only face death. The dangers of the path of cultivation were extremely great. Since ancient times, there were actually many geniuses. There were even some who were already in the spirit realm when they were born. However, those who could survive were the true heroes. As for those who died prematurely, they were nothing. No one would remember their existence. At this moment, whether Zhang Daqian was a true hero had already been decided. Now, he was constantly forcing and challenging himself. If he was a true hero, then he would be able to achieve a breakthrough at this moment. Under the suppression of the three demonic beasts, the embryonic form of the Thunder Dragon was close to dissipating. However, Zhang Daqian did not have any intention of giving up. Instead, he condensed his strength more and more. The terrifying aura continued to reverberate at this moment, like a hurricane in the sky that was constantly circling. Thunder Dragon ascends to the heavens, rise from the dead. At this moment, he suddenly roared. Suddenly, his strength dissipated in an instant. The three demonic beasts' power fell directly on his body without any resistance. At this moment, he was in extreme pain, as if he was about to die. At this time, the three demonic beasts were extremely excited. That human, the embryonic form of the Thunder Dragon, made them very afraid. However, this idiot actually dissipated his strength when he was being suppressed by them. This was giving them a chance, allowing them to directly succeed. Demonic beasts ate humans as food. Zhang Daqian's strength was very strong. They saw an extremely terrifying source power in Zhang Daqian's body. For them, this was an extremely huge temptation. If they could directly devour Zhang Daqian, then their lack of forcibly increasing their cultivation realm could be made up for. That was not all. Perhaps they could even advance further and directly become venerable realm demonic beasts. Therefore, at this time, the three demonic beasts became even more excited. The three heads of the three-headed monster bird directly burst out three terrifying rays, wanting to directly destroy Zhang Daqian's head. But at this moment, Zhang Daqian, who was full of pain, suddenly opened his eyes. There was an extremely terrifying light in his eyes. This light shot out, and then the thunder dragon that had already dissipated appeared again. Rise from the dead, what was that? It was a kind of nirvana. At this time, the thunder dragon that appeared directly opened its mouth and directly swallowed the three demonic beasts. Humph, stupid three things, then use your strength to make me succeed. At this time, Zhang Daqian was really violent to the extreme. It was still difficult for him to form the thunder dragon, even without the suppression of the three demonic beasts. Because this time, he acted in a hurry. So just now, he simply dissipated the power directly. When the three demonic beasts arrived, he directly circulated his strength again. At this time, his strength directly condensed the three demonic beasts into his thunder dragon. It was an extremely dangerous thing for him to integrate the three demonic beasts into his body like this, because he was afraid that his whole body would be implicated. After being directly swallowed by the extremely powerful demonic beasts, his death would come directly. But at this time, he didn't care about all this, not because he didn't know, but because he was fearless. This was the confidence of a person who had great confidence in himself. If he didn't even have this confidence, then how would he dare to perfect his thunder dragon, and how would he be able to break through the high and mighty venerable realm? In fact, at this time, Zhang Daqian already had a reason to become stronger. For this reason, no matter what, he would work hard to make himself stronger. The powerful demonic beasts directly entered his body, which made him feel extremely painful. After all, the torture of such a powerful and terrifying demonic beasts was enough to make his body explode. But at this time, he had an opportunity, and that was to channel his demonic beasts out, and then let his terrifying strength continue to break through, and finally reach the point he wanted. At this time, he was at the point of energy conversion, and he had to control this conversion. If he couldn't do it, then only death would await him. In such a state, his vitality was actually less than 1/10, but he was still willing to take the risk. Damn it, this kid is converting our demonic beasts. The three demonic beasts were not stupid. At this time, they naturally saw through it. That's a fool's dream, kill him. At this moment, the three demonic beasts were furious. Regardless of whether Zhang Daqian succeeded in the end, in their opinion, this was already a blatant offense and humiliation. Therefore, at this time, they had made up their minds to tear Zhang Daqian apart piece by piece, let him know how stupid they were, and let him feel their pain. However, at this time, Zhang Daqian didn't care about it. He calmed his mind. He knew that at this time, he had to go all out. At this time, the demon tiger suddenly rushed forward. The demon tiger's body was extremely huge. When its power erupted, its body skyrocketed. For Zhang Daqian, it was a real behemoth. Even if it was just a claw, it was still bigger than his body. At this time, its huge claw directly fell, and a terrifying aura directly pulled down. Such a violent power manifested at this time, it was truly terrifying. The terror of that powerful power was even more indescribable. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and in the next moment, dust flew everywhere. The power of that palm was so terrifying that it directly shook the mountains. Reckless human! The demonic tiger roared in anger. In fact, they were also extremely afraid of Zhang Daqian. At the beginning, they came together with the four demonic beasts, but Zhang Daqian had already killed their companions at the beginning. Although it was unexpected and because of Yi Xingxing's sword, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, in the subsequent battle, the three demonic beasts didn't dare to be careless at all, whether it was attacking or defending together. At this time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1138. Female literature. In such a situation, this kid must have been killed. If he didn't die in such a situation, then he was simply a dog. At this moment, the other two monstrous beasts also revealed relaxed expressions. Just like the demon tiger, they also felt that Zhang Daqian was an extremely terrifying existence. But at this time, Zhang Daqian was already dead. They believed that Zhang Daqian must be dead. At this moment, his power was so violent. The carefree feeling released from their hearts made them extremely excited. But at this moment, the demon tiger suddenly let out a loud roar. It wasn't a roar of excitement, but an extremely painful howl. It turned out that at this moment, a bolt of lightning directly erupted and directly pierced through his tiger claw. After receiving such a blow, the demon tiger's entire body retreated continuously. At this moment, he was really shocked and angry to the extreme. And also at this time, a sneer was heard. "How stupid, do you think you can kill me so easily? Animals will always be animals. Although they have some wisdom, they still can't compete with humans." That was Zhang Daqian's voice. After being hit by the demon tiger's claw like this, he actually didn't die. And judging from his voice, it was obvious that he was in a very good state at this time. At this time, his aura rose to the extreme, and that terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. That powerful light was pressing in bit by bit, and the strong aura was really terrifying to the extreme. At this time, the demon tiger immediately wanted to retreat. At this time, a feeling of death had already shrouded his heart, which made him feel very uncomfortable. But at this time, it was already too late for him to think of escaping. "You only want to leave now?" "Too late." Zhang Daqian's voice sounded again, and an extremely violent power suddenly erupted at this time. Lightning fist. It was another lightning fist. But at this time, Zhang Daqian's fist blasted out, and when a bolt of lightning directly exploded, a faint dragon roar sounded. The power of that punch was several times stronger than before. The body of the demon tiger was also extremely powerful. At this moment, it was precisely the time when it was circulating its demonic energy, causing its defensive power to be even more abnormal. However, after taking this punch, his huge body was directly sent flying. The three-headed strange bird let out a strange cry and immediately dodged. Rumble. That huge sound seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. The terrifying movement was truly incomparably terrifying. The demon tiger had actually been beaten to such a state by a single punch from him. At this moment, the bolt of lightning had yet to dissipate and was still circling around him. At this moment, Zhang Daqian's eyes were fixed on the two beasts. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Hee, are you ready? Are you ready to die?" At this time, his power erupted once again, and his body actually burst out with the dragon's might. At this moment, he finally succeeded in condensing the lightning dragon. At the moment when the demon tiger's claw fell, he actually directly condensed his lightning dragon. This also meant that at this moment, he had already cultivated the thunder incantation to perfection. At this moment, the powerful aura was constantly escaping. And on his fist, there were sharp barbs. If one looked closely, they looked like densely packed teeth. That was the talent he condensed the moment he condensed the lightning dragon's teeth. In the dragon realm, there was a certain chance of giving birth to one's own talent. Just like the Taihang sword faction's Wang Baichuan's cold appearance, and Su Yan's dragon wings. At this time, Zhang Daqian also burst out, and that was the dragon's teeth. Lightning dragon's teeth. The power of the punch that the demon tiger received was already extremely strong. It was the terrifying power that burst out the moment Zhang Daqian condensed his strength, and the power of that punch was unimaginable. And this punch contained the power of the dragon's teeth. The function of the dragon's teeth was very simple, and that was extreme destructive power. When this punch was blasted out, the powerful destructive power immediately rose to the peak. Such a terrifying power was simply unparalleled. That valiant power displayed endless majesty at this moment. Until now, the demon tiger still did not stand up, because at this time, the demon tiger had already lost the strength to stand up. Its whole body was paralyzed by the lightning, and the powerful lightning power was constantly wreaking havoc in its body. At this time, it was really incomparable pain and unimaginable. And at this time, Zhang Daqian had already rushed towards the other two fellows. You all can die now. The lightning fist appeared again, and as the fist blasted out, the powerful lightning dragon directly soared into the sky. Previously, Zhang Daqian's strength alone was enough to fight against the three great monsters. Although he was suppressed, he could still hold on. But now, he had successfully condensed the lightning dragon, and his aura had risen to the peak. At this time, his strength was really terrifying to the extreme. On the other hand, the previous attack on Zhang Daqian not only did not work, but also helped Zhang Daqian in a disguised way. At this time, the demon tiger had already lost its fighting strength. So at this time, the situation had been reversed in an instant. Now, no matter what, they were no match for Zhang Daqian. After these two monsters discovered the situation, they wanted to escape, but how could Zhang Daqian give them such a chance? You want to leave now? It's too late, you'd better stay here. His strength had reached the peak in an instant, and his violent aura directly suppressed them. Such power had truly reached the pinnacle at this very moment. The terrifying aura continued to surge at this time, and the terrifying power was unimaginable. At this moment, Zhang Daqian had already taken the absolute initiative, and his speed had also reached the peak at this time. In just a moment, he had already arrived in front of the three-headed monster bird. The three-headed monster bird wanted to fly away, but it was directly caught by Zhang Daqian, and then directly fell from the sky. His body directly smashed into the last demonic beast. At this time, Zhang Daqian's strength erupted again, and the terrifying power directly impacted the two monsters, killing them directly. Huff, huff. Zhang Daqian finally won. He directly killed these monsters, but in fact, at this time, he was also extremely tired. This was also because the two monsters were scared out of their wits by Zhang Daqian's thunderous power. They didn't dare to confront him at all, but in fact, if they continued to persist, then it was possible to directly turn the situation around. Zhang Daqian had just broken through, and his momentum was indeed fierce, but there was always a limit. If they could continue to support him, then it wouldn't be like this. Zhang Daqian fell to the ground, swallowed the medicinal pill directly, and then began to recover his aura. Although he had already killed all the demonic beasts, he knew that his battle was far from over. At this time, the fog had become extremely thick, and the earthquake had not stopped, which meant that the extremely powerful monster beast with the dragon bloodline was still alive and seemed to be in good condition. He knew that although Yi Xingkong's strength was strong, even stronger than his current strength, it was still very difficult for him to face the terrifying monster beast alone. Therefore, he had to recover his strength as soon as possible so that he could help Yi Xingkong. Yi Xingkong condensed all his strength into the Buddha sword, and finally exerted an extremely powerful force. The array began to ripple directly under the sword. It was like endless waves were constantly shaking, and in the end, the array was finally broken. The giant dragon lizard looked at Yi Xingkong, and its huge eyes revealed incomparable surprise. Human, I really didn't expect you to be able to do this. This is greatly beyond my expectations. It said slowly and in a low voice. Indeed, it had never thought that Yi Xingkong could break this array. After all, the guy who set up the array was a powerful existence that even it was extremely afraid of. He had personally experienced the power of this array formation. However, at this time, the array was actually broken. Such terrifying strength was really unimaginable. At this time, the giant dragon lizard thought highly of Yi Xingkong. Yi Xingkong said directly, "Evil creature, is breaking this array already very surprising to you? What are you going to do when I chop your head off?" At this time, Yi Xingkong was simply aggressive, and he asked directly. The giant dragon lizard seemed to have heard the funniest joke. Its long snake tongue kept sticking out, and then it said, "Haha, human, if you can do it, then come. If you can really defeat me, then I will die a worthy death." Unfortunately, you don't seem to have the strength. At this time, an extremely dense aura directly oppressed from the giant dragon lizard's body. Dragon's aura. This was the real dragon's aura, the majesty that was emitted by the giant dragon's blood. It was not like Zhang Daqian's dragon's aura, which was condensed from his own thunder dragon. The two majesties were very different. The moment the dragon's aura was released, a shallow layer of soil on the ground was directly shaved off, and Yixingkong took 3 steps back in a row. Ha ha ha, is this what you meant when you said you were going to kill me? But you can't even withstand my dragon's aura. You stupid humans should be delicious food, but you have to do such unnecessary things. It really disgusts me. The powerful giant dragon lizard flicked its tongue again. Yixingkong gritted his teeth. Chapter 1139. Female literature. If he had not expended so much energy to break the formation, he would not have ended up in such a pathetic state. However, he had to admit that this giant lizard dragon was very powerful. The dragon's aura was so terrifying that it was even more terrifying than the aura of a venerable one. Was a true dragon really that powerful? At this moment, he gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and the pagoda sword chi was constantly pulsating. At this moment, his power was so strong and terrifying. That thick power was constantly changing at this moment. All the powers between heaven and earth were constantly changing at this moment. The auras were also constantly shaking at this moment, and they were all gathering around Yixingxing's body. It was the pagoda sex recovery technique. According to legend, if one was able to cultivate this profound technique to the limit, then one would even be able to directly bring the dead back to life. Of course, Yixingxing had not cultivated this technique to this level. In fact, even great elder Fu Qing had not cultivated it. But now, it was perfect for him to use this technique to restore his cultivation. At this moment, the giant lizard dragon suddenly took a step forward. Its power was still seeping into the ground. The earthquake was still ongoing, and it slowly walked towards Yixingxing. I hate humans. In my opinion, you're all like bedbugs, so I'm still going to kill you. In fact, I'm a terrible lizard, but compared to laziness, I hate humans more. At this moment, its aura was pulsating, and its powerful power was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this time, his rich power was constantly rushing out, and his violent aura was even more powerful at this time. At this moment, its terrifying aura was directly suppressing Yixingxing. Are you recovering your power? Although I hate you humans, I have to admit that you humans have really come up with a lot of interesting things. Of course, it was not interesting. The strength of humans was not without reason. The strength of demonic beasts lay in their powerful inheritance. As long as their bloodline was strong enough, they were born to be extremely terrifying. The legendary demonic beasts with top-notch bloodlines were comparable to humans in the dragon realm when they were young, or even stronger. How terrifying was this? With such a starting point, it was natural for them to be at the top. It was enough to look down on all living beings. However, the heavenly Tao was fair after all. Such existences were undoubtedly powerful. However, their birth was not easy. Just think about it. If there were many such existences in this world, how could the other living beings survive? They would probably all be killed by those terrifying existences. Therefore, although they were powerful, the heavenly Tao was still fair. Humans, on the other hand, were not very strong when they were born. Up until now, in the records of history, the most outstanding human had only reached the spirit-drawing realm at birth. That child had died after birth, as if he had been punished by the heavens. Not to mention the top demon beasts, even compared to those ordinary beasts, the starting point of the human race was lower. However, the human race was an intelligent race. They were originally so powerless, but they created cultivation. This caused their strength to increase greatly. In the end, human powerhouses emerged one after another. Even the most powerful demonic beasts had to make concessions. Even the most powerful dragon clan could only stay on Dragon Island at this time. The giant dragon lizard's words were true. However, it was precisely because of this that he especially hated humans. Yixingxing did not answer. At this time, he simply did not have the time to answer. At this time, he was constantly gathering his strength. In his current state, he was unable to fight against this extremely powerful and terrifying existence. The only way was to restore his strength. Only then would he have a chance. Looks like that sword strike just now really consumed too much of your physical strength. That's why I say that you guys are the real idiots. What's that saying again? That's right, you know you can't do it, but you still do it. At this time, the giant dragon lizard's tongue slowly stretched out at this time. That extremely powerful force also slowly rose at this time. An extremely strong fishy smell had already rushed towards Yixingxing. He was going to die. If he was touched by the snake's tongue, he would definitely die. In just an instant, he had already determined that the snake's tongue was extremely poisonous. If he was touched by the snake's tongue, he would definitely die. Therefore, at this time, he could no longer gather strength. His sword suddenly rose, and a beam of sword chi was waved again. That beam of sword light sped forward. The sword light was sharp, but it was not so for the giant dragon lizard. Weak, pitiful. This was his evaluation of the sword light. The snake's tongue flickered gently, and a red light flashed. At this time, the sword chi was directly torn apart. Yixingxing's face was solemn. In fact, when he attacked with his sword, he had already thought that his sword could not cause any harm to the opponent. However, he did not expect that the giant dragon lizard would be able to destroy his sword light so easily. Forget it, it's better for you to become food. The snake's tongue rushed towards Yixingxing at a terrifying speed. Its speed was faster than his sword light. At this moment, a bolt of lightning directly rushed out from the cave entrance. Thunder Dragon Fist. Then, Zhang Daqian directly appeared. He had the elixir given by Su Yan. After swallowing it, he directly recovered his strength. Although he did not recover to his peak state, it was extremely rare. As soon as he recovered, he did not dare to delay any further and directly rushed towards the cave entrance. That thunder dragon fist directly bombarded the snake's forked tongue. The power of thunder was extremely overbearing. When the punch landed, even the giant lizard dragon was directly injured, and its tongue was rolled back into its mouth. At that very moment, a look of anger flashed in his eyes. You were actually able to come here alive. In that case, did you already kill those 4 pieces of trash? Those 4 monsters were also powerful monsters at the peak of the dragon realm. In terms of realm, they were the same as him, but in his eyes, they were just trash. At this time, his aura was so violent and terrifying. All of his strength was condensed at this time. Zhang Daqian came to Yixingxing's side and said, "Are you okay?" Yixingxing smiled bitterly, "I won't die." Zhang Daqian handed over a pill. This is Su Yan's energy-gathering pill. Eat it and it will restore your strength. Yixingxing did not hesitate and directly swallowed the pill. I'll hold it off for a while. Hurry up. Seeing this, Yixingxing swallowed the pill. Zhang Daqian directly rushed towards the giant dragon lizard. As soon as he arrived in front of this lizard, he already knew that this lizard was really not to be underestimated. It was stronger than the 4 monsters he had killed before. Just the dragon's might that drifted out was already extremely terrifying. If he had not condensed the thunder dragon, he was afraid that standing under this dragon power at this time would be extremely heavy. Thunder fist, thunder roar. In the face of such a monster, he did not dare to give the other party a chance to attack first. He directly roared and immediately blasted out a punch. At this time, the powerful and terrifying fist directly burst out at this time. The powerful light constantly flashed, showing the extremely terrifying power. Such an attack was already extremely terrifying. It was a punch that condensed all of his will and strength. Looking at the roaring thunder power, even the giant dragon lizard showed a dignified look at this time. Go to hell. He swung his huge tail and slammed it into the ground. The entire cave immediately shook violently, and then an extremely powerful aura directly spread out at this time. On the ground, layers of rock walls suddenly appeared. His thunder dragon fist had been completely sealed off. The emergence of this power was so sudden that it surprised Zhang Daqian a little. This was the terrifying talent of monsters. Generally speaking, if a person wanted to perform such a method, he or she must be proficient in the 5 elements law. However, at this moment, he did it so effortlessly. After the rock walls appeared, not only did they block the power of the thunder dragon fist, but they also rose up one by one, trapping Zhang Daqian in it. Zhang Daqian's expression kept changing. He already knew that this was extremely unfavorable for him. He had to find a way to break through the blockade of this wall. However, it was not so easy to break through this blockade. Humph, evil creature, you can't lock me up. After trying to find a loophole and failing to find one, he suddenly erupted his power and began to bombard it directly. A series of loud noises came, but the giant dragon lizard did not care. However, he soon became extremely unhappy because at this time, Yi Xingxing had recovered. This made him extremely unhappy. Elixir. This was also one of the reasons why humans were so strong. Beast, now we can have a good fight. At this time, his power erupted again, and an extremely powerful light directly bombarded the opponent. It was the sword light again. However, this time, the sword light was much stronger than before. Humph, come on. At this time, Yi Xingxing directly recovered his physical strength. He had to admit that the effect of the energy-gathering pill was really good. Under this sword attack, the giant dragon lizard's long snake tongue fluttered again. The terrifying power directly bombarded and then dispersed the sword light. However, although he still managed to disperse the sword light this time, his expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 1140. Female literature. The attack from before had been so understated. However, it was different this time around. At this time, Zhang Daqian was trapped by the rock wall, but what really trapped Zhang Daqian was not the rocks, but the power he attached to the rocks. At this time, Zhang Daqian was constantly attacking the rocks, which was also constantly consuming his power. Now, Yi Xingxing's sword chi rushed over again. That sword chi was not the sword chi he used to slash out when he was weak, so he had to spend energy to deal with it. The sword chi was dispersed by him, but Yi Xingxing was not unhappy at all. Instead, he laughed. It seems that you are not that strong, Yi Xingxing said. At this time, the power that the giant dragon lizard injected into the earth had stopped. At this time, the 5-dragon mountain was no longer shaking, and the earthquake power had disappeared. This meant that the evil beast's power had a limit, and it was impossible for it to be endless. At this time, he had no time to divert more power to trigger the earthquake. Now, he and Zhang Daqian were actually still at a disadvantage, but it did not matter. Once the earthquake stopped, the threat to the disciples at the foot of the mountain would be reduced. He believed that Jing Xingming could take the disciples and leave the 5-dragon mountain at this time. In fact, this was indeed the case. After a bitter battle, Jing Xingming finally killed the powerful dragon monster. Now that the earthquake stopped, they were no longer so passive. The disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization immediately began to cast the fog technique on him. With the combination of the Guiyuan pill and the fog technique, his state directly improved. I am going to the mountain to help Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing. You guys return to the Heaven and Earth organization. After recovering his power, he did not talk nonsense and directly went to the 5-dragon mountain. So what? Do you think you have one? At this time, the huge dragon's body began to expand. At the same time, he began to release his power directly. At this moment, outside the cave, a huge earth wall appeared, sealing the cave. Human, if you think you have one, then you are wrong. The fun has just begun. At this time, his power was constantly surging, and a powerful force was directly released. Yi Xingxing's expression turned solemn. Although his words were extremely contemptuous, he knew that this guy was powerful and terrifying. At this time, the cave entrance had been sealed, so even if Jing Xingming wanted to come in, he couldn't do it. Zhang Daqian was still trapped in the seal. Although the power of the dragon lizard had been reduced a little, it was still very difficult for him to face this terrifying and powerful monster alone. Pagoda Sword Chi, Pagoda Life Sword. At this time, he no longer hesitated and directly attacked. The sword chi permeated the air once again. The dense sword chi rose up at this time. An extremely terrifying power was operating at this time. That powerful power was truly terrifying. The fall of the sword immediately demonstrated the strength of the Stupa sect. This set of sword skills was many times more powerful than the burial sword tomb. As the sword chi fell, there was actually a Buddha chi transforming. The dragon lizard used one move, which was to directly spit out its long snake tongue. The red snake tongue was simply the most terrifying weapon. Yi Xingxing's sword was naturally not a divine sword, but it was still a top-notch famed sword. It was extremely powerful, and when combined with the power of the sword chi, the lethality of the attack was needless to say. However, the snake tongue kept colliding with the sword, but there was no damage. Instead, Yi Xingxing's sword kept shaking, as if it couldn't withstand this power. Great Pagoda Palm. At this time, Yi Xingxing suddenly rose, and directly suppressed the dragon lizard with a huge force. This was also the most powerful move of the Stupa sect. Its strength was unimaginable. When Fu Qing and Su Yan fought that day, they had already used this move. However, Su Yan directly responded with a powerful law, and immediately neutralized this move. At this time, Yi Xingxing's move was also terrifying. The palm fell directly on the dragon lizard's back, directly pressing it into the ground. At this time, the dragon lizard let out an angry roar. Yi Xingxing's sword had actually pressed it deep into the ground, which made it extremely angry. It had the blood of the dragon clan in it, so naturally, it had the dignity of the dragon clan. In the eyes of the dragon, all other clans were inferior, and humans were even more so. Back then, the blood-winged dragon betrayed Su Yan, even at the risk of being bitten, and directly went against its oath, because of this reason. Now, it was actually being suppressed by a lowly human in such a way. This was intolerable. At this moment, an extremely powerful force was constantly surging. His aura had risen to the peak at this moment. Because it was angry, it went berserk. When a powerful demonic beast went berserk, it was naturally extremely terrifying. Its blood directly burned, and its power would be even more terrifying, and its demonic power would be even more intense. Not only that, but its tolerance for pain would also be greatly increased. This was the state of madness. Some humans with special talents would also be like this. At the most critical time, they would directly enter the most violent state, which was actually somewhat similar to the cold state. Of course, compared to the cold state, there was a fatal flaw. That was rationality. When Wang Baichuan displayed the cold state, he would not lose his rationality. On the contrary, he would become calmer, and his grasp of the battle would become even more terrifying. However, this was not the case for madness. However, under the current circumstances, a demonic beast that had begun to go berserk, and it was a dragon lizard that had the blood of the dragon clan, was unimaginable. After the dragon lizard went berserk, it directly let out an extremely ear-piercing cry, and its body directly charged towards Yi Xingxing. The dragon lizard was obviously so huge at this time, but its speed was simply unimaginable. Such a violent speed, even Yi Xingkong was shocked. How terrifying! It can actually increase its speed to this extent. The moment the dragon lizard began to go berserk, he already knew that things were going to be bad. However, he did not expect the dragon lizard to be even more terrifying after going berserk than he imagined. He did his best and directly avoided the impact. However, the strong wind that blew past him made him extremely uncomfortable. This place had been directly sealed by the dragon lizard. In such a narrow place, he did not know how many times he could avoid it. It was at this moment that the giant lizard charged at him again. After dodging several times in a row, Yi Xingxing already felt that it was extremely dangerous. Yi Xingxing, come to me. At this moment, Zhang Daqian's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Xingxing immediately understood what the other party meant. When the giant lizard dragon charged at him again, he immediately arrived in front of the stone prison that the giant lizard dragon had created. At the critical moment, he dodged again, but the giant lizard dragon's power slammed into the stone prison. In an instant, the stone prison was directly shattered, and Zhang Daqian directly came out of the stone prison. At this time, his expression was ugly. Although he came out of the stone prison, the impact just now almost killed him directly. What a terrifying beast! He exclaimed in his heart. Human, die. At this moment, a red light flashed in the dragon lizard's eyes, and the ground began to fluctuate again. It was clearly a hard rock ground, but at this time, it turned into quicksand. Seeing that the situation was not good, the two of them immediately rose into the air. At this moment, the dragon lizard's long tongue turned into a terrifying long whip and directly lashed towards the two of them. Fight! At this time, for the two of them, it was already impossible for them to dodge the attack. Moreover, it was in such a narrow place, which made it even more so. Therefore, at this moment, the best choice for the two of them was to fight with all their might. Thunder technique, thunder critical strike. Zhang Daqian directly condensed all his power, and a terrifying thunder light appeared. At this time, Yixingxing also did the same. Buddha's immeasurable, demon-slaying sword. The sword in his hand directly shattered, and after that, it turned into an incomparably pure sword chi. The sword chi and his Buddha's chi combined to form an extremely terrifying sword light. When this sword light appeared, it immediately displayed an incomparably terrifying majesty. The two most powerful forces directly fell, and the terrifying aura directly exploded at this time. At this time, the intense power was really terrifying. In an instant, this small cave was completely flooded by the terrifying power. Boom! A terrifying roar directly rushed out, and the power directly exploded. Then, the violent energy continued to surge. Under the impact of this power, Yixingxing and Zhang Daqian directly hit the stone wall, and unimaginable pain immediately spread to them. This attack was really terrifying, and the two of them had exhausted their most powerful strength. The impact of this attack was so terrifying that the entire cave almost collapsed. Fortunately, at this time, the cave was directly blasted open by this force. The cave is about to collapse, let's go. At this time, the two of them directly rushed out, ignoring the intense pain on their bodies. At this time, the dragon lizard's terrible hissing sound was still transmitted. Although it was painful, one could tell from its voice that it was still full of strength. Such an attack still couldn't do anything to it. Chapter 1141. Female Literature, Chapter 1139, Joining Forces to Fight. Fortunately, the two of them managed to leave the cave before it collapsed and were not buried inside. Otherwise, even if they were not crushed to death by the falling boulder, they would have been trapped inside and died. At the very least, they would not be able to fight against such a terrifying monster in such an unfavorable environment. When the two of them left the cave, Jing Xingming was finally able to meet up with them. Are you all right? At this time, when he looked at the two people in such a miserable state, he already knew how dangerous the battle just now was. Zhang Daqian and Yixingxing shook their heads and said, "We're fine. We didn't die, but that guy didn't die either." A top-level monster in the dragon realm was already extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the other party had the dragon bloodline. That was even more unimaginable. The two of them had already tried their best, but they still could not kill the other party. This showed how terrifying the other party was. Their expressions had become extremely solemn. They were already lucky to be alive after encountering such a monster. At this moment, an angry roar came from the cave, followed by another earthquake. Jing Xingming carried the two of them and immediately soared into the sky. At this moment, the 5 dragon mountains shook violently again, and the ground cracked. The giant lizard dragon finally appeared. At this moment, the giant lizard dragon had truly become a terrifying monster. Its body had already reached a height of nearly 100 meters, and its terrifying aura was extremely dense. It occupied the top of the 5 dragon mountain, displaying an unimaginably terrifying aura. Previously in the cave, it still had a trace of rationality. But now, it had completely chosen to use its crazy and powerful dragon bloodline to propel itself. When the dragon bloodline's power was 100% ignited, its power had reached an extremely terrifying level. The powerful aura was simply indescribable. Such a powerful force could be said to be invincible in the dragon realm. Damn it, how can this beast be so terrifying? Yi Xingxing snorted angrily. They had clearly used all their strength, but they still could not defeat this damned beast. At this moment, Zhang Daqian suddenly said, "In the end, we are still too weak. If Su Yan was here, he would definitely be able to kill this beast in the shortest time possible." At this point, they all fell silent. Could Su Yan kill this guy? Of course he could. Moreover, it would be effortless. However, that was something that Su Yan could kill, not them. As for themselves, it was already very difficult for them to join forces. This reflected the gap between them, and the most important thing was that Su Yan was actually about the same age as them. Yi Xingkong and the others were not the same. They boasted that they had grown up in the mystic realm, so they should have been stronger than the natives of the 5 counties. But the reality was so cruel. Su Yan's strength had already reached the level of a few days. You don't have to be so disappointed. Su Yan's strength is his own business. We can't be envious of him. If it is useful to be envious, why do we need to cultivate? In the end, we have to rely on ourselves to improve. At this time, Zhang Daqian had recovered some of his yuan qi. He said directly, "The problem now is not to talk about those trivial things, but to join forces to kill this guy. If the 3 of us can't do it, then it will be a joke." As he spoke, his conviction rose, and a strong sense of confidence was displayed. At this time, Yi Xingkong also directly swept away the decline and said, "Brother Zhang is right. Su Yan is Su Yan, and we are us. Our lives are not over yet, and no one can say anything about the future. As long as we work hard enough, we may be able to surpass Su Yan one day. In any case, such a giant lizard dragon will definitely not be able to stop us." His strength also began to rise directly. Jing Xingming said, "In that case, let's fight it. I don't believe that the 3 of us are not a match for this beast." At this time, the 3 of them were ready to join forces. Strong willpower began to appear, naturally supporting the incomparable fighting spirit. And now, the 3 of them began to truly join forces. In the past, although they had cooperated with each other, there was still a gap between them, after all. But now, under the powerful pressure, this gap gradually melted away. Su Yan proposed to let the people of the Stupa sect, the Heaven and Earth organization, and the Sound of Thunder sect work together for this reason. The continent of the 5 counties had already begun to change. Su Yan could not guess what the future would be like. However, he understood one thing. No matter how the continent changed, it was not something that could be dealt with by relying on one sect. If the Heaven and Earth organization and the Sound of Thunder sect wanted to survive, besides being stronger, they also had to have allies. Only with enough allies could they develop better. This was the way of the world. Helping each other and seeking common ground while shelving differences was the only way to develop in an all-round way. However, if they could not do this and did not accept or even reject other sects, then they would be the first to be consumed in fearless battles. As for making the sects stronger, that was just empty talk. Of course, wanting to form an alliance was not just empty talk. As the saying went, everyone was different. Due to the different environments in which they grew up, the way of thinking between the sects was also different. If they were forcefully put together, then there would naturally be conflicts. Even if the leaders of the sects had reached an agreement, it would be useless. Each of these disciples had their own thoughts. No matter how strong a person was, it would be difficult to control the hearts of others, unless they were refined into puppets. However, if all the disciples were turned into puppets, then the sect would be finished. In that case, it would be useless no matter how strong these puppets were. They would still be destroyed. There was only one way to make these people with different thoughts integrate better, and that was to share trials and tribulations. As the saying went, a friend in need was a friend indeed. Only when they had gone through difficult things together would they develop feelings for each other. When he was still on Earth, those large and small companies would hold a regular expansion training. In fact, this was the reason why so many companies would hold a regular expansion training. Let them experience difficulties together and work hard for the same thing. In this way, they would naturally be able to get to know each other better and accept each other better. Of course, in the 5 continents, there was no need for such things as quality expansion at all, because now, there was danger at every moment. The feelings gained after going through the test of life and death were unbreakable. Just like now, at the very beginning, Zhang Daqian and Jing Xingming were fighting directly. If it was just to persuade them, even if Yun Wanqing personally tried to persuade them, it would be useless. But now, they had joined forces to fight this terrifying giant lizard dragon. Under the threat of life and death, if they wanted to survive and defeat or even kill this giant lizard dragon, then they could only cooperate with each other and trust each other completely. At this time, they directly released their power, and the giant lizard dragon immediately felt their existence. It opened its mouth, and a terrifying breath directly went against the sky. Disperse, then attack from different directions. At this time, Yi Xingxing said directly. At this time, the 3 of them had already developed a tacit understanding in their hearts. Then, they directly dispersed in a triangular formation. The terrifying breath did not cause any harm to them. This attack did not have any effect at all, which immediately made the giant lizard dragon extremely angry. It released a sharp hissing sound again. Pay attention, this guy's hissing sound interferes with soul power. Be careful. Zhang Daqian shouted directly. Zhang Daqian's perception was very keen. The hissing sound didn't have an obvious effect on the soul. However, the power of the hissing sound was like a ticking time bomb that was buried in one sea of consciousness. When the strength of this power reached a critical point, it would directly explode. This terrible impact may not kill them, but it was definitely a huge impact on them. At that time, the giant lizard dragon could directly harvest it. However, Zhang Daqian's keen perception discovered this point and told them about it, so they would be on guard and not let this weak mental power enter their sea of consciousness. At this time, Jing Xingming also shouted, "I'll attack its jaw." When the giant lizard dragon raised its head, a piece of flesh on its jaw was exposed. Jing Xingming immediately found that compared to the other parts of the giant lizard dragon, the flesh on its jaw was obviously very soft. There was no perfect existence in this world. Even the legendary giant dragons had their own weaknesses, so this giant lizard dragon was the same. At this time, it seemed that its jaw was its weakness, so at this time, he directly attacked its weakness. However, if he was alone, he definitely wouldn't have done so. Even ordinary beasts had means to protect their own weaknesses, let alone such a powerful and terrifying monster beast. But now it was different. As soon as his voice fell, Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing immediately launched their attacks. What they wanted to do was to attract the attention of the giant lizard dragon. Thunder roar, thunder dragon fist. Buddha's immeasurable, great demon subduing palm. The power of the 2 people directly bombarded out, and each power was extremely terrifying and powerful. At this time, the giant lizard dragon was attracted by the 2 powers that fell from the sky. He raised his head again and immediately let out an extremely terrifying breath. The power of this breath was so imposing that even a one-origin venerable would feel incomparably fearful. Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing naturally could not block this attack, and their power was directly scattered. But this was enough. Chapter 1142. Female Literature, Chapter 1140. Finally killed. They didn't intend to use their attacks to kill this terrifying monster. All they wanted was to defeat this terrifying monster. At this moment, a powerful force fell, and the terrifying ray shot out, immediately dispersing their power. The 2 of them immediately dodged. Jing Xingming immediately shouted, "Now!" Yes, it was now. When the death ray was activated, the huge lizard dragon raised its head high. This also meant that his weakness was exposed at this moment. Buddha's sword light, infinite slaughter. How could Jing Xingming let go of this opportunity? His aura flashed, and a sword light immediately appeared. He had gathered all of his strength in this strike. Such a sword intent directly soared into the sky, and the terrifying aura kept circling in the air. The powerful and terrifying power kept fluctuating. The terrifying power directly fell at this moment. It was as if a terrifying radiance suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Such a powerful force kept moving at this moment. It was really terrifying. The power was entrusted with all of Jing Xingming's faith. Then, it finally landed on that weak piece of flesh. At this moment, the dragon lizard immediately let out an extremely miserable and painful cry. The sword qi directly pierced through that piece of flesh. That was the first time it suffered such a big loss since the beginning of the battle. One must know that before this, no matter how hard they tried, they could not break through its flesh. But now, they had caused such a serious injury. This was a huge improvement, and also a huge victory. Good, we finally hurt this evil creature. If this attack still could not hurt this evil creature, the three of them would really be powerless. At this point, they were extremely confident that they could kill the giant lizard dragon. As long as this dragon lizard was injured, the injury would gradually spread. There was no other way. It was like a dam. The dam could originally block thousands of floods, but as long as there was a small hole in most of the dam, it would directly collapse. With this breakthrough, the three of them had a direction to attack. The three of them kept circling around and attacking. Finally, they gradually expanded their advantage. At this moment, in a dark place, a shadow was watching their battle. Hee, it's really amazing. Are you finally going to kill this stupid dragon lizard after working together? But fortunately, you still killed it. You didn't let me down. If you couldn't kill it, it would be too boring. This guy was talking to himself. If the giant dragon lizard's dragon blood hadn't gone berserk, and it just so happened to be here, then it would have discovered that this person wasn't just anyone, but the mysterious person who walked out of the darkness in its own cave. He and the dragon lizard were clearly working together, but from his tone, one could tell that he wanted the dragon lizard dead. If the dragon lizard dies, then that guy will definitely wake up. I really didn't expect Su Yan to be so powerful. Even Master can't do anything to him for the time being. Fortunately, if that guy wakes up, he should be able to find something for Su Yan to do. Otherwise, Su Yan's realm will probably continue to rise. The reason why the Five-Dragon Mountain was called the Five-Dragon Mountain was because there was a five-clawed black dragon sleeping at the foot of the mountain. The five-clawed black dragon was extremely powerful. It was a terrifying existence on the level of a sacred beast. One had to know that sacred beasts were already extremely terrifying, and sacred beasts of the dragon race were even more powerful. They were at least a level higher than ordinary sacred beasts. And this dragon was a five-clawed dragon. Although it was only a black dragon, the five-clawed dragon was already an extremely terrifying bloodline among the dragon race. It only had 3 claws to take down the blood-winged wyvern. This giant lizard dragon was already extremely powerful, to the point of being ridiculously powerful. Why was this so? It was because its talent was extremely terrifying. It had the bloodline of the five-clawed black dragon. In fact, this dragon lizard was already terrifying enough. It could cause great destruction. However, in their opinion, it was still far from enough. What they needed was more dragons to appear. The five-clawed dragon was currently in a deep sleep. Even they were unwilling to provoke it because they knew that once they did so, the five-clawed dragon would attack them first. When that time came, it would be a joke. They had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Therefore, they could only use the dragon lizard to lure the five-clawed black dragon out. As for how to lure it out, it was actually not difficult. As long as its descendant died, their goal would be achieved. However, they did not dare to kill the black dragon themselves. It was not that they could not do it, but that they did not dare to. It was because dragons would leave behind dragon resentment before they were killed. This dragon resentment was an extremely special curse. Once there was dragon resentment, no matter what race the giant dragon was, it would definitely not rest until one was dead. That was because that was blasphemy against the dragon's dignity. Therefore, as powerful as he was, he did not dare to act rashly. But now that there were a few scapegoats, it couldn't be better. This giant lizard dragon actually had an outstanding bloodline, but unfortunately, his strength was still too low. Such strength was indeed a devastating disaster for ordinary sections. However, it was not enough for Su Yan. If Su Yan personally made a move, he would probably be suppressed in the blink of an eye. Therefore, he wanted to find a powerful opponent for Su Yan. Those fools did not know that yet. At that moment, they were still attacking continuously, wanting to kill the dragon lizard. At this time, their strength was constantly increasing, and the terrifying power kept rushing down. Under the powerful impact, the giant dragon lizard's vitality finally began to decrease. Very good, we're going to succeed. As long as we kill this guy, we can completely clear this area. We can live here very well. Zhang Daqing was a little excited at that moment. Such a powerful opponent was finally going to be killed by them, which was naturally something to be happy about. Moreover, as long as the most powerful monster in the Five Dragons Mountain was killed, the other monsters would naturally not be a threat. By that time, their strength would become extremely powerful and terrifying. The people in this place would also be able to start their own lives and continue to develop. This was an extremely difficult thing to do, so even he was somewhat happy in his heart. Then, let's do it. We'll kill it with the final blow. At that moment, the power of the three people converged at the same time. The dragon lizard already had many wounds on its body, but it was far from enough. If they wanted to completely kill it, they were still far from enough. However, at that moment, their power directly converged, and a terrifying aura immediately rose at that moment. Lightning Pagoda Sword. A terrifying giant sword immediately appeared in the sky. On the giant sword, the pagoda sword's aura was extremely deep. Outside the giant sword, there were also streaks of lightning following it. This was the first time the three people directly merged their power and then used it to attack. The power displayed was simply beyond their imagination. They never thought that they would be able to release such terrifying power. When the sword floated in the air, the terrifying pressure immediately became extremely deep. An extremely terrifying power kept flying in the sky. Such a dignified sword, such a terrifying sword aura. At that moment, everything between heaven and earth seemed to have completely disappeared. The only thing that existed was this terrifying and powerful sword aura. The sword floated in the sky like a terrifying giant that existed at the peak of the world. Such power kept flashing, which was even more difficult to describe. The three people shouted at the same time, "Kill!" At that moment, the lightning pagoda sword finally fell. The dragon lizard, which was already on the verge of death, immediately let out a loud roar. It was obvious that it had realized that its death was finally coming. In the end, the sword fell directly. The terrifying aura directly fell and directly cut off the dragon lizard's head. We did it. The three people shouted excitedly at the same time. After paying such a high price, they had finally succeeded. How could they not be happy? However, at that moment, Zhang Daqian's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, let's go. At that moment, he felt something extremely terrifying. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if he was being watched by a pair of terrifying eyes that came from nowhere, or as if he was being cursed by a terrifying creature that had existed since ancient times. Damn it, it's the dragon's resentment. At that moment, Yi Xingkong suddenly remembered a record he had accidentally read in the past. All dragon slayers were possessed by the dragon's resentment. The dragon's resentment was the resentment of a giant dragon. With such resentment, the person was the common enemy of the dragon clan. No matter when or where, as long as they saw the dragon's resentment, anyone with the bloodline of the dragon clan would definitely kill them. Although Yi Xingkong knew this secret, he had grown up in a secret realm since he was a child. There were no giant dragons in a secret realm, so he had always hidden this matter deep in his mind. However, just a moment ago, he finally remembered that the dragon's resentment was an extremely terrifying thing. When Zhang Daqian spoke, the three of them had already retreated. However, it was too late. The dragon's resentment was too fast, and it had already been branded on their bodies in an instant. This was not just a simple tattoo, but a terrible curse that was engraved on their souls. Chapter 1143. Female Literature, Chapter 1141, Five-Clawed Black Dragon. Damn it, we're still a step too late. Yi Xingxing was extremely regretful at this time. If he had thought of this earlier, maybe he wouldn't have to do this now. But it was too late to say anything now. The dragon's resentment was already attached to their bodies. At this time, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. If I had thought of this in advance, we might have been able to avoid the dragon's resentment. Yi Xingxing apologized directly. Zhang Daqian said, no need to apologize. In my opinion, even if we knew in advance, we wouldn't have been able to avoid it. That was a curse condensed by the dragon lizard when it burned its dragon blood before it died. Unless we're much stronger than the dragon lizard and can directly disperse this power, we won't be able to avoid it. If they were much stronger than the dragon lizard, then why would they have to work so hard? Even to the point where they would fight to the death. Therefore, there were many things that were useless to say more. Forget it, forget it. It's all fate. But at least we killed this guy directly. As for what the dragon's resentment is and what the consequences will be, I think we don't have to worry about it now. What will come will come. At this time, Jing Xingming said. In fact, what he said was very reasonable. If many things were really predestined, then what would come will come. Not to mention that they were already affected by the dragon's resentment, so there was no point in thinking about it later. At least the three of them joined forces and killed this terrifying dragon lizard. Killing the dragon lizard was a great benefit for them. Dragons were indeed powerful, but often, the word dragon was also associated with wealth. Not to mention other things, the materials on the dragon's body were extremely precious. Its leather armor was so tough that even their strength couldn't damage it. If they could make it into a weapon to protect themselves, then they would immediately have a huge advantage in a battle with people of the same level. And the leather armor was actually the most worthless thing on the dragon lizard's body. Just as they were talking, an extremely silent whistling sound suddenly appeared in the air. It was as if a terrifying whirlwind suddenly appeared out of thin air. What's going on? At this time, the three of them immediately woke up. What exactly happened? Why did such an unforeseen event happen? They couldn't understand why such a terrifying change would occur at this time. Not good, an even more terrifying creature has appeared. Damn it, dragon's resentment, it must be dragon's resentment. There are dragons in this place. Zhang Daqian's expression changed immediately. He immediately thought of a possibility, that was, the dragon's resentment. They didn't expect that their words of waiting until later would come true. An extremely terrifying power directly appeared at this time. Heaven and earth also changed color at this moment. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The terrifying sound of the wind had become the only sound they could hear between heaven and earth. Look! At this time, Jing Xingming suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing turned around at the same time. What? Even with their mental fortitude, they were shocked at this moment. A pair of indifferent eyes suddenly appeared behind them. There was no light of life in those eyes, as if they were the deepest darkness. Under the gaze of those eyes, the three of them all felt an extremely terrifying force attacking their bodies. That terrifying aura seemed to want to kill them directly. Dragon, that's a real dragon. A monster with the bloodline of a real dragon was already so terrifying, but what appeared in front of them at this time was a real dragon. What kind of terrifying existence was that? What was even more terrifying was that the realm of this real dragon seemed to be far above them. I bestow death upon all of you. His voice was ethereal, as if he was a deity. The moment his words fell, a dark storm directly appeared at this time. The cold storm directly shook at this time. The terrifying power was so powerful at this time. Endless power was directly stimulated at this time. At this time, the terrifying pressure directly pressed down. Die, die, die. In the terrifying storm, the word die kept echoing. Under the influence of this voice, the three of them seemed to have lost themselves. One after another, extremely terrifying scenes appeared directly at this time. They seemed to be directly sinking into it. At this time, the shadow hiding in the distance naturally saw all of this. The terrifying power was really terrifying to the extreme. The incomparably terrifying storm at this time was constantly moving at this time, and it was even more terrifying. At this time, that terrifying power had already shown an extremely terrifying sharpness. The lives of the three people were about to directly wither away. But at this time, a cold snort directly appeared. Presumptuous. These two words directly exploded like a clap of thunder. In an instant, the storm stopped, and the terrifying call of death dissipated directly. Zhang Daiqian, Yi Xingxing, and Jing Xingming also directly woke up at this time. At this moment, they still didn't know what happened just now. They only felt that an extremely terrifying power appeared, and then their spirit was directly devoured. At that moment, they felt that they were already dead, and that they had committed a heinous crime and should be subjected to endless torture. But at this time, when the word presumptuous appeared, all the thoughts in their hearts were directly overturned, and their consciousness was restored. When they recovered, they immediately found that there was an extra person in front of them. This person was none other than Su Yan. Su Yan. When they saw Su Yan, they immediately knew that Su Yan had saved their lives before. Even at this time, they were actually still very confused. Guard your spirit, don't be affected by external forces. Su Yan didn't turn around, but directly said to them. The three of them didn't dare to have any neglect. After all, they had already felt the terrifying power before. Just when they were ready, an even more terrifying will directly appeared. At this time, they felt that they were just newborn babies, and in front of them was an omnipotent and terrifying dragon. The dragon looked at them coldly, wanting to kill them directly. But sometimes, in an instant, a light shadow would appear, and the terrifying might would be directly destroyed. Feel the dragon's might well. You've all reached the peak of the dragon realm, but if you can once again comprehend the true dragon's might and completely transform yourself into a dragon's might, then when you become an honorable, your strength will naturally be strong. You have the dragon's resentment on you, and misfortune and fortune are interdependent. That is your fate, but it is also your opportunity. That terrifying might was naturally the aura of the black dragon. The black dragon's appearance was to directly kill the three of them. No, not only the three of them, he also wanted to kill Su Yan together. But Su Yan wouldn't let him achieve that. Not only that, at this time, Su Yan also wanted to give them a huge opportunity. That was to let them feel the true dragon's might. If they could grasp the true essence of the dragon's might, then they would naturally be able to take a higher step on the path of the dragon realm. Back then, Su Yan directly reached the level of 10 dragons in the dragon realm, and his entire body completely transformed. Even if he was an honorable, he could directly match him. He didn't expect these people to have the same Tao as him and reach the level of 10 dragons, but he also hoped that they could become stronger and walk further on the path in the future. That was why he was like this at this time. At this moment, the confrontation between him and the five-clawed black dragon began. The two people's wills directly began the most violent clash. The five-clawed black dragon seemed to have just awakened from a deep sleep, but even so, his dragon's might was extremely terrifying. At this time, Su Yan also released his powerful might. His might also contained an extremely terrifying dragon's might. The violent might rushed out, and it wasn't inferior to the five-clawed black dragon in the slightest. In fact, at this time, if Su Yan really wanted to, then he could completely suppress this fellow's dragon's might. After all, he was someone who possessed the heart of the great demonic dragon. At this time, the power of the heart of the great demonic dragon had been directly merged with his own power. Moreover, he was an honorable who had reached the level of 10 dragons. He was completely a Tyrannosaurus in human form. However, at this time, he didn't approach at all. His power was still extremely terrifying and powerful. However, this power was controlled on a line. In this way, his power wouldn't appear too strong or too weak, which would stimulate the five-clawed black dragon to directly awaken. Dragon's might, this is the might of a true dragon. At this time, the three people immediately knew that this was a great opportunity for them. The so-called dragon realm was the stage where one transformed from a human into a dragon. However, if one hadn't seen a true dragon and felt the might of a dragon, how could it be perfect? Even if one managed to do it, it was still extremely imperfect and could only be barely maintained. It was just a superficial appearance without the essence. However, it was simply too difficult to see a true dragon. True dragons weren't friendly to humans. In their eyes, humans were just a bunch of lowly reptiles, so very few people could see a true dragon. It was already extremely rare to be able to see those monsters with dragon bloodlines, just like that giant lizard dragon. Chapter 1144. Female literature, but now, they felt the purest majesty of a dragon. Furthermore, this was not an ordinary true dragon. It was a five-clawed black dragon, which was the royal family of the dragon clan. Just like what Su Yan had said, misfortune and fortune came hand in hand. Everything had two sides. While the dragon's resentment would make them more dangerous in the future, and they would be hunted by the dragon clan, it also gave them more opportunities to comprehend the dragon's majesty. It allowed them to reach a more powerful realm. Everything depended on one's personal opinion. If they could accept everything calmly, it would naturally be the end result. If they could not accept it, they would be eliminated. What made them even more fortunate was that Su Yan was willing to help them at this time. He directly resisted the five-clawed black dragon with his own will. This way, the comprehension would be more realistic. The three of them were naturally very outstanding to be able to stand out. They knew that this was a great opportunity for them, so they did not dare to be presumptuous and immediately began to focus on cultivation. At this time, the powerful and terrifying power was constantly surging and flowing. Streaks of power were like streams that constantly flashed in and out of his body. Roar. At this time, the five-clawed black dragon seemed to have been completely enraged. Its terrifying roar directly resounded throughout the world. The giant dragon's roar made the world silent. This sentence was best reflected at this time. At this time, all the monsters within 1,000 miles, regardless of whether their bloodline was noble or lowly, and regardless of whether their cultivation was strong or weak, all of them were prostrating on the ground, trembling. That was a terrifying majesty. However, Su Yan did not feel anything. He directly shouted, "Shut up." At this time, he also released his power. A powerful majesty that did not belong to a dragon's roar was released, immediately suppressing the black dragon's roar. At this moment, his overbearing nature was undoubtedly reflected. Su Yan did not have a good impression of the giant dragon, not to mention the blood-winged wyvern that betrayed him. Just the trip to Dragon Island back then had already made him hate the giant dragon. He once said that one day, when his cultivation was enough, he would set foot on Dragon Island and directly settle the score with the giant dragon. At this time, his power directly surged out. A terrifying aura spread out at this moment. Such a terrifying power spread in the sky, and the terrifying auras began to collide even more violently. "Human, how dare you shield the enemy of my dragon clan?" The black dragon seemed to have finally awakened. Its will turned into words and charged at Su Yan. Su Yan sneered, "Idiot. How could Su Yan have any fear towards the dragon clan?" Not to mention that the five-clawed black dragon in front of him was just a sacred beast. Even the dragon king of the dragon clan had been slain by the Godslayer sword back then. Although it was the Godslayer sword that did it at that time, it was still his body, so Su Yan also felt the extremely terrifying aura. Therefore, to Su Yan, he did not care about this *T prestige at all. "You impudent thing, how dare you lurk here and harm living creatures? You should be killed." Su Yan also suddenly shouted and directly released his power. At this time, his aura was revealed, and it immediately revealed an extremely terrifying power. Su Yan's aura was the first indication of Su Yan's powerful confidence. No matter how strong the other party was, he was not afraid at all. In an instant, darkness surged up, and the terrifying power directly turned into a terrifying dragon claw and charged at Su Yan. However, Su Yan said, "You want to compete with me with just this illusory power of yours? What a joke. You'd better show your true body." Su Yan grabbed at the void, and a terrifying shadow immediately appeared. That terrifying shadow directly flew between heaven and earth, and then fiercely bombarded the dragon claw. Such power directly grabbed, and the terrifying aura at this time turned into the most direct power. When the power fell, everything was silent. Just as Su Yan said, if it was just this, then it would be impossible to do anything to Su Yan. At this time, the three people already felt the terror of the true dragon, but what they felt more was Su Yan's power. Su Yan was able to easily suppress this power. From this, it could be seen how terrifying that power was. The giant dragon's attack was already incomparably powerful, but Su Yan had actually dissipated it with contempt. What kind of terrifying power was this? Yi Xingxing suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. At that time, he actually wanted to snatch Su Yan's woman. At this time, he should be glad that Su Yan was magnanimous. Not only did he not bicker with him, but he also gave him such a great opportunity. In the past, he always felt that in this world, at least in this era, his older brother was the most powerful person. But now, he suddenly changed his view. The power that Su Yan displayed made him go into hibernation. He knew that perhaps even his brother could only be like this. However, at this time, a firm belief appeared in his heart. That was, one day, he would definitely become such a powerhouse. No, he would even surpass Su Yan. At this time, the changes in the world were even more terrifying. An extremely terrifying aura directly appeared in the sky, and the shadow directly appeared under such circumstances. It was an extremely terrifying giant dragon. Its valiant aura was simply terrifying. Such a violent power directly spread at this time. A true dragon. The true dragon's body finally appeared. The moment the true dragon appeared, the scorching sun in the sky seemed to have sensed danger and immediately hid itself. This was the power of a true dragon, which was enough to change the color of the world. The body of this five-clawed black dragon was unexpectedly huge. Its terrifying body could almost be said to cover the sky and the sun. At this time, a terrifying power directly spread out, and an endless terrifying aura constantly blew in the sky. That terrifying radiance was simply too powerful and frightening. At this time, his body seemed to be the only one between heaven and earth. At this time, Su Yan directly waved his hand and directly displayed his power. Then, Yi Xingxing, Zhang Deqian, and Jing Xingming directly disappeared. They had already been taken into the small square world by Su Yan. He was not worried that Yi Xingxing and Jing Xingming could see this, because the small square world had completely changed, and only the temple still existed. However, with the strength of the two of them, it was impossible for them to come into contact with the temple. In the small square world, a person was lazily eating peanuts. This was none other than the son of emptiness, Kong Wuhan. He had given the cultivation technique to Su Yan and many of his previous trophies. In fact, Su Yan had already agreed to let him leave, but he refused. After confirming that Su Yan did not seem to have any malicious intentions towards him, he actually asked to stay in this place for a while. According to him, this place was quieter. The current 5 counties continent was actually in a mess, and it would be too noisy if he went out. Su Yan could not be bothered with his words. Of course, in fact, he had already seen that it was definitely an excuse. After all, he had received so many benefits from him, so he naturally would not care about this small matter. 3 more came. I say, you 3 brats. What did you do to offend Su Yan? Kong Wuhan said, taking pleasure in their misfortune. At this time, the 3 of them still did not understand what had happened, but they could not sense a trace of aura from Kong Wuhan's body. Of course, they did not know that Kong Wuhan was an ordinary person without any power. Otherwise, they would not have used the word offend. Since they could not sense the other party's aura, there was only one possibility, and that was that the other party's strength was far beyond theirs. Only then could they not even be qualified to sense the other party's aura. At this time, since the other party had asked the question, they would naturally answer truthfully. Senior, we did not offend Su Yan. It's just that Su Yan is now fighting with a powerful black dragon and is afraid that it will affect us, so we came here. May I ask, Senior, where is this place? To them, words like folded space were too mysterious. After all, even if they knew these words, they had not reached this realm, so it was useless. Seeing that the three of them were being very careful and had a very good attitude, he said, where is this place? It's probably Su Yan's own small world. Only a place like this would be safe for you. However, that guy actually went to fight with a black dragon? TSK, how exciting. It seems that true dragons have many treasures. TSK, how exciting. No, I can't stay here in a daze. The true dragon's treasures. Whether or not true dragons had many treasures was actually just a legend. Almost no one knew about this, because those who dared to offend true dragons were almost all dead. At this time, this guy seemed to be very interested in the true dragon's treasures. This guy's courage was really big. This was really unbearable. Senior, that is not an ordinary black dragon, but a terrifying 5-clawed black dragon. His strength seems to have reached the level of a holy beast. It is extremely terrifying. At this time, Zhang Daqian felt that he should tell them about this matter. The fact that he could stay safely in Su Yan's small world meant that he and Su Yan were not enemies. Since they were not enemies, they should be friends. Therefore, they could not watch Kong Wuhan do something stupid. Chapter 1145. Female Literature, Chapter 1143, Fighting the Black Dragon. What? Say that again? 5-clawed black dragon? At this time, Kong Wuhan immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. Seeing Kong Wuhan's expression, Zhang Daqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Kong Wuhan also knew how powerful the 5-clawed black dragon was. In that case, he should know his place. But in the next moment, the corners of his mouth froze. Ha ha ha, a 5-clawed black dragon? Good, this is really good. God is really good to me. It's actually a 5-clawed black dragon. Every 5-clawed black dragon is a nouveau riche. Treasure, treasure, here I come. At this time, Kong Wuhan was extremely excited. For him, this was an extremely exciting thing. A 5-clawed black dragon, and one that had already reached the level of a saint beast, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. And such a powerful 5-clawed black dragon, how could he not have a lot of treasures? As the most outstanding genius of the Kong Dao sect, if he knew of such an opportunity but did not take action, then he would be letting down his ancestors. Therefore, at this time, he simply disappeared from this place. In just a moment, he had already disappeared from Su Yan's world. Of course, this did not mean that his spatial power was so strong that even Su Yan could not trap him, but because Su Yan gave him a special permission. Since Kong Wuhan had generously given him the cultivation method that he wanted, Su Yan naturally wouldn't lock him up in this place. Although this guy proposed to stay here, Su Yan still opened a spatial point for him. As long as he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. Of course, only Kong Wuhan had this ability, others could not do it. Moreover, after Kong Wuhan left, it was impossible for him to return unless Su Yan locked him up again. He disappeared. He disappeared just like that. Just who is this guy? His strength seems to be terrifying, said Zhang Daqian slowly. At this time, Yixingxing said, he just used the power of space. To be able to use the power of space so skillfully is simply terrifying. You have to know that although the Venerables can already use the power of space, it is only for a short period of time. It is simply unimaginable for someone like him. There was unconcealable envy in their words. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. Su Yan was indeed Su Yan. His friend was also so unfathomable. In the beginning, when they heard that this person wanted to rob the Black Dragon's treasure, they thought that he was courting death or saying some crazy words. But now, after seeing his mystical spatial power, they immediately understood that this guy dared to say such words because he indeed had the strength to do so. Well, let's not care so much. We can't intervene in the battle outside, but we have already comprehended the dragon's power. It's time to summarize it. We must not miss this God-given opportunity. Yi Xingxing sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the dragon's power. Then, Zhang Deqian and Jing Xingming did the same. At this time, the power of the two people began to slowly rotate, and at the same time, different images appeared in their minds. It was the image of a giant dragon. Although they all saw the same image, each person's comprehension was different. For example, Zhang Deqian saw a thunder dragon in his sea of consciousness at this time. A powerful thunder dragon, the powerful dragon's power was constantly boiling, and the terrifying aura was constantly changing. Such power was truly incomparably terrifying. In Yi Xingxing's sea of consciousness, there was a starry sky dragon. In the boundless starry sky, a true dragon composed of starlight was constantly roaring. Jing Xingming's was a Buddha dragon. Just as the three of them were comprehending and cultivating, the terrifying true body of the black dragon had completely appeared. At this time, the 5-dragon mountain had already been torn apart. This mountain was the place where the 5-clawed black dragon had been sleeping. Now that the 5-clawed black dragon had awakened, the mountain naturally collapsed directly. Su Yan looked at the terrifying true dragon in front of him, and a murderous intent suddenly appeared in his heart. Lowly human, I will make you pay a heavy price. After the 5-clawed black dragon appeared, he directly swore arrogantly. At the same time, he directly spat out a dragon's breath. Dragon's breath was one of the most powerful and simplest attacks of the dragon clan. The power in it was simply unimaginable. When the terrifying power directly descended, it could almost obliterate everything. At this time, Su Yan's eyes directly burst out with a brilliant light. He said directly, "Do you know that I actually hate the dragon clan very much?" He had been to Dragon Island. The group of giant dragons were all arrogant existences. They felt that they were the true masters of the world and that everything else was inferior in their eyes. Moreover, Su Yan and the dragon clan had a great feud. Although it was because of the Godslayer sword, the 7 dragon kings had wanted to kill him directly back then. At that time, if it had not been for the Godslayer sword's invincible divine power that had forced him to rush out from the encirclement of the 7 dragon kings, it was very likely that he would have died at that time. Therefore, the dragon clan had an irreconcilable hatred for him. At this time, his power directly spread out, and a terrifying light beam directly rushed into the sky. At this time, the power of the true dragon directly descended. The violent power at this time seemed very terrifying. After Su Yan finished speaking, his sword directly appeared at this time. Without any fancy tricks, a terrifying sword light directly rushed into the sky from this sword. The power of this sword was so powerful, so terrifying, and so straightforward. This was Su Yan's will. He wanted to directly suppress the arrogance of the dragon clan. If the one who appeared in front of him at this time was a dragon king, Su Yan would have turned and left. Unfortunately, it was not. This was only a sacred beast level 5-clawed black dragon. Therefore, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, he was eager to fight with this dragon clan. Su Yan had just fought with Duan Mulonghu not long ago. That battle was extremely difficult, and it even almost angered the laws of heaven and earth. However, even after experiencing such a battle, Su Yan still hadn't had his fill. In that battle, he had comprehended a lot of things. However, comprehensions were just comprehensions. He still needed to confirm his comprehension through practice. At this time, such an enemy came directly to his door. The two forces collided directly. There was no loud sound wave. Instead, it was silent. However, one could clearly see that a transparent ripple-like pattern appeared. It was a spatial ripple. The clash between the two had actually directly eliminated this power without leaving a trace. What a terrifying force that could directly touch space. At this time, Su Yan laughed. "Reptile, do you think you are very arrogant? Humph, I will cut off your wings." At this time, Su Yan roared. He did not waste any time. The shadow of the true demon appeared directly at this time. The moment the shadow of the true demon appeared, the demonic chi boiled. It was also at this time that lightning began to flicker in the sky. Of course, it was only flickering. There were no signs of it striking down. After the last time, Su Yan had learned. He could clearly feel the laws of heaven and earth. He knew how to control his power and wander around the edges of the laws. The moment the shadow of the true demon appeared, the huge black dragon retreated a little. There was an extremely fearful look in his eyes. His pitch-black eyes were bottomless. He roared and spat out dragon breath again. This time, his target was the shadow of the true demon. For some reason, the shadow of the true demon had an aura that terrified him. Therefore, his target was this shadow of the true demon. Of course, he knew that this shadow of the true demon was actually projected by Su Yan's power. If Su Yan died, this shadow of the true demon would probably disappear as well. However, what he saw was actually more distant and deeper than this. What he paid attention to was not only the surface. Be destroyed, demon from the mysterious void. The dragon breath was like a tide. A terrifying force directly rushed toward the shadow of the true demon. Ha ha ha, what a demon from the void. I like this phrase. Su Yan raised his hand and blasted out a punch. Lightning fist. The lightning fist exploded. At this time, endless lightning blasted out. Bolts of lightning shot towards the dragon's aura in the blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that the thunderbolts in the sky seemed to have sensed the calling of this power. It was an extremely terrifying scene. At this time, Su Yan was like a god. The power of the dragon breath and the lightning fist collided again. The violent power directly exploded. At this time, Su Yan's divine telekinesis suddenly moved. He found a fluctuation in space. Of course, he knew where this fluctuation came from. It was Kong Wuhan leaving his small square world. How smart was Su Yan? Combined with Kong Wuhan's temperament, he immediately figured out what this guy wanted to do. At this time, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Since you're interested, I'll cooperate with you. After saying that, he directly activated the power of space. Space tide, strangle. At this time, he directly used the powerful power of space. The moment the space tide appeared, it directly rushed toward Black Dragon. Roar, stupid human. You actually used the power of space at this time. Are you playing with fire? The Black Dragon roared. Although he was in a deep slumber, he was aware of the rules of this world. Using the power of space at this time was courting death. Chapter 1146. Female Literature, Chapter 1144. Messing up space. If he wasn't careful, he would step over the line and attract divine punishment. Divine punishment was an extremely terrifying existence. Even at his current level, he didn't dare to touch it lightly. If divine punishment really came down, he wouldn't be able to stop it even with his powerful dragon race body. He would die under its power. That human must be crazy. However, he didn't expect Su Yan to do this on purpose. At this moment, he directly used the power of space to mess up the Black Dragon's senses. After reaching the Black Dragon's level, he must have a good understanding of the power of space. From the previous exchange of blows, it could be seen that the destructive power was directly eliminated into nothingness. At this moment, if there was no movement, his control of space should be extremely sharp. Kong Wuhan's control of space was superb. In fact, his control of space was even better than Su Yan's. However, there was no guarantee that the five-clawed Black Dragon wouldn't notice. Since that was the case, he directly messed up the power of space. Once the power of space was messed up, it wouldn't be so easy for the five-clawed Black Dragon to sense it. At the same time, he wouldn't be too presumptuous because of divine punishment. This was to create an opportunity for Kong Wuhan. The Black Dragon's strength was extremely terrifying. Su Yan was confident that he could defeat the Black Dragon, but he wasn't confident that he could kill it. After all, it was simply too difficult to kill a holy dragon. Even if he really had the strength to do so, he wasn't willing to do it at this juncture. The black dragon had appeared because of the death of the giant lizard dragon. He wanted to kill Zhang Daqian and the other two. Actually, it was not a big deal for Su Yan to stop him. The giant lizard dragon might be his bloodline, but it was still a hybrid bloodline. The dragon race still had room to compromise. However, if he really killed the five-clawed black dragon, the dragon race would definitely not compromise. Su Yan knew how terrifying the Dragon King of the dragon race was. Although the Fire Dragon King had been killed, that was the power of the Godslayer sword. Even the Godslayer sword seemed to have expended a lot of energy in that attack. Therefore, even though Su Yan hated the Dragon Clan, it was obviously extremely unwise to provoke these reptiles at this time. Since that was the case, it was better for him to remain calm. Thus, regardless of the outcome of this battle, he could not do anything to the Black Dragon. However, now that Kong Wuhan had intervened, things had become interesting. When Black Dragon returns, if he finds out that his lair is empty, he will probably go crazy. Of course, he knew that the Black Dragon wouldn't give up so easily, but so what? He just happened to need a sparring partner. Now that Su had thought this through, he no longer had any misgivings when he attacked. At this time, his strength was becoming more and more terrifying. Streams of aura were being displayed one after another at this moment. They had already reached the pinnacle. The turbulence in space grew thicker and thicker. At this time, Black Dragon had already calmed his mind. The power of space is a power that he must deal with carefully. If he was not careful, he might end up digging his own grave. At this time, Kong Wuhan's body kept flashing. It was a spatial fault that had one after another. Of course, a powerful dragon would not simply dig a hole and bury itself in it. That would not be called sleeping, but being buried alive. A powerful divine dragon of such a realm opened up a small space that was connected to the great world under the Five-Dragon Mountain. And he was sleeping in this small space. No matter who it was, if they wanted to disturb him, they must have the qualifications to come into contact with the power of space. That meant that they must have the strength of a divine beast or a Tao master of the human clan. And in these thousands of years, it was almost impossible for a Tao master to appear, so he was very relieved. Moreover, even if a Tao master appeared, they would have to break through the power of space that he had created. This was an extremely profound process. If one wasn't careful, they would immediately be discovered by him. And to fight with him in the space that he had created, that was simply courting death. Therefore, he could sleep in this place without worry. But he did not expect that he would meet such a person today. Kong Wuhan was best at breaking through the power of space. He was an elite disciple of the Kong Kong Dao sect. Did he know what the ultimate goal of the Kong Kong Dao sect was? It was to steal the undergarments of a powerful female divine master. Compared to such a lofty goal, a black dragon's lair was no big deal. At this time, Kong Wuhan had also sensed the fluctuations in space. Su Yan is really loyal. He immediately understood that Su Yan was helping him. The more chaotic the space was, the more advantageous it was for him. Perhaps for others, the more chaotic the space was, the more they would get lost, but for him, this was not a problem at all. The more chaotic the space was, the more comfortable it was for him. Traceless emptiness wasn't someone who would play around casually. His spatial energy was extremely powerful. He could travel freely in space. At this time, Su Yan's power spread out and blocked the black dragon's perception. This was an excellent opportunity for him. At this time, he directly used his power without any scruples. The terrifying five-clawed black dragon probably did not expect that someone would be so bold as to target him. Therefore, at this moment, he was still dealing with the battle with Su Yan. In fact, this was not the time for him to wake up. The reason why the five-clawed black dragon was sleeping was not because he was tired, but because he was injured in the battle back then. Coincidentally, the world changed. Therefore, he was not complacent and directly created a small space in this place to sleep. If it was not for the fact that he was running out of time, he would definitely return to Dragon Island. This was because for a legitimate dragon like him, Dragon Island was their home. Over the thousands of years, he had been working hard to recover his power, wanting to recover from his injured state as soon as possible. As time passed, his injuries were more or less healed. However, it was only about the same. If he could sleep for a longer period of time, then his accumulation would be even deeper. However, his bloodline, the giant dragon lizard, was killed and planted with a dragon's resentment. This directly woke him up. Of course, in the beginning, he did not want to fully wake up. He only wanted to let a strand of his willpower appear to kill the damned humans who were planted with a dragon's resentment. However, Su Yan's appearance immediately ruined his plan. Su Yan was extremely cunning and overbearing, constantly devouring his willpower. This forced him to invest more willpower. In the end, when he realized that he was facing a powerful opponent who was on the same level as him, he had no choice but to wake up. This was because if he did not wake up, Su Yan would have devoured his willpower. This would be a huge loss for him. However, it was also because of this that his plan to wake up was brought forward. This made him extremely depressed. This damned Su Yan is so cunning. At this moment, he was extremely furious with Su Yan. However, he could not act recklessly when he attacked. On one hand, it was because of his injuries, and on the other hand, it was because of the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, the laws of the 5 counties had not fully awakened, and there was always a ruler between heaven and earth. If his power exceeded the limits allowed by heaven and earth, he would definitely be punished by heaven. This caused him to be extremely fearful. Even if it was a light heavenly punishment, although it wouldn't injure him, it would still greatly affect his recovery. Damn it, this damned human. He now understood that he could not do anything to Su Yan. Su Yan's devil's shadow was extremely terrifying, and he was extremely fearful. Moreover, the dragon's breath just now showed that Su Yan was strong enough to contend with him. At this moment, he could not risk his life to fight Su Yan for a mixed-blood descendant. Therefore, the fight this time was likely to end in failure. He finally understood that it was better to go back to sleep than to fight with Su Yan now. Human, what do you want? Just say it. The fact that he opened his mouth at this moment meant that he was starting to give in. This was actually a huge insult to him, but he had no other choice at this time. What could he do if he did not give in? At this moment, Su Yan actually understood the black dragon's thoughts, but he did not expose him. He only said, what do I want? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this question? You were the one who attacked my friend first. Su Yan sneered, but the power in his hands did not weaken at all. At this moment, the black dragon growled, damned human, they killed my descendant, and they have a dragon's resentment on them. Roar, those who offend the dragon clan should be killed. For the powerful dragon clan, this was the rule. Moreover, this rule could often be enforced. At this moment, Su Yan laughed out loud, you stupid dragon, then why are you still asking me these questions? Aren't you talking nonsense? You want to kill my friends, how can I let you kill them? The black dragon growled again, I already said that they killed my descendant. Su Yan coldly laughed, shut up, you stupid dragon. That's because that idiotic descendant of yours is courting death. It actually dared to gather demonic beasts here and directly kill the living beings. Since it can kill, it should be prepared to be killed. Chapter 1147. Female Literature, Chapter 1145. Take everything away. Su Yan continued, it's as if you're trying to kill my friends. So, let's continue fighting. I'm a very simple and straightforward person. I don't like to waste my breath if I can solve it with my fists. The monstrous demonic shadow behind Su Yan grew stronger, as if it was about to attack. The black dragon was furious, but he didn't want to attack at this time. Human, stop. I won't pursue this matter any further. Now, leave this place. After some consideration, he decided to give in. He had no choice. If he could, he wouldn't do this. However, he had no other choice now. If he didn't choose to retreat, Su Yan wouldn't stop either. He wasn't afraid of Su Yan, but doing so wouldn't do him any good. In fact, other than being powerful and arrogant, the dragon clan was also selfish. It was just as Su Yan had thought. After all, he was only a mixed-blood descendant. The black dragon would not risk its life for him. If he wasn't strong enough, the black dragon wouldn't mind spending more time to kill him. Unfortunately, it wasn't that his strength wasn't enough, it was more than enough. If that was the case, it wouldn't be easy for the black dragon to kill him. Therefore, if he didn't want to fight him to the death, he could only give in. "You're not pursuing this matter?" Su Yan asked directly after hearing the black dragon's words. The black dragon suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. "Indeed, human. This is already the great black dragon's forgiveness. Therefore, you should accept it." Su Yan chuckled, "The great dragon's forgiveness? I'll laugh at your face. So what if I don't accept it? You stupid dragon, fight me if you can." He provoked him directly. At this moment, Kong Wuhan was moving around madly in the dragon clan's lair. It wouldn't be good for him to go back now. Just as Su Yan expected, Kong Wuhan had already entered the dragon clan's lair. The first thing he felt upon entering the dragon clan's lair was darkness. In this place, there was not even the slightest bit of light. It was probably because this guy was a black dragon that he liked such an environment. However, this was not a problem for Kong Wuhan. He was an experienced elite genius disciple of the Kong Dao sect. If he couldn't even deal with such a small matter, then his soul would have been in vain. At this moment, he flipped his hand and a ball of light appeared. It was a precious pearl. Its appearance was extremely beautiful, and it could release an extremely gentle light source. Although this place had an array formation that devoured light, it didn't matter. As long as he could release a little bit of light, he could imprint everything around him into his spiritual sense. Holy *T, darkness crystal. Kong Wuhan exclaimed in shock. The dragon lair was filled with countless black crystals. The darkness crystal was an extremely precious item. Its value was no less than that of a space crystal. The darkness crystal contained extremely powerful darkness energy. It was a treasure that darkness cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. It was a pity that Kong Wuhan did not cultivate the law of darkness. After Kong Wuhan smacked his lips, he immediately said, "This can only surprise me. These useless things. This old dragon actually filled his lair with them. This tasteless black dragon is really scary." He complained, but his movements were not slow. Although the darkness crystal was not very useful to him, it was a treasure that he had to take. Since that was the case, he would reluctantly take it all away. At the very least, after the darkness crystal was taken away, this damned dragon clan's lair would be brighter. Kong Wuhan's movements were extremely fast. After all, he was a professional. In just a short while, the dark crystal had already disappeared. "Wow, what is this? What a powerful armor. Take it away." This is a flame demon gem. Good stuff. Take it away. Void crystal. Good stuff. Take it away. Wherever the Kong Dao sect passed, everything was empty. His efficiency was top-notch, and it was absolutely guaranteed. There were many good things in the dragon clan's lair. Fortunately, he was an elite disciple of the Kong Dao sect and had an extremely outstanding space treasure. It was enough for him to take everything away. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. Sigh, it's about time. Looking at the empty dragon clan's lair, he felt satisfied and was about to leave. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, these bricks seem pretty good too. At least they are quite beautiful. This crazy old black dragon clearly likes darkness. Why did he make so many beautiful bricks? Forget it, I will be merciful and not let you waste it here. Take it away. Thus, he immediately began to dig at the walls. After a while, he remembered something else. It seemed that other than the bricks, the floor tiles were also pretty good. Since the bricks had been taken away, he would work a little harder and take away the floor tiles as well. Thus, he began to get busy again. Su Yan was still talking nonsense with the old dragon. Su Yan was not willing to take a step back. This made the old dragon extremely angry. However, he really did not want to fight. Thus, he roared again, "Human, what do you want?" This time, his roar was full of anger. He had made up his mind. If this damned human still did not know what was good for him, then he would fight with him. Could it be that he, the great black dragon, the future dragon king, would be afraid of a human? Su Yan could see that this old dragon had reached his limit. He knew that he could not continue to force him. Otherwise, this fellow might really go berserk. Thus, he finally relented. "All right, I won't say any more. 3 dragon scales, you should know that this matter is actually the fault of that stupid descendant of yours. If he had peacefully been his little lizard, we would not have come to find trouble with him. Therefore, he is harming others and himself. Now, a few of my friends are suffering from the dragon's resentment. Only the aura of the dragon scales can cover it, so I need 3 dragon scales." The black dragon immediately roared, "Human, you are provoking the great 5-clawed black dragon." Dragon scales were the most important thing to him. This guy really had the nerve to say that. At this moment, Su Yan laughed and shouted, "Damn it, so what if I am provoking you? Come on, let's hurt each other and fight to the death." Su Yan's demonic shadow erupted with a monstrous aura again. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but his power seemed to be a little too strong. A thunderbolt immediately descended and exploded between him and the black dragon. The black dragon gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was really ready to attack. However, the thunderbolt that suddenly descended from the sky reminded him, forcing him to suppress his anger. Sky Law, that damned Sky Law. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wary of Sky Law's power, he would have already gone berserk and killed that detestable human. "Okay, I promise you." At this moment, his body flashed and 3 dragon scales immediately appeared. Su Yan waved his hand and laughed, "I say, old black, isn't it good for everyone to be harmonious? Why do you have to be so irritable? You have to know that in this world, peace is still the main theme." Su Yan laughed. At the same time, he estimated that Kong Wuhan was about to finish. Therefore, he immediately used his divine will to send a message to Kong Wuhan. After all, he had given Kong Wuhan a sword talisman. If Kong Wuhan needed his help, he could tell him and he would appear. This sword talisman was perfect for transmitting messages. "Okay, it's about time. I'll be done soon." After receiving the reply, Su Yan took the scales and turned to leave. At the end, he directly said, "How dark. Since we are friends, I'll remind you to go back to Dragon Island as soon as possible. You should know that the 5 counties are not peaceful anymore. It's very dangerous." Su Yan was in a good mood. Those were the dragon scales of a true dragon. If he refined them well, he would be able to refine something good. If he gave them to Zhang Daqian, Yi Xingming, and Jing Xingming, not only would they be able to hide the aura of the dragon's resentment, but they would also be able to protect themselves. Su Yan was never stingy to his own people. At this moment, Black Dragon looked at Su Yan with eyes that were about to spit fire. "Damn human, didn't you say that peace is the main theme? Why is it suddenly not peaceful? Also, who are you friends with? If it wasn't for heavenly punishment, I would have fought you to the death long ago. Bah, why do I call myself Old Black?" At this moment, he was extremely angry. However, Su Yan no longer paid any attention to him. He had already left first. At this moment, Black Dragon finally returned to his cave. He was very angry at Su Yan's words, but there was one thing he agreed with, and that was to return to Dragon Island as soon as possible. The heavens were changing, and the war was about to begin. He was the divine dragon at any time, but after all, he was not the Dragon King. His strength was not heaven-defying, and it was very likely that he would die if he was involved in the war. Therefore, at this time, he was ready to pack up his equipment and leave this place. However, as soon as he entered his cave, he was immediately dumbfounded. The usual dark aura was gone, the rich aura of the black crystal was gone, and all his treasures were gone. No, it wasn't just his treasures. Even his wall tiles and floor tiles had been taken away. Roar, roar, roar. The Dark Dragon King could no longer bear it at this time, and let out a few terrifying roars. The terrifying sound rushed directly into the sky, and those monsters that had just been freed from the pressure of Black Dragon knelt down again at this moment. They really couldn't understand why the true dragon would suddenly get angry all of a sudden. At this moment, the Black Dragon discovered that there were a few words condensed from magic power on the wall: empty come, empty leave. Empty Dao Gate. Chapter 1148. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He was also an existence that had lived through that era. Although he was from the Dragon Tribe, he had traveled a lot in the 5 counties back then. He definitely remembered that weird sect very clearly. That was because that sect was actually a huge threat to the Dragon Tribe. That was because the Empty Sky Dao sect was simply a gang of thieves. Furthermore, they were a gang of insane thieves. They disdained to do things that were not difficult. However, they were extremely passionate about things like stealing dragon nests. Back then, some true dragons were robbed by the Kong Kong sect. However, he clearly remembered that the Kong Kong sect had been destroyed by the calamity of the world at that time. However, that damned Kong Kong sect had appeared again today and stole all the treasures in his dragon nest. That damned Kong Kong sect. Kong Kong sect, I won't let you go. At that moment, he could no longer care about cultivating in seclusion. Instead, he directly unleashed his power. At that moment, he wanted to use his extremely powerful Dragon Tribe talent to trace back to the source. He wanted to see where that damned guy went. A dragon scale floated down. The dragon scale danced gently like the wind. However, the power within it was constantly soaring. An extremely powerful and mysterious power finally appeared slowly at that moment. It was like a lake, but it wasn't water inside. Instead, it was an extremely mysterious power. The moment the lake appeared, the 5-clawed black dragon became extremely devout. At that moment, he was like a believer who gave up all his beliefs. His life had already undergone the most fundamental transformation, and the motes of light were directly converging. Then, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the lake and landed on his dragon scale. The extremely powerful dragon scale that had the power to suppress everything started burning at that moment as if it was a withered leaf. The black dragon became more devout. However, at the same time, he became angrier and agitated. Even for a Dragon Tribe member like him, it was not easy to use such a technique. This was because he was born as a 5-clawed dragon. That was why he had such a talent skill. If he did not have such a talent skill, it would be meaningless no matter how strong his cultivation was. Everything would be directly sunk into the ground. This was the most terrifying change in strength in this world. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared. The 5-clawed black dragon clearly saw this face. He saw how Kong Wuhan had entered his dragon nest. That guy, after entering his dragon lair, immediately began to plunder without restraint. His speed was extremely terrifying, as if he was scraping the ground. This kind of speed was simply indescribable. In the end, this guy even left a message in his dragon lair. Empty Void Dao Sect, no wonder I didn't notice his arrival. At this time, the 5-clawed black dragon forced himself to calm down. Of course, he knew about the methods of the Empty Void Dao Sect. That group of people had an extremely powerful grasp of the power of space. Of course, no one had ever seen them fight with such control over their powers, but whether it was escaping or infiltrating, these guys were all experts. This was the most frightening aspect of them. Fortunately, their combat strength was not strong. Otherwise, many of the powerhouses would have been in danger. He did not expect that he would be patronized by them one day. Right at this moment, the burning dragon scales suddenly began to flutter in the air. Sky Dragon seeks Dao, ha! The dragon scale disappeared in front of him. At this time, Kong Wuhan was in a good mood. Today is really a lucky day. Huh, black dragon, a 5-clawed black dragon. It's been a long time since I last visited a dragon lair. This is really a big customer. I have to remember him well in the future. No matter what, I have to thank him properly. At this moment, he was so happy that he could not describe how happy he was. However, at this moment, an extremely mysterious feeling appeared in his heart. At this moment, he immediately cursed, "Oh no, Sky Dragon seeks Tao." When the empty void Tao sect was running amok, they had patronized countless dragon tribes. Although 5-clawed dragons were very rare and extremely powerful, they were still patronized by them. He immediately remembered that these powerful and terrifying dragon tribes had an extremely terrifying innate skill, which was the Sky Dragon Seeks Tao, also known as the Sky Dragon Seeks Tao. It was a direct sacrifice of the precious scales on one's body. Then, it would be exchanged for the whereabouts of the things one wanted to know. Although it sounded very strange, he knew that it was 100% true. Back then, a senior of the Empty Void Tao sect had paid a heavy price because of this. "Damn it, I just took some of your worldly possessions. As an ugly black dragon, how can you be so stingy?" However, at this time, he was complaining. He also knew that he had been targeted by this black dragon. Perhaps, the black dragon could already see where he was right now. "Ha ha ha, since that's the case, I'll say hello to you." At this time, Kong Wuhan directly waved at the sky. He definitely did not feel any psychological burden from being targeted by this black dragon. Perhaps this was where he was strong. In any case, when he was heartless, Su Yan was very afraid of him. At this time, the sky was as calm as the sea. The black dragon in the dragon's nest happened to see Kong Wuhan waving his hand. Unfortunately, he only saw a blurry figure because Kong Wuhan seemed to be shrouded in an extremely mysterious halo. That halo had the power to disrupt karma. At the price of one of his reverse scales, he still could not find out more information. "Damn it!" he roared again. Although he did see where Kong Wuhan was, he could not distinguish his aura at all. He could not even see his appearance clearly. What was the use of that? Therefore, at this time, he immediately felt extremely angry. Now that he thought about it, he was just sleeping quietly. He did not make a mistake even after sleeping for thousands of years. But now, he encountered such an unforeseen event. Originally, he was very rich. Disregarding everything else, just those dark crystals were extremely precious. They allowed him to absorb the power of the dark crystals while he was in a deep sleep. Not only did they allow him to recover from his injuries, but they could also increase his strength. But now, all of this was gone. That damned thief, he stole everything and didn't even leave behind a single piece of the floor tile. At this time, he really hated that giant lizard dragon to death. Why did he cause trouble for no reason? If he did not provoke humans, he would not have been directly killed by them. If he was not killed by humans, he would not have woken up from his deep sleep. In this way, he would not have been taken advantage of. No, something is wrong. At this time, Black Dragon suddenly calmed himself down. Then, he began to recall the whole process. Everything seemed to be wrong. One of them was that Su Yan directly used the power of space to fight with him. Since that human strength had reached such a level, it was impossible that he did not know the consequences of using the power of space indiscriminately. But he still did it. In that case, he already had the intention to disturb his perception from the beginning. In other words, that damn guy and that thief from the Hollow Dao sect were in cahoots. Thinking of this, Black Dragon's anger immediately boiled. The powerful strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Dragon's Fury. A terrifying aura erupted once again, and the monsters within 1,000 miles knelt down again. Human, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely tear you into pieces. At this time, he had already begun to roar crazily. That terrifying voice directly resounded throughout the world. His anger had reached the point where it could not be quelled. However, at this time, Kong Wuhan did not care. He knew that he had a layer of power in his body, which was why he dared to be so fearless. However, thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little gloomy. This power was the price of his master and senior brother's life before they died. Then, the power of the Hollow Dao Sect's treasure, the Hollow Void Gem, was integrated into his body. The power of this gem not only allowed him to adapt more to space, but it could also directly hide his aura. Whether it was fate or karma, it could not be seen. Even if the saint made a move, it would not be easy to see his fate. To paraphrase his senior brother's words before he died, "We are proud and mysterious thief gods. If we can be casually seen by others, wouldn't it be too tasteless?" Sigh, now he really doubted the days when he and his senior brother acted together. Unfortunately, his senior brother was already dead, and his master was gone. In this world, he was the only disciple left of the Hollow Dao sect. However, at this time, he suddenly remembered that his cooperation with Su Yan just now was not bad. That guy seems to be not bad. He is also loyal. Anyway, I have nowhere to go now. Why don't I go to the Heaven and Earth organization and stay there? He had just looted a black dragon's dragon nest and was now very satisfied. However, after thinking about it, he really had nothing to do now. Therefore, he decided to go to the Heaven and Earth organization to eat and drink. When he was free, he could also go to the Heaven and Earth organization to get closer to the beautiful female disciples and teach them some self-defense skills. This was a beautiful thing. Chapter 1149. Female literature. Since he had made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He turned into a stream of light and left. At this moment, Black Dragon finally calmed himself down. For a moment, he no longer had the intention to sleep. Now that his home had been torn apart, it was a risk for him to sleep. As a noble and powerful dark dragon, it was impossible for him to swallow this anger. Therefore, he must take revenge. However, he was really afraid of Su Yan now. The shadow of the true demon that Su Yan used made him feel extremely threatened. It was an extremely powerful and terrifying force that could threaten his life. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly at this moment. Because if he did, he might be in danger of dying. After all, he knew very well that if he really killed his way to the door, his opponent would not only be Su Yan, but also the successor of the Kong Kong Dao sect. At that time, those powerhouses had always looked down on the Kong Kong Dao sect. They thought that their combat strength was not high and that they could only do some sneaky things. However, the five-clawed black dragon knew that this was not the case. If the people of the Kong Kong Dao sect did not have high combat strength, they would have been wiped out long ago. However, they were not. They were like a tenacious cancer that stood tall in this world. No one could shake them. If it was not for the sudden arrival of the heavenly tribulation, the Kong Kong Dao sect would not have been destroyed. Therefore, Black Dragon was extremely afraid of Kong Wuhan. If Su Yan joined forces with Kong Wuhan, he would not have much of a chance. Therefore, he would not act so easily. However, he really could not take this lying down. At this moment, a voice came from outside the dragon's nest. "Lord Black Dragon, I have something to ask of you." Human. The Black Dragon scanned the area with his powerful divine telekinesis and immediately discovered a human floating in the air outside his dragon lair. This human's aura was very dark. If one were to talk about it, his aura was actually somewhat similar to the Black Dragon King's. Very clearly, he was also a person who cultivated in the dark energy. If the giant dragon lizard was still alive, then he would immediately recognize this guy as the one who instigated the demon beasts to attack the human city. If Su Yan was here, he would have discovered that this person was none other than Hydralisk. The Hydralisk that followed Duanmu Longhu. However, Hydralisk's aura was much stronger than before. He had already become a venerable. Of course, since he was following Duanmu Longhu, it was not surprising that he could reach this level. After all, Duanmu Longhu was an extremely terrifying and powerful person. The powerful black dragon immediately left the dragon nest. This person could be said to be extremely polite, and his words were full of respect for him. Unfortunately, the black dragon wasn't very happy, especially when he saw a human. Therefore, it was destined that he wouldn't be nice to this guy. He suddenly exhaled, then directly shouted, "All humans deserve to die." At this moment, a powerful force directly descended, then directly rushed towards the other party. Currently, he felt angry when he saw humans, and the great black dragon king's anger naturally had to be vented. Therefore, at this moment, his power directly descended. The violent aura was terrifying. Such power was simply limitless. Hydralisk's expression froze. He had already guessed that this black dragon would be unhappy. After all, he was forced to wake up from his deep sleep by Su Yan. However, he did not expect this black dragon to be angry to this extent. He was obviously courteous, but after seeing him, he didn't even say a word and directly launched an attack on him. Moreover, this wasn't a simple lesson, but a beating to death. Although Hydralisk was surprised, he also knew that if he was hit by this kind of power, he would definitely die. He immediately activated his power, then left a shadow on the spot, and his real body appeared in another place. "Lord Black Dragon, please calm down. I came for the good of Lord." Hydralisk did not know how the black dragon would lose his mind in a rage. He came this time to persuade the black dragon and then join forces with Duan Mulonghu. In order to achieve this, he even carefully prepared a gift. It was a crystal that Duan Mulonghu gave him, and it contained an extremely powerful dark energy. In his opinion, even if Black Dragon was unhappy, he would not blame others for being too polite. After seeing his gift, Black Dragon would definitely calm down. But how could he know that the Black Dragon's nest had been plundered clean? Not even a single brick was left. How could the Black Dragon be in the mood for such a thing? This time, he suffered such a big loss at the hands of humans. He had never suffered such a big loss in his entire life as a dragon. Naturally, he was furious. Just like the Dragon Clan, once they are angry, they will immediately erupt with a towering rage. Therefore, the moment he saw Hydralisk, he no longer wanted to say anything. He only wanted to kill Hydralisk directly. Trying to show off the power of darkness in front of me? You're courting death. At this moment, the Black Dragon King roared, and a thick shadow spread out. Hydralisk's understanding of the power of darkness was already very strong. His talent was already very good, and with Duan Mulonghu's guidance, his cultivation progressed 1,000 miles in a day. Naturally, it was not a problem. Now that he had become a venerable, one could see how extraordinary he was. But unfortunately, he was now facing a 5-clawed black dragon, and a holy dragon at that. And this holy dragon was in a rage. He had nowhere to vent his power, but Hydralisk just had to run into him. He was simply asking for a beating. One had to admit that the black dragon's path of darkness was really powerful. After the black shadow spread, Hydralisk's heart immediately skipped a beat. Because he discovered that the darkness that he was so familiar with in the past had become extremely strange at this moment. The power of darkness began to repel him. Not only that, but the extremely terrifying aura also wanted to tie him up and kill him directly. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this black dragon? At this moment, he also realized that there was no way to communicate with the black dragon in front of him. Moreover, the black dragon's power was too terrifying. If he stayed any longer, only death would await him. God of darkness, bless me. Escape. He immediately cast the darkness escape to get away from this terrifying black dragon. But at this moment, the black dragon suddenly roared. I've already said it. Trying to show off your power of darkness in front of me is courting death. Hydralisk's power of darkness was abruptly stopped at this moment. And at this moment, chains appeared in the darkness. The chains immediately bound the Hydralisk, and the dark shackles penetrated his body. At this moment, a terrifying dragon claw directly fell from above his head. The huge dragon claw pressed down, wanting to kill Hydralisk completely. At this moment, Hydralisk's heart was already filled with despair. The original plan was going smoothly, and the black dragon had already awakened. But why did the ending turn out like this? It didn't develop according to the original plan at all. These black dragons, are they all crazy? However, he was destined to be unable to complain too much. That power was too terrifying. The powerful suppression was about to kill him. He clearly knew that his life was in extreme danger. But at this moment, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of Hydralisk. Then, a dark light sword burst out. Humph, a mere black dragon dares to be presumptuous. The voice was ice-cold, and the sword was extremely terrifying. Then, the sword directly collided with the dragon claw. At this moment, the huge dragon claw was directly shattered. Roar, damn it, it's a human again. Black Dragon was really furious. He suddenly felt that all the humans in the world were targeting him. He suddenly raised his head, and a terrifying dragon breath directly appeared. At this moment, the power of the spatial gate directly wrapped around Hydralisk and pulled him into it. Only a little of the dragon breath's power touched the spatial gate, but most of it directly fell into the cliffs below. The cliffs that were touched by the dragon breath began to melt. The dragon breath of the dragon clan was indeed very powerful. But unfortunately, Black Dragon didn't manage to kill Hydralisk in the end. Of course, the person who saved him was naturally Duan Mulonghu. To be honest, even Duan Mulonghu had not expected that the Black Dragon would be so enraged that he would kill Su Yan without saying a single word. At this moment, he was extremely curious as to what Su Yan had done to enrage the dragon race to such an extent. At this moment, Su Yan saw all of this with his eyes. When he was fighting with Black Dragon, he already noticed that someone seemed to be spying on him. However, that guy seemed to have a secret technique that could perfectly hide his aura. Even someone as powerful as Su Yan would have to spend a lot of time to find him. Therefore, Su Yan simply didn't look for him. He clearly knew that those people hiding in the dark must have a plan. Since that's the case, he would wait for them to reveal themselves. Hydralisk? Humph, if that's the case, then it's also Duan Mulonghu's plan. That guy's hands are really long. It seems like he wants to set up everything. But this time, it's interesting. He could be considered to have watched a good show. At this time, Duan Mulonghu would probably be angered to death. Chapter 1150. Female literature. Of course, at this time, he still had to solve a problem, and that was Black Dragon. Previously, Black Dragon didn't want to fight with him because he wanted to sleep. But now, it was different. He believed that no matter how stupid Black Dragon was, he would know that his lair was plundered because of him. Just by looking at Black Dragon's appearance, he knew that his losses must be extremely heavy. The dragon race had never been a reasonable race. Although it was impossible for him to take out evidence, a little suspicion was enough. Therefore, the furious Black Dragon would definitely attack. Of course, he wasn't afraid of him, but if Black Dragon attacked other people, it would be terrible. Most likely, not many living beings could withstand his dragon breath. Therefore, after Su Yan brought Zhang Daqian, Yi Xingxing, and Jing Xingming back to the sect, he came here again. At this time, Black Dragon's eyes were already looking at Su Yan. Human, you actually dare to come here. His huge body was trembling in anger. Above his nose, the flames of his dragon breath were still flickering. Why wouldn't I dare? I just felt a powerful fluctuation of power, so I was worried that something would happen to you, Old Black, so I came to see you. Su Yan said very calmly. Shut up, you are not a friend of the great Black Dragon, but an enemy. Dragon Tooth Kill. Black Dragon still didn't want to talk at this time. He just wanted to fight. Just like Su Yan said before, he definitely didn't want to talk if he could solve it with his hands. Su Yan shook his head and said, if that's the case, then there's no other way. Let's fight again. Su Yan wasn't afraid of Black Dragon. On the contrary, he was very happy to fight with this guy. In this case, it was equivalent to having another sparring partner. The Black Dragon was truly furious this time. His attack was much more ruthless and decisive than the last time. The powerful force directly oppressed Su Yan, and the terrifying aura was simply indescribable. But at this time, Su Yan was even more delighted. This was the situation he wanted. Only then would he be able to display his full strength. What was the point of fighting a black dragon without any will to fight? But now, it was different. This black dragon clearly wanted to kill him, so he didn't have to worry too much before attacking. Raging Inferno. Su Yan immediately unleashed a stream of energy. This was a new method he learned from the cultivation method that Kong Wuhan gave him. He combined this power with his own Shura fire and derived a brand new power. He was a prodigy to begin with. At this moment, when he blasted out his power, he immediately displayed overwhelming power. Such a terrifying aura continued to dance in the sky, and that terrifying radiance directly filled this space. The dragon tooth slash and the raging flames collided together, and the terrifying power continued to tremble. Therefore, everything started to move at this moment. The originally towering 5 dragon mountains, under this attack, actually directly disappeared by half. Very good, Old Black, it seems that you're really angry. Then come at me. Su Yan condensed his power again, and his aura became even more fierce. Damn it, you cunning human. You joined forces with the people of Kong Kong Dao's sect to loot my dragon lair, and now you dare to be so presumptuous. At this moment, his anger continued to burst out. Su Yan naturally knew what was going on, but how could he admit it? Bullsh *T, what's wrong with your dragon lair? I don't know at all. You're clearly the one who came to find trouble with me first. He wasn't going to back down. More importantly, what he said was indeed the truth. Su Yan had no thoughts about his dragon lair. The person who acted was Kong Wuhan. But what did that person have to do with him? Therefore, Su Yan could very frankly say that this matter had nothing to do with him. However, how could the old black dragon believe it? Moreover, even if he believed it, it would be useless. The powerful dragon clan never liked to listen to any explanation. At this moment, he could not find Kong Wuhan, and Su Yan was in front of him. Therefore, he could only fight first and talk later. Moreover, he had already determined that Su Yan was related to this matter. Return my treasure, or I'll definitely kill you. Moreover, I'll drown your entire sect under my dragon breath. The old black dragon was ruthless, and he was going to attack regardless of everything. He was indeed helpless against Su Yan. After all, at Su Yan's level, his strength was really terrifying. However, it was impossible for everyone in his sect to have such strength. If he wanted to kill someone, he could naturally kill the other party directly. At this moment, Su Yan's face turned cold. Humph, old black dragon, I'll tolerate your spouting nonsense. I won't argue with you for slandering me. After all, the dragon clan's intelligence has always been very low. However, since you've already said such words, then we won't rest until one of us is dead. Although Su Yan was also fighting earlier, he only had a desire to fight and did not have any murderous intent. However, at this moment, a strong murderous intent spread out. The thick murderous aura caused even the black dragon to take a step back. Perhaps it was because he had been asleep for too long, or perhaps it was because Su Yan's murderous intent was simply too strong. At this moment, he actually took a step back. Although it was only for a moment, it was almost instinctively retreating. However, it was precisely because of this that made him even angrier. At this moment, his anger was almost monstrous. That berserk power had reached an extremely terrifying level. His anger continued to rise, and he actually subconsciously shrank back. What did this mean? This meant that he was afraid. The great black dragon instinctively retreated when facing a puny human. This was simply unforgivable. Therefore, at this moment, he became even angrier. His dragon's breath burst out without hesitation. Su Yan sneered. He had already seen the black dragon's actions. At this moment, he directly mocked, "Black dragon, are you afraid?" At this moment, his power directly rushed toward the black dragon. That violent and terrifying power directly burst out to the extreme. At this moment, terrifying auras directly suppressed at this moment, immediately turning into endless majesty. That kind of power was simply unparalleled. At this time, Su Yan was indeed enraged. Black Dragon's words had directly infuriated him. At this moment, Su Yan cared about his friends the most. Although at this time, the Heaven and Earth organization was protected by the Oriole, Su Yan actually knew that although the Oriole was not weak, it was still inferior to the Black Dragon. If one day he was not around, and the Black Dragon directly came to find him, it would be an extremely terrible thing. Originally, he indeed did not have the intention to kill. As the saying goes, if he were to kill this Black Dragon, it might provoke an even more powerful dragon. However, this dragon had now made up his mind to threaten his friends, so he could only use extreme means. A sword. Su Yan did not hesitate at all and directly slashed out with his sword. At this moment, the terrifying sword intent directly rushed forward. The sword chi was arrogant, but it also had an extremely strong killing intent. The Black Dragon's breath was directly broken by this sword. That terrifying aura was directly suppressed. Su Yan's sword had reached such a level. At this moment, the Black Dragon was shocked. Different. He felt that the human in front of him was completely different. In the previous battle, he was just an ordinary human powerhouse, but now, he had become a terrifying killing god. How could a mere human strength reach such a level? This was unacceptable to the Black Dragon. At this moment, his aura began to condense again. He clearly knew that at this time, he absolutely could not retreat, unless he wanted to let go of the anger of the dragon lair. At this moment, Su Yan moved again. His speed was too fast, like a stream of light. With a flash of light, he completely disappeared. And also at the next moment, he also appeared again. Another sword. Damn it, the power of space. The Black Dragon immediately realized that at this time, Su Yan began to use the power of space again. That sword was extremely powerful, and at this time, it directly passed through the power of space, which was even more terrifying. If he was hit by this sword, even someone as strong as him would not be able to withstand it. This was because this power was too terrifying. Moreover, although he was angry now, he still had scruples about the power of space. But at this time, Su Yan was forcing him so hard that he no longer had a choice. At this time, his power also directly erupted at this time, and a terrifying light directly appeared. The dense aura immediately surged forward. The power of space. Dragon's fury, dark space. Sometimes, you can't just not do it because you don't want to. The Black Dragon understood this very well, so at this time, he had already let go of his scruples and directly released his power completely. An extremely terrifying shadow immediately appeared in the terrifying horizon. The appearance of this shadow immediately began to devour the space. His power of darkness was extremely powerful, and what he wanted to do now was to integrate his power of darkness into space, which was equivalent to creating a unique space that belonged to him. If his goal was achieved, then Su Yan would be very passive. It was equivalent to directly dragging Su Yan into his own space to fight. At that time, he would first have the geographical advantage. In his own space, his power would be infinitely magnified, and Su Yan would be restrained by him. If that was the case, he might be able to kill Su Yan directly.